SAP FICO ECC to S/4HANA migration, the ultimate scenario reference.
Most SAP FICO migration videos explain configuration steps or show new features. This video does something different. It walks you through the real problems finance teams face when moving from ECC to S/4HANA. The problems that appear during testing, at go live, or weeks later, when business confidence is already at risk.
What this video actually covers.
This is not a tutorial. This is a scenario-based survival guide with 98 scenarios. Each scenario is based on real migration programs and focuses on what the business experiences, why it is confusing, why it never happened in ECC, who actually needs to fix it, and how wrong fixes make things worse.
How the 98 scenarios are presented.
Each scenario is broken down in a simple, repeatable way. First, we explain what the finance users see. Then we explain why the issue feels confusing. Next, we clarify why this is a migration-only problem. Finally, we clearly identify ownership and explain what the right fix looks like, without overwhelming you with unnecessary technical detail.
Why this is the most complete SAP FICO migration video.
This video contains 98 carefully categorized migration scenarios, grouped into 19 categories. Together, they cover technical failures, finance logic breaks, audit risks, data interpretation issues, and trust erosion, not just system errors. This is designed to be a reference you can return to, not a video you forget after watching once.
All categories covered in this video.
The scenarios are grouped so you can mentally map where a problem belongs instead of guessing randomly. Category 1, Pre-Migration Finance Readiness Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 2, Universal Journal and Semantic Accounting Breaks, 5 scenarios. Category 3, New GL Ledgers and Financial Structure Failures, 6 scenarios. Category 4, Controlling CO and Profitability Failures, 6 scenarios. Category 5, Asset Accounting FIA Disasters, 5 scenarios. Category 6, Tax and Withholding Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 7, Open Items Clearing and Reconciliation Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 8, Business Partner and Finance Integration Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 9, Financial Reporting and Analytics Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 10, Period End and Year-End Close Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 11, Latent Finance Failures After Go Live, 5 scenarios. Category 12, Executive and Audit Reality Check Scenarios, 5 scenarios. Category 13, Data Migration and Historical Semantics Failures, 6 scenarios. Category 14, Interface and Downstream Finance Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 15, Authorization, Controls and Audit Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 16, Material Ledger Mandatory Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 17, Bank Account Management and Cash Failures, 5 scenarios. Category 18, Credit Management, FSCM, Shocks, 5 scenarios. Category 19, Fiori versus GUI User Revolt Scenarios, 5 scenarios.
Category 1, Pre-Migration Finance Readiness Failures.
These scenarios happen before any real business posting even begins. The system technically converts, but finance teams are caught off guard because assumptions from ECC no longer hold true. This category focuses on the earliest warning signs that finance readiness was underestimated.
Scenarios covered in Category 1.
1. FI transactions work in ECC but are blocked in S/4HANA. 2. Custom FI reports pass syntax check but show wrong numbers. 3. Incomplete FI customizing detected only during conversion. 4. Business assumes finance is simple because data exists. 5. Finance teams not involved early to late critical findings.
Scenario 1. FI transactions work in ECC but are blocked in S/4HANA.
After migration, finance users attempt to post standard FI documents such as FB50, F02, or MIRO. Transactions that worked without issues for years in ECC now fail with authorization or validation errors. From the business point of view, nothing changed in finance, yet postings are suddenly blocked.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This situation is confusing because all visible finance data appears correct. The failure is caused by multiple migration-driven changes acting together. 1. Mandatory simplification. Customer and vendor master data is replaced by the business partner model in S/4HANA. 2. Authorization enforcement. S/4HANA introduces stricter authorization checks that were not enforced in ECC. 3. Semantic change. Posting logic now validates business partner roles and attributes, not just table-level data. 4. Key insight. The system is enforcing new correctness rules rather than rejecting incorrect finance configuration.
Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
FICO leads the diagnosis, but the issue cannot be resolved by finance alone. Multiple teams must act together for a correct and stable fix. 1. FICO consultant identifies which FI business process is failing and which business partner roles are required. 2. Security or GRC team updates authorization roles to support S/4HANA specific authorization objects. 3. Data migration team confirms that all business partner records contain complete FI relevant roles and attributes. 4. Project leadership coordinates cross-team action and prevents silo-based or shortcut fixes.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team analyzes the exact posting step where the error occurs and understands why the new S/4HANA check exists. 2. Security team adjusts role design to explicitly allow the required S/4 authorization checks instead of relying on broad access. 3. Data team validates business partner completeness rather than reloading or recreating master data. 4. Leadership ensures fixes are tested with production-like roles, not temporary or over-permissive access.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually reposting documents to bypass validation errors. 2. Granting SAP_all as a permanent solution. 3. Disabling validation logic or skipping required checks. 4. Blaming user training instead of analyzing system behavior.
Follow-up 1. Why does SAP_all not always fix posting failures in S/4HANA?
Answer: because many S/4HANA checks depend on business partner role completeness and control logic, not just authorizations. Even with full access, missing BP roles or attributes will still block postings.
Follow-up 2. How can you prove this is not a data migration failure?
Answer: the data exists and is visible in the system, but execution fails during posting. A true migration gap would mean missing records, not validation failures during runtime.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this usually surface only after go-live?
Answer: test environments often use overly permissive roles to speed up testing. Production roles are more restrictive, exposing missing authorizations and BP role gaps that were hidden earlier.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never validate finance postings using SAP_all during migration testing. It hides exactly the authorization and role gaps that will surface immediately after go-live.
Scenario 2. Custom FI reports past checks but show wrong numbers in S/4HANA.
After migration, custom finance reports execute without errors and return data. However, finance users notice that totals no longer match ECC results. Line items appear complete, yet balances differ. The most confusing part is that nothing crashes, and the report looks technically correct.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is difficult to detect because the report runs successfully and returns data. The problem is caused by structural and semantic changes introduced during migration. 1. Universal journal change. Financial data is now stored in ACDOCA instead of multiple classical FI and CO tables. 2. Semantic shift. Totals logic that relied on header item joins or aggregation assumptions no longer behaves the same. 3. Hidden dependency. Custom reports still assume ECC-style table relationships and summation logic. 4. Key insight. The report is technically correct but financially incorrect due to outdated assumptions.
Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
FICO identifies the financial mismatch, but the fix requires collaboration across teams. 1. FICO consultant defines what the correct financial result should be and which dimensions must reconcile. 2. ABAP or CDS developer adjusts report logic to align with ACDOCA semantics and aggregation rules. 3. Data migration team confirms that migrated balances and line items are complete and consistent. 4. Project leadership prevents parallel shadow reports and enforces a single source of truth.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team clarifies which totals must match and which historical comparisons are still valid after migration. 2. ABAP or CDS logic is rewritten by ABAP team to use S/4HANA compliant data models instead of ECC-style joins. 3. Data is validated by data team for completeness rather than reloaded or manually adjusted. 4. Leadership ensures old ECC reports are retired to avoid conflicting numbers.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting balances to force reports to match ECC. 2. Blaming data migration without validating reporting logic. 3. Maintaining parallel ECC style and S4 style reports. 4. Treating the issue as a purely technical reporting defect.
Follow-up 1. Why do totals look correct at line item level but wrong in summary?
Answer: because aggregation logic changed. In S/4HANA, line items may be correct individually, but grouping, joins, or filters inherited from ECC logic produce different totals.
Follow-up 2. How do you prove the data is correct but the report is wrong?
Answer: by reconciling ACDOCA directly against standard S/4HANA reports. If standard reports are consistent while custom ones differ, the issue lies in report logic, not data.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do finance users trust ECC reports more than S4 reports initially?
Answer: because ECC reports have years of historical trust. Even when S4 numbers are correct, lack of transparency in new logic creates doubt until reconciliation confidence is rebuilt.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never validate S/4HANA custom reports against ECC custom reports. Always reconcile against standard S/4HANA finance reports first to establish a trusted baseline.
Scenario 3. Incomplete FI customizing is detected only during conversion.
During the S/4HANA conversion or immediately after, finance encounters errors related to posting periods, document types, number ranges, or account determination. These issues were never reported in ECC, and finance is surprised because day-to-day postings worked earlier without visible problems.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue feels unexpected because ECC allowed incomplete or loosely maintained customizing to coexist with active business usage. Migration exposes these gaps. 1. Stricter validation. S/4HANA performs deeper consistency checks during conversion and posting. 2. Hidden gaps. Customizing areas that were optional or weakly enforced in ECC are now validated. 3. Timing shift. Errors surface during conversion or first postings instead of staying dormant. 4. Key insight. The system is not breaking finance. It is forcing completion of previously ignored configuration.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved within finance. It does not require security, basis, or data migration involvement if the underlying data exists. 1. FICO consultant reviews affected configuration areas and identifies missing or inconsistent settings. 2. FICO consultant aligns customizing with S/4HANA validation requirements. 3. FICO consultant confirms business alignment for corrected settings.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews all FI customizing impacted by the error message rather than applying quick fixes. 2. FICO team completes missing configurations such as posting periods, number ranges, or account determination. 3. FICO team validates the changes using standard S/4HANA postings, not legacy test scripts. 4. Leadership ensures these fixes are documented to prevent regression during transport cycles.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Bypassing errors by temporarily opening all posting periods. 2. Copying ECC customizing blindly without understanding S/4HANA checks. 3. Treating conversion errors as technical defects. 4. Ignoring warnings because postings appear to work later.
Follow-up 1. Why did ECC allow this customizing gap without errors?
Answer: ECC tolerated incomplete configuration because validations were weaker and often triggered only in specific transactions. Many gaps remained dormant for years without being enforced.
Follow-up 2. Why does this appear during conversion instead of daily usage?
Answer: conversion programs execute comprehensive consistency checks that normal business postings never triggered in ECC. Migration effectively runs a full health check on finance configuration.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. How can finance prevent this in future migrations?
Answer: by performing a focused FI configuration review before conversion and resolving warnings proactively instead of assuming that working postings mean correct configuration.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat conversion warnings as mandatory actions, not optional messages. In S/4HANA, warnings today become blocking errors tomorrow.
Scenario 4. Business assumes finance is simple because data exists.
During migration planning, stakeholders assume finance will be easy because all FI data exists and postings worked in ECC. Finance is brought in late, and issues only surface when testing or go-live begins. At that point, timelines are tight and confidence is already damaged.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This failure is confusing because data presence is mistaken for readiness. The real causes are migration-specific and process-driven. 1. False assumption: having FI data does not mean S/4HANA finance logic is ready. 2. Mandatory changes: Universal Journal Business Partner and Ledger Behavior change core finance semantics. 3. Late engagement: finance validation is postponed until technical conversion is nearly complete. 4. Key insight: migration readiness is about semantic correctness, not data existence.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance cannot resolve this issue in isolation. The root cause lies in planning, governance, and cross-team decision-making. 1. Project leadership sets expectations that finance migration is not a technical copy exercise. 2. FICO team defines finance readiness criteria beyond data availability. 3. Program management ensures finance validation is included early in migration timelines. 4. All teams align on the definition of ready before conversion begins.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Leadership resets migration expectations and communicates that finance readiness is critical. 2. FICO team defines mandatory finance validation checkpoints before and after conversion. 3. Program team integrates finance testing into early project milestones, not just UAT. 4. Leadership enforces sign-off based on business validation, not technical completion.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming finance will just work because ECC data was stable. 2. Pushing finance validation to the final testing phase. 3. Treating finance issues as last-minute defects instead of planning failures. 4. Blaming finance teams for late discoveries.
Follow-up 1. Why does this assumption rarely cause problems in ECC upgrades?
Answer: ECC upgrades rarely change finance semantics. S/4HANA migration fundamentally alters how finance data is structured and validated, making late involvement much riskier.
Follow-up 2. How can leadership detect this risk early?
Answer: by asking finance teams to explain how Universal Journal, Business Partner, and ledgers will affect reporting and close, instead of asking only about data migration status.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do technically successful projects still fail business confidence here?
Answer: because business confidence depends on understanding and trust, not technical success. Late finance involvement creates uncertainty that cannot be fixed after go-live.
Exclusive pro tip.
If finance cannot explain how S/4HANA changes reporting and close behavior before conversion, the project is already at risk.
Scenario 5. Finance teams are not involved early, and critical issues appear too late.
During the migration project, finance is engaged mainly for data validation near the end. Core design decisions are already locked by the time finance testing begins. As a result, critical finance issues surface very late, when timelines are tight and business tolerance for change is low.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This problem is confusing because finance feels responsible for outcomes but had little influence on early decisions. The root cause is organizational rather than technical. 1. Late involvement: finance is treated as a validation step instead of a design partner. 2. Design lock-in: key decisions around ledgers, reporting, and business partner structure are finalized without finance input. 3. Compressed timelines: late findings collide with cut-over deadlines, increasing risk. 4. Key insight: migration failures often start as governance gaps, not system defects.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance cannot fix this situation alone. The issue lies in project structure and decision-making. 1. Project leadership defines finance as a core design stakeholder, not a late-stage reviewer. 2. Program management integrates finance checkpoints into early project phases. 3. FICO team actively participates in design decisions instead of waiting for testing. 4. All teams, except that late finance findings, indicate earlier process failures.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Leadership mandates early finance involvement in migration design workshops. 2. FICO team defines non-negotiable finance requirements before technical conversion begins. 3. Program team schedules finance validation well before cutover planning. 4. Leadership enforces go/no-go decisions based on finance readiness, not just technical status.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Rushing finance testing to meet technical milestones. 2. Labeling late finance issues as out of scope. 3. Forcing go-live despite unresolved finance concerns. 4. Expecting post-go-live stabilization to fix design gaps.
Follow-up 1. Why does late finance involvement cause more damage in S/4HANA than in ECC?
Answer: because S/4HANA introduces fundamental finance model changes. Late involvement means core design decisions cannot be easily reversed without major rework.
Follow-up 2. How can this be prevented in future programs?
Answer: by defining finance readiness as a formal project milestone and making finance sign-off mandatory before conversion phases.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do organizations repeat this mistake even after failed migrations?
Answer: because finance risks are less visible than technical risks early on. Leadership often underestimates finance complexity until business confidence is already compromised.
Exclusive pro tip.
If finance is asked to just validate near the end of a migration, the project has already lost control of risk.
Category 1 complete. Finance readiness is not optional.
The failures in this category all share one pattern. Finance assumed that if ECC worked, S/4HANA would behave the same. S/4HANA does not break finance randomly. It exposes gaps that were previously hidden by legacy behavior, loose controls, and late involvement. So far, we looked at readiness and governance failures. Now we move to something far more dangerous, situations where the system is technically correct, but the numbers no longer mean what finance thinks they mean.
Category 2. Universal Journal and Semantic Accounting Breaks.
This category covers the most misunderstood part of S/4HANA finance. Documents balance. Data exists, yet finance cannot reconcile numbers the way they did in ECC. These are not posting errors. These are meaning errors caused by the Universal Journal and new data semantics.
Scenarios covered in Category 2.
1. BSEG access works in ECC but fails or performs badly. Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 2. Totals don't match after migration despite balanced document ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 3. FI&CO numbers no longer match line-by-line ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 4. Header item joins produce duplicates. Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 5. ACDOCA has data, but business cannot reconcile it. Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 6. BSEG access works in ECC but fails or performs badly in S/4HANA.
After migration, finance users or reporting jobs still access BSEG-based logic that worked for years in ECC. In S/4HANA, these programs either fail with errors, run extremely slowly, or produce incomplete results. Finance teams are confused because the same tables still appear to exist.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This failure is not caused by missing data or broken postings. It is caused by a fundamental change in how financial line items are stored and accessed. 1. Why it's confusing: BSEG still exists and contains data, so finance assumes it is safe to use. 2. Why it didn't happen in ECC: ECC stored FI line items physically in BSEG and optimized access around it. 3. Migration exclusive change. In S/4HANA, ACDOCA becomes the single source of truth, and BSEG is no longer designed for direct reporting use. 4. Key insight: the system is not broken. The access path is no longer valid for performance or completeness.
Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
This issue is not resolved by finance configuration alone. Finance identifies the problem, but multiple teams are required to fix it correctly. 1. FICO consultant confirms which financial views and totals are business critical and must remain consistent. 2. ABAP or CDS team refactors reports and extracts to use ACDOCA or released CDS views instead of BSEG. 3. Basis team ensures system performance settings are not masking inefficient access paths. 4. Project leadership enforces retirement of legacy ECC-style reports instead of allowing parallel logic.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines which reports are legally or operationally required and how totals should be interpreted post-migration. 2. ABAP or CDS team rewrites logic to consume ACDOCA-based models instead of reading BSEG directly. 3. Data is validated for semantic correctness rather than reloaded or adjusted. 4. Leadership removes obsolete ECC-era reports to prevent conflicting financial interpretations.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing database hints or indexes to make BSEG reports faster. 2. Copying ECC logic and hoping performance tuning will solve the issue. 3. Reposting documents to fix reporting discrepancies. 4. Allowing ECC and S4 reports to run side by side indefinitely.
Follow-up 1. If BSEG still exists, why does SAP discourage using it?
Answer: because BSEG is no longer the authoritative source for line item reporting. SAP keeps it for compatibility and technical purposes, but performance, completeness, and future support are centered on ACDOCA.
Follow-up 2. Can we temporarily use BSEG until reports are rewritten?
Answer: temporarily yes, strategically no. Every day spent relying on BSEG increases technical debt and makes reconciliation harder once users adopt S4 native reporting.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this problem often appear only under load?
Answer: because small datasets may hide inefficient access. Production volumes expose the fact that BSEG access paths are no longer optimized for large-scale reporting in S4HANA.
Exclusive pro tip.
If a report touches BSEG directly after migration, treat it as a temporary artifact, not a production-ready solution. ACDOCA is not optional knowledge in S4HANA Finance.
Scenario 7. Totals don't match after migration despite balanced documents.
After migration, Finance users compare totals between classic ECC reports and S4HANA reports. Individual documents appear balanced, debits equal credits, and no errors are shown. Yet when totals are compared across periods or reports, the numbers do not align. Finance begins to doubt the system.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is one of the most emotionally damaging migration issues because the system is technically correct but financially confusing. 1. Why it's confusing: every individual document is balanced, yet totals differ across reports. 2. Why it didn't happen in ECC. ECC reports often aggregated data from multiple tables using fixed logic that Finance trusted for years. 3. Migration exclusive change. S4HANA calculates totals directly from ACDOCA with real-time aggregation instead of pre-aggregated totals. 4. Key insight: the numbers are not wrong. The aggregation logic has changed.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved within Finance by understanding how totals are derived differently in S4HANA. 1. FICO consultant analyzes which reports are being compared and what aggregation logic each one uses. 2. FICO consultant explains the impact of real-time aggregation and elimination of classic totals tables. 3. FICO consultant aligns reporting expectations with S4HANA data semantics. 4. Finance leadership approves which reports are the new financial truth.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team identifies which totals are legally required and which are only informational. 2. FICO team maps old ECC reports to their correct S4HANA equivalents instead of comparing unlike reports. 3. FICO team validates totals directly against ACDOCA-based reports. 4. Finance leadership formally retires legacy totals logic to avoid ongoing confusion.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing S/4HANA reports to replicate ECC totals exactly. 2. Manually adjusting balances to match legacy expectations. 3. Allowing multiple versions of financial truth to coexist. 4. Treating this as a data migration defect.
Follow-up 1. If documents are balanced, why do totals still differ?
Answer: because totals are calculated differently. S/4HANA aggregates data on the fly from ACDOCA, while ECC relied on stored totals and secondary tables that no longer exist.
Follow-up 2. Can we customize S4HANA to behave exactly like ECC?
Answer: technically you can try, but strategically you should not. Doing so defeats the purpose of Universal Journal and creates long-term maintenance risks.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do auditors often accept S4 totals before finance does?
Answer: auditors validate accounting correctness, not emotional familiarity. Finance teams struggle because the numbers feel unfamiliar, even when they are technically correct.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never compare an ECC totals report with an S/4HANA real-time report without first understanding how each one aggregates data. Most reconciliation wars start here.
Scenario 8. FI and CO numbers no longer match line by line.
After migration, finance compares FI line items with CO line items expecting a one-to-one match, just like in ECC. Instead, they notice that some postings match at total level but not at line item level. This creates panic during reconciliations and month-end close.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue feels like a data integrity problem, but it is actually a structural change in how accounting information is stored. 1. Why it's confusing: finance expects FI and CO to mirror each other line by line, but some CO details appear merged or shifted. 2. Why it didn't happen in ECC: FI and CO were stored in separate tables with predictable reconciliation logic. 3. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA stores FI and CO postings together in ACDOCA, but with different semantic dimensions. 4. Key insight: line item equality is no longer guaranteed, but total level reconciliation remains valid.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance interpretation issue, not a system defect. 1. FICO consultant explains how CO characteristics are derived differently in S/4HANA. 2. FICO consultant defines the correct reconciliation level for FI and CO going forward. 3. FICO consultant aligns controlling reports with Universal Journal semantics. 4. Finance leadership accepts total level reconciliation as the control standard.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team identifies which CO dimensions are statistical and which are real postings. 2. FICO team educates business users that FI and CO no longer represent identical accounting views. 3. FICO team updates reconciliation procedures to focus on totals instead of line-by-line matching. 4. Finance leadership formally updates reconciliation sign-off criteria.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing artificial line item matching through custom logic. 2. Manually adjusting CO postings to mirror FI. 3. Treating this as a data migration error. 4. Escalating to basis or ABAP without confirming finance semantics.
Follow-up 1. Does this mean FI and CO are no longer reconciled?
Answer: no. Reconciliation still exists, but at total level. S/4HANA does not guarantee one-to-one line matching because FI and CO serve different analytical purposes.
Follow-up 2. Can we configure S4HANA to force line-level matching?
Answer: you can try, but it adds complexity and removes flexibility. SAP designed S/4HANA to support real-time analytics, not rigid line-item mirroring.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this issue usually surface during audits?
Answer: because audits trigger deep reconciliations that go beyond totals. Auditors accept total-level consistency, but finance teams often expect historical line-by-line behavior.
Exclusive pro tip.
If finance insists on line-by-line reconciliation, first ask why. In many cases, the requirement is historical habit, not a legal or control necessity.
Scenario 9. Header item joins produce duplicates.
After migration, Finance runs custom or legacy reports that join document headers with line items. The report executes successfully, but the output shows duplicated rows, inflated totals, or repeated documents. Users insist the report logic is unchanged, yet the numbers are clearly wrong.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This problem looks like a reporting bug, but the real issue is a data model shift. 1. Why it's confusing. The same join logic worked in ECC for years without duplicates. 2. Why it didn't happen in ECC. Header data and line items lived in separate tables with stable one-to-many relationships. 3. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA stores header and line item data together in ACDOCA, changing join behavior. 4. Key insight. Old ECC-style joins are no longer valid in a universal journal world.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the business impact, but technical teams must correct the implementation. 1. FICO consultant confirms which totals and dimensions are business critical. 2. ABAP or CDS team refactors report logic to align with the ACDOCA data model. 3. Data team confirms no duplicate business documents exist in migrated data. 4. Project leadership prevents temporary manual adjustments from becoming permanent fixes.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines the correct business logic for totals and drill-down behavior. 2. ABAP or CDS team rewrites joins to avoid header duplication and uses ACDOCA correctly. 3. Data team validates that document numbers are unique and complete. 4. Leadership ensures legacy ECC reports are redesigned instead of patched.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Adding distinct blindly to remove duplicates. 2. Manually adjusting totals to compensate for report errors. 3. Assuming the data migration created duplicate documents. 4. Letting finance maintain parallel Excel-based reports.
Follow-up 1. Why does adding distinct often make performance worse?
Answer: because it forces additional processing on large datasets. It hides the root problem instead of fixing incorrect join logic.
Follow-up 2. Should finance accept new reports instead of fixing old ones?
Answer: yes, where possible. S/4HANA standard reports are designed for the new data model and reduce long-term maintenance risk.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these duplicates sometimes disappear in small datasets?
Answer: because limited test data can mask join flaws. Full production volumes expose the real impact of incorrect join logic.
Exclusive pro tip.
If a report suddenly needs distinct after migration, stop immediately. That is a signal the data model understanding is wrong.
Scenario 10. ACDOCA has data, but business cannot reconcile it.
After migration, finance confirms that financial postings exist in S/4HANA. Line items are visible in reports and tables, yet business users cannot reconcile balances across reports, periods, or dimensions. The most common reaction is, the data is there, but we cannot explain it.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a missing data problem. It is a meaning problem created during migration. 1. Why it's confusing. All documents appear present, yet totals differ depending on report or drill down. 2. Why it didn't happen in ECC. ECC stored financial meaning across multiple tables and derived totals implicitly. 3. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA consolidates semantics into ACDOCA, requiring explicit interpretation. 4. Key insight. Data exists, but the business logic used to read it is no longer valid.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance alone cannot repair semantic gaps introduced during migration. 1. FICO consultant defines which financial dimensions and totals must be explainable. 2. ABAP or CDS team corrects reporting logic to align with ACDOCA semantics. 3. Data migration team verifies mapping rules used during data transformation. 4. Project leadership decides whether historical semantics are redefined or accepted as changed.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents which financial questions must be answerable after migration. 2. ABAP or CDS team aligns reports with universal journal dimensions instead of ECC logic. 3. Data migration team validates transformation rules rather than reloading data blindly. 4. Leadership enforces a single reconciliation narrative agreed by finance and IT.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting balances to force reconciliation. 2. Running parallel ECC and S4 reports indefinitely. 3. Blaming data migration without validating reporting logic. 4. Letting each team explain numbers differently.
Follow-up 1. Why is this more dangerous than missing data?
Answer: because incorrect meaning erodes trust silently. Missing data is obvious and fixable. Unexplainable data destroys confidence and audit readiness.
Follow-up 2. Can this be fixed by remigrating data?
Answer: rarely. If the mapping logic or reporting interpretation is wrong, reloading the same data produces the same confusion.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Who decides when reconciliation is good enough?
Answer: finance leadership does. Technical teams provide options, but business ownership defines acceptable historical comparability.
Exclusive pro tip.
If finance cannot explain a number in one sentence, treat it as a migration defect, not a training issue.
Category 2 wrap-up. Why Universal Journal breaks trust.
Universal journal issues are rarely technical defects. They are trust failures caused by old ECC assumptions colliding with a new financial data model. If finance cannot reconcile or explain numbers, the migration is already at risk, regardless of whether the system is technically live. Once the universal journal is in place, the next shock usually comes from how financial structure itself has changed. Ledgers, currencies, and reporting dimensions no longer behave the way finance expects from ECC.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers. Required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP Consultant jobs, SAP FICO Consultant jobs, SAP SD Consultant jobs, SAP PP Consultant jobs, SAP Ariba Consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM Consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM Consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 3. New GL. Ledgers and financial structure failures.
S/4HANA fundamentally changes how financial structure is represented. Ledgers are more powerful, currencies are more flexible, and historical data behaves differently. These changes often surface as confusion rather than errors, making them especially dangerous during migration.
Scenarios covered in this category.
Each of the following scenarios represents a structural finance change introduced by S/4HANA that did not exist or was optional in ECC. 1. FICO ECC exists but is ignored post-migration ownership, FICO only fix. 2. Multiple ledgers behave differently, ownership, FICO only fix. 3. Parallel currencies show inconsistent values, ownership, FICO only fix. 4. Ledger-specific postings confuse business, ownership, FICO only fix. 5. Historic FI data appears lost, ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 6. Standard versus extension ledger misuse causes database bloat, ownership, FICO only fix.
Scenario 11. FICO exists but is ignored post-migration.
After migration, Finance teams discover that classic new GL tables like FIGLFLEXA still exist in the system. However, reports and balances no longer align with what finance expects from ECC. Users often say, the table is still there, so why are the numbers different?
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is confusing because it looks like a technical inconsistency, but it is actually a structural finance change. 1. What the business sees, familiar new GL tables still exist, but reports behave differently. 2. Why it's confusing, finance assumes S/4HANA still uses FIGLFLEXA as a primary source. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC. FIGLFLEXA was a core totals table for new GL reporting. 4. Migration exclusive change in S/4HANA, ACDOCA becomes the single source of truth, and FIGLFLEXA is no longer authoritative. 5. Key insight, presence of a table does not mean it drives financial truth anymore.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance design and understanding issue, not a technical defect. 1. FICO consultant understands and accepts that ACDOCA replaces classic new GL totals. 2. FICO consultant identifies reports or processes still referencing legacy logic. 3. FICO consultant aligns business expectations with the new S/4HANA financial model.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team confirms that ACDOCA is the only authoritative source for financial reporting. 2. FICO team updates reporting strategies to stop relying on classic new GL tables. 3. FICO team educates business users on why totals logic changed after migration. 4. FICO team validates that balances are correct in ACDOCA before changing any configuration.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Trying to reconcile FIGLFLEXA against ACDOCA. 2. Requesting technical fixes to make FIGLFLEXA match ECC behavior. 3. Building new custom reports directly on classic new GL tables. 4. Treating this as a data migration defect.
Follow-up 1. Why does SAP leave FIGLFLEXA in the system if it is no longer authoritative?
Answer: SAP retains it for compatibility and technical reasons, but it is no longer the primary financial truth. Finance must shift mindset to ACDOCA-driven reporting.
Follow-up 2. Can we safely ignore FIGLFLEXA completely after migration?
Answer: from a reporting perspective, yes. From a technical perspective, it should not be used to drive business decisions or reconciliations.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do some legacy reports still appear to work?
Answer: because compatibility views or fallback logic may still populate them. This creates a false sense of correctness that eventually breaks trust.
Exclusive pro tip.
If finance is still asking questions about FIGLFLEXA after migration, it is a signal that reporting strategy was not redefined early enough.
Scenario 12. Multiple ledgers behave differently.
After migration, finance notices that the same business transaction produces different results depending on the ledger selected. Balances match in one ledger but not in another, leading to confusion during reporting, close, and reconciliation activities.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue surfaces because S/4HANA expands ledger usage beyond what ECC finance teams were accustomed to. 1. What the business sees, different balances depending on ledger selection. 2. Why it's confusing, finance assumes all ledgers represent the same financial truth. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC. ECC typically used a single leading ledger with limited parallel usage. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA enables multiple ledgers with different posting logic and scopes. 5. Key insight: ledger behavior is intentional, not inconsistent.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance design and understanding issue related to ledger configuration. 1. FICO consultant understands the purpose of each ledger and its business usage. 2. FICO consultant aligns reporting expectations with ledger-specific behavior. 3. FICO consultant clarifies which ledger is authoritative for each reporting need.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents the functional purpose of each ledger. 2. FICO team updates reporting and close procedures to reference the correct ledger. 3. FICO team trains business users on why multiple ledgers exist in S/4HANA. 4. FICO team validates balances using the intended ledger rather than comparing all ledgers blindly.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Trying to force all ledgers to show identical balances. 2. Removing ledgers without understanding their purpose. 3. Treating ledger differences as data migration errors. 4. Letting users choose ledgers arbitrarily in reports.
Follow-up 1. Why does SAP allow multiple ledgers if it creates confusion?
Answer: multiple ledgers support parallel accounting requirements such as IFRS, local GAAP, or management views. Confusion arises only when their purpose is not clearly defined.
Follow-up 2. Can we reduce to a single ledger after migration?
Answer: yes, but only after carefully assessing regulatory, reporting, and future needs. Removing ledgers prematurely can limit flexibility.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do ledger differences become visible only after go-live?
Answer: because full reporting and close activities often begin only in production, exposing ledger-specific behaviors that were not exercised during testing.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always define one ledger as the primary reporting ledger for finance users. Ambiguity around ledger purpose is the real root cause of most ledger-related issues.
Scenario 13. Parallel currencies show inconsistent values.
After migration, finance notices that the same document shows different amounts depending on the currency selected. Local currency, group currency, and additional currencies do not align as expected. Business users often say, the posting is correct, but the currencies don't make sense.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue arises from expanded currency handling in S/4HANA, not from incorrect postings. 1. What the business sees different values for the same document across currencies. 2. Why it's confusing. Finance expects currency behavior to mirror ECC. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC. ECC typically used a limited set of fixed currencies. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA allows freely defined currencies with independent valuation logic. 5. Key insight: currency inconsistency is usually a configuration or expectation issue, not a calculation error.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This scenario is resolved through finance configuration and currency strategy decisions. 1. FICO consultant reviews currency configuration and valuation settings. 2. FICO consultant confirms which currencies are mandatory for reporting. 3. FICO consultant aligns business expectations with currency design.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews ledger and currency configuration in S/4HANA. 2. FICO team confirms exchange rate types and valuation methods. 3. FICO team documents which currency is authoritative for each report. 4. FICO team updates user training to reflect multi-currency behavior.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting currency amounts. 2. Forcing all currencies to match a single value. 3. Blaming exchange rate uploads without checking configuration. 4. Ignoring currency-specific reporting requirements.
Follow-up 1. Are currency differences always a problem?
Answer: no. Differences are expected when multiple valuation principles are applied. The problem occurs only when expectations are not aligned with configuration.
Follow-up 2. Should finance limit the number of currencies after migration?
Answer: only if additional currencies do not serve a reporting or regulatory purpose. Removing them blindly can reduce analytical flexibility.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do currency issues surface late in testing?
Answer: because multi-currency analysis often happens during period end or consolidation, which is not fully exercised in early testing phases.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always define which currency finance should trust first. Ambiguity in currency hierarchy causes more confusion than calculation errors.
Scenario 14. Ledger-specific postings confuse the business.
After migration, finance users notice that certain postings appear only in specific ledgers. Some adjustments show up in one ledger but not in others. During reporting and close, users ask, why is this document missing when I switch ledgers?
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This behavior is new to many ECC finance teams and is often misunderstood as a defect. 1. What the business sees, documents visible in one ledger but not another. 2. Why it's confusing, finance expects all postings to appear uniformly across ledgers. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC, ECC rarely used ledger-specific postings in daily operations. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA supports ledger-specific postings by design. 5. Key insight, ledger-specific postings are intentional and must be governed, not removed.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved by understanding and controlling ledger-specific posting design. 1. FICO consultant reviews which postings are configured as ledger-specific. 2. FICO consultant determines the business rationale for ledger-specific behavior. 3. FICO consultant communicates expected visibility to finance users.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents which posting types are ledger-specific and why. 2. FICO team aligns close and reporting procedures with ledger behavior. 3. FICO team updates user guidance to prevent misinterpretation. 4. FICO team validates ledger-specific postings during period-end scenarios.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Removing ledger-specific postings without understanding the impact. 2. Forcing postings into all ledgers for convenience. 3. Treating ledger visibility as a data migration error. 4. Allowing users to report across ledgers without guidance.
Follow-up 1. Why would a business want ledger-specific postings?
Answer: ledger-specific postings support parallel accounting, management adjustments, and regulatory differences without contaminating all ledgers.
Follow-up 2. Can ledger-specific postings be restricted to certain users?
Answer: yes. Authorization and reporting design can limit who sees or posts ledger-specific entries.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these postings cause panic during close?
Answer: because close activities often involve cross-ledger comparisons. Without clear rules, ledger-specific postings look like missing data.
Exclusive pro tip.
Ledger-specific postings should be rare and well documented. If users frequently ask where documents went, governance is missing.
Scenario 15. Historic FI data appears lost.
After migration, finance users attempt to run historical reports or drill into prior year documents. While balances seem correct at a high level, detailed line items or drill downs appear incomplete or missing. The common reaction is, our old data is gone.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario creates panic, but the issue is usually about access and interpretation, not actual data loss. 1. What the business sees, historical details are not visible the same way as in ECC. 2. Why it's confusing, finance assumes identical drill down behavior post-migration. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC, ECC stored historical detail across multiple tables and reports. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA consolidates history into ACDOCA with different reporting paths. 5. Key insight, data still exists, but the access pattern has changed.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the concern, but multiple teams are required to restore explainability. 1. FICO consultant confirms which historical views are required for business reporting. 2. ABAP or CDS team adjusts reporting logic to support historical drill downs. 3. Data migration team verifies completeness of migrated historical line items. 4. Project leadership aligns expectations on historical comparability.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines which historical reports must remain available after migration. 2. ABAP or CDS team enables correct access paths for historical data in ACDOCA. 3. Data team validates migration scope rather than reloading history blindly. 4. Leadership approves where historical behavior differs and documents it.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming data is lost without validation. 2. Reloading historical data without understanding the issue. 3. Building ad hoc reports to compensate for missing drill downs. 4. Promising finance identical ECC behavior without confirmation.
Follow-up 1. Is historical data actually missing in most cases?
Answer: no. In most migrations, the data is present but accessed differently. The panic comes from unfamiliar reporting paths.
Follow-up 2. Can S4HANA fully replicate ECC historical drill downs?
Answer: not always. Some ECC behaviors were implicit and are not reproduced exactly in S4HANA. This must be managed as a business decision.
Follow-up 3, curveball. Why does this issue often surface during audits?
Answer: auditors demand historical traceability. If finance cannot quickly explain how to access old data, confidence drops even if the data exists.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before go live, run at least one full historical audit scenario in S4HANA. That is where hidden access gaps surface.
Scenario 16, standard versus extension ledger misuse causes database bloat.
After migration, the system remains technically stable, but over time, finance and IT notice rapid database growth and declining performance. Investigation reveals that adjustment postings and simulation entries are being written into standard ledgers instead of lightweight extension ledgers. The system feels heavier every month.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is invisible during go live but becomes costly over time. 1. What the business sees: growing database size and slower reporting. 2. Why it's confusing: finance assumes all ledgers behave the same way. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC: ECC did not have the concept of extension ledgers. 4. Migration exclusive change: S4HANA introduces extension ledgers for simulation and adjustments. 5. Key insight: using standard ledgers for non-core postings permanently increases data volume.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance design decision related to ledger usage. 1. FICO consultant understands when extension ledgers should be used. 2. FICO consultant reviews posting design and adjustment processes. 3. FICO consultant aligns finance usage with S4HANA ledger capabilities.
How this is actually fixed the right way by a role.
1. FICO team identifies postings that are analytical, predictive, or temporary in nature. 2. FICO team redesigns those postings to use extension ledgers instead of standard ledgers. 3. FICO team validates that core financial postings remain in standard ledgers only. 4. FICO team documents ledger usage rules to prevent future misuse.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Posting simulations or forecasts into standard ledgers. 2. Creating additional standard ledgers unnecessarily. 3. Ignoring database growth as a technical issue only. 4. Assuming extension ledgers are optional or advanced features.
Follow-up 1. Why are extension ledgers important in S4HANA?
Answer: they allow finance to perform simulations and adjustments without permanently increasing database size or affecting core financial truth.
Follow-up 2. Can extension ledgers be introduced after go live?
Answer: yes, but redesigning posting logic later is far more expensive than doing it correctly during migration.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Who usually notices this problem first?
Answer: infrastructure or basis teams notice database growth first, but the root cause almost always traces back to finance design decisions.
Exclusive pro tip.
If every new adjustment requires a new standard ledger, your ledger strategy is already wrong.
Category 3 wrap-up. Financial structure is no longer invisible.
Ledger and currency issues rarely throw errors, but they quietly reshape how finance interprets numbers. In S4HANA, financial structure is explicit. If finance does not understand how ledgers, currencies, and history are designed, confusion replaces confidence very quickly. Once finance understands the new financial structure, the next major shock appears inside controlling. This is where many migrations are declared technically successful, but fail from a management reporting perspective.
Category 4. Controlling CO and profitability failures.
S4HANA changes how FI and CO integrate at a fundamental level. Reconciliation is tighter, reporting logic is different, and profitability analysis behaves in ways ECC users do not expect. These issues directly impact management confidence and decision-making.
Scenarios covered in Category 4.
1. FICO reconciliation breaks ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 2. Cost center reports return different results, ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 3. Internal orders show partial values, ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 4. Profit center accounting behaves differently, ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 5. CO line items are incomplete or duplicated, ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 6. Costing-based versus account-based COP, a misalignment ownership fixed by the FICO team.
Scenario 17. FICO reconciliation breaks after migration.
After migration, finance runs standard reconciliation checks between financial accounting and controlling. Totals that matched perfectly in ECC no longer reconcile line by line. Management immediately questions data integrity, even though postings are technically successful.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is one of the most emotionally charged finance failures because it undermines trust immediately. 1. What the business sees, FI&CO reports no longer match exactly. 2. Why it's confusing, finance expects reconciliation behavior identical to ECC. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC, FI and CO were loosely coupled with reconciliation logic spread across tables. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA tightly integrates FI and CO via the Universal Journal. 5. Key insight, reconciliation rules are stricter, not broken.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance reconciliation and configuration understanding issue. 1. FICO consultant reviews FICO integration settings in S/4HANA. 2. FICO consultant confirms reconciliation logic and expected differences. 3. FICO consultant aligns business expectations with new reconciliation behavior.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates reconciliation configuration rather than adjusting postings. 2. FICO team identifies which reconciliation differences are expected by design. 3. FICO team updates close procedures to reflect S/4HANA logic. 4. FICO team explains reconciliation changes clearly to management.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually posting adjustments to force reconciliation. 2. Reopening periods to fix perceived differences. 3. Assuming data migration caused the mismatch. 4. Building custom reconciliation logic to mimic ECC.
Follow-up 1. Are FICO differences always errors in S/4HANA?
Answer: no. Some differences reflect timing or valuation logic changes that are expected in the Universal Journal.
Follow-up 2. Can S/4HANA achieve perfect FICO reconciliation?
Answer: yes, but only when reconciliation rules are understood and reports are aligned with the new data model.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this issue surface immediately after go live?
Answer: because reconciliation is one of the first validation checks finance performs, making it an instant confidence test.
Exclusive pro tip.
If FICO reconciliation is treated as a technical check instead of a finance design principle, migration trust collapses quickly.
Scenario 18. Cost center reports return different results.
After migration, finance runs familiar cost center reports to review expenses and allocations. Although postings exist and totals appear reasonable, the report outputs do not match ECC results. Managers immediately question whether costs were allocated correctly.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario is common because cost center reporting behavior subtly changes in S/4HANA. 1. What the business sees, cost center totals differ from ECC reports. 2. Why it's confusing, finance assumes cost center logic remains unchanged. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC, ECC reports relied on separate CO tables and totals logic. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA derives cost center reporting directly from the Universal Journal. 5. Key insight. Reporting logic changed even though posting logic did not.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance reporting and expectation alignment issue. 1. FICO consultant reviews cost center reporting configuration. 2. FICO consultant confirms which reports are valid in S/4HANA. 3. FICO consultant aligns business interpretation with new report behavior.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates cost center report selection and parameters. 2. FICO team shifts users to S/4HANA optimized reports where required. 3. FICO team confirms allocations and assessments are correctly executed. 4. FICO team updates reporting guidelines for managers.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reposting costs to force matching totals. 2. Assuming allocation logic failed without validation. 3. comparing ECC and S4 reports without understanding their logic. 4. Allowing parallel reporting to continue indefinitely.
Follow-up 1. Are cost center postings different in S4HANA?
Answer: no. The postings are typically correct. The difference lies in how reports aggregate and present the data.
Follow-up 2. Should finance expect identical cost center reports post-migration?
Answer: not always. Some ECC reports rely on logic that no longer exists in S4HANA.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do managers lose trust quickly in this scenario?
Answer: because cost center reports directly impact budgeting and performance evaluation, making any discrepancy highly visible.
Exclusive pro tip.
Validate cost center reporting with business users before go live. That is where perception issues surface first.
Scenario 19. Internal orders show partial values.
After migration, finance reviews internal orders to track project or overhead costs. While postings clearly exist, internal order reports show only partial values or missing amounts. Business users immediately suspect data loss or failed postings.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario is driven by how internal order data is derived in S4HANA. 1. What the business sees: internal orders display incomplete costs. 2. Why it's confusing: line items exist but reports don't show full totals. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC: ECC used separate CO tables and summarization logic. 4. Migration exclusive change. S4HANA derives internal order reporting from the Universal Journal. 5. Key insight: reporting completeness depends on correct derivation logic, not posting failures.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved entirely within finance configuration and reporting alignment. 1. FICO consultant reviews internal order configuration and settlement rules. 2. FICO consultant validates reporting variance and selection logic. 3. FICO consultant confirms period-end processes executed correctly.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team verifies internal order master data and controlling settings. 2. FICO team ensures settlement and period-end processes are completed. 3. FICO team aligns users to S4HANA compliant internal order reports. 4. FICO team validates totals directly against Universal Journal data.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Reposting costs to internal orders unnecessarily. 2. Assuming data migration failed without validation. 3. Comparing ECC and S4 internal order reports one-to-one. 4. Manually adjusting balances to force alignment.
Follow-up 1. Are internal order postings missing after migration?
Answer: in most cases, no. The postings exist in ACDOCA, but reporting logic determines visibility.
Follow-up 2. Does settlement affect internal order totals?
Answer: yes. Unsettled or partially settled orders may appear incomplete depending on report design.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these issues surface late in UAT?
Answer: because internal orders are often reviewed during period-end activities, which are rarely fully tested before go live.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always reconcile internal order totals directly against ACDOCA before assuming data loss. Reporting gaps are far more common than posting errors.
Scenario 20. Profit center accounting behaves differently.
After migration to S4HANA, finance notices that profit center reports no longer match ECC results. Revenues and costs appear under different profit centers, and historical comparisons no longer align. Business users claim that profit center logic was never changed.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is a classic migration-exclusive semantic shift that affects management reporting. 1. What the business sees: profit center values differ from ECC reports. 2. Why it's confusing: postings are balanced but allocation appears changed. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC: profit center accounting was partially derived and reconciled through separate tables. 4. Migration exclusive change in S4HANA. Profit center is a first-class field in the Universal Journal. 5. Key insight: S4HANA enforces real-time derivation instead of post-processing reconciliation.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This behavior change is resolved by finance understanding and aligning to the new accounting model. 1. FICO consultant reviews profit center derivation logic. 2. FICO consultant validates document splitting and substitution rules. 3. FICO consultant aligns reporting expectations with S/4HANA logic.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews profit center derivation rules used during posting. 2. FICO team validates document splitting configuration impacting profit centers. 3. FICO team aligns legacy ECC reports with S/4HANA management accounting views. 4. FICO team educates business users on real-time profit center posting behavior.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting profit center assignments post-posting. 2. Creating custom derivation logic to mimic ECC behavior. 3. Ignoring document splitting impacts. 4. Running parallel ECC reports to override S/4HANA results.
Follow-up 1. Did SAP change Profit Center accounting in S/4HANA?
Answer: yes. Profit Center is now stored directly in ACDOCA and derived at posting time, not reconciled later.
Follow-up 2. Can ECC-style Profit Center results be recreated?
Answer: in most cases, no. S/4HANA enforces cleaner, real-time accounting that may differ from legacy logic.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this impact management trust?
Answer: because management relies heavily on profit center trends, and even small shifts can undermine confidence if not explained early.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always socialize profit center behavior changes with management before go live. Silence here turns into resistance later.
Scenario 21. CO line items are incomplete or duplicated.
After migration to S/4HANA, controlling users run familiar CO reports for cost centers, internal orders, or profitability analysis. They notice that some line items are missing, while others appear duplicated. Totals may still look reasonable, but drill down reveals inconsistencies that were never seen in ECC.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue creates immediate distrust in management reporting, even when finance believes postings are correct. 1. What the business sees: CO reports show missing or duplicated line items depending on the report used. 2. Why it's confusing: financial totals may still reconcile at a high level, hiding the issue initially. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC. ECC stored FI and CO line items in separate tables with different aggregation logic. 4. Migration exclusive change. In S/4HANA, FI and CO line items are unified in ACDOCA, changing how CO data is derived. 5. Key insight: the issue is usually caused by reporting logic or selection criteria that still assume ECC-style CO tables.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the inconsistency, but the fix requires more than configuration alone. 1. FICO consultant confirms which CO line items are business relevant and how they should appear. 2. ABAP or reporting team adjusts report logic to align with ACDOCA-based data structures. 3. Data team verifies migration completeness and checks for duplicated derivations. 4. Project leadership prevents parallel use of ECC and S/4 reports that confuse users.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines which CO line items must be reported and which legacy views are no longer valid. 2. ABAP or reporting team rewrites or replaces ECC-based CO reports with S/4HANA-compatible logic. 3. Data team validates that line items are not duplicated due to overlapping derivations or mappings. 4. Leadership mandates a single source of truth for CO reporting post-migration.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting CO totals to force reconciliation. 2. Reposting documents to compensate for reporting errors. 3. Running multiple reports and averaging results. 4. Allowing users to continue using deprecated ECC/CO transactions.
Follow-up 1. How can totals be correct but line items be wrong?
Answer: because aggregation logic may still work at a summary level, while detailed selection logic pulls duplicate or incomplete records from ACDOCA-based views.
Follow-up 2. Is this a data migration defect?
Answer: not usually. In most cases, the data exists correctly in ACDOCA, but the reporting logic has not been adapted to the new unified data model.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this often affect CO more than FI?
Answer: because CO reporting relies heavily on derivations, allocations, and secondary postings, which are more sensitive to semantic changes introduced by the Universal Journal.
Exclusive pro tip.
If CO line items look wrong, do not touch postings first. Validate reporting logic before questioning data. In S/4HANA, most CO issues are report problems, not posting problems.
Scenario 22. Costing-based versus account-based COP, a misalignment. Margin analysis gaps.
After migration to S/4HANA, profitability reports no longer match what business users saw in ECC. Contribution margin, revenue, and cost breakdowns differ by market, customer, or product. Management claims margins are wrong, even though finance insists all postings are balanced and correct.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue creates immediate executive-level distrust because margin reporting is a board-level KPI. 1. What the business sees, margin reports no longer match historical ECC COP results. 2. Why it's confusing, FI totals reconcile but profitability by segment does not. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC. ECC primarily used costing-based COP with value fields derived outside FI. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA pushes account-based COPA margin analysis, deriving profitability directly from GL postings in ACDOCA. 5. Key insight. Costing-based logic does not automatically translate to account-based COP semantics.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance design decision problem, not a technical defect. 1. FICO consultant defines which profitability model is valid post-migration. 2. Controlling team aligns margin definitions with account-based structures. 3. Reporting team adjusts expectations and documentation for new margin logic.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team confirms whether costing-based COP is retired or run in parallel for transition. 2. Controlling team maps value field logic to GL accounts used in margin analysis. 3. Reporting definitions are rewritten to explain why margins differ from ECC. 4. Leadership signs off on the new profitability truth instead of forcing ECC comparisons.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Trying to force S/4HANA to replicate ECC costing-based margins exactly. 2. Manually adjusting profitability numbers to match historical reports. 3. Letting business compare ECC and S4 reports line by line without context. 4. Assuming this is a data migration error.
Follow-up 1. Can we keep costing-based COP in S/4HANA?
Answer: yes. Technically, it is still supported, but SAP's strategic direction is account-based COPA. Running both increases complexity and confusion if not clearly governed.
Follow-up 2. Why do executives feel margins are wrong even when FI is correct?
Answer: because margin analysis changes the derivation logic. Executives compare outcomes, not accounting logic, and expect historical continuity unless explicitly told otherwise.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When is it a mistake to enable account-based COP during migration?
Answer: when the organization is not ready to redefine margin ownership and reporting governance. Enabling it without business alignment guarantees post-go-live disputes.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never promise that S/4HANA margin reports will look like ECC. Promise transparency and explainability instead. That is what auditors and executives actually care about.
Category 4 wrap-up. Why controlling breaks hurt the most.
Controlling failures are especially dangerous because they don't always break postings. They break trust. When FI and CO numbers no longer align the way the business expects, confidence in S/4HANA erodes quickly, even if the system is technically correct. Next, we move into one of the most underestimated risk zones in finance migration: asset accounting.
Please check description or comments section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, Most asked support project-related interview questions and answers. Required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 5, Asset Accounting FIAA Disasters.
Asset accounting in S/4HANA is not a technical upgrade of ECC FIAA. It is a redesigned accounting model with tighter integration to the Universal Journal. Most failures appear only after depreciation runs or during close, when it's already too late.
Scenarios covered in Category 5.
1. Asset values change after migration ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 2. Depreciation runs but results differ, ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 3. Asset history looks correct but totals are off, ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 4. Parallel valuation confuses, reporting, ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 5. Asset postings fail unexpectedly, ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
Scenario 23. Asset values change after migration.
After migration to S/4HANA, Finance runs asset balance reports and immediately notices that asset values differ from ECC. The number of assets is the same, asset masters look intact, and depreciation areas exist, yet book values do not match historical ECC reports. The reaction is immediate panic. Our assets are wrong.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue strikes at financial credibility because assets represent long-term balance sheet truth. 1. What the business sees, asset book values in S/4HANA differ from ECC closing balances. 2. Why it's confusing, asset masters and depreciation areas appear unchanged. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC. ECC FIA stored asset values in separate tables and reconciled later with FI. 4. Migration exclusive change. In S/4HANA, asset accounting is fully integrated into the Universal Journal, ACDOCA. 5. Key insight, asset values are now derived through real-time postings, not reconstructed from historical summaries.
Ownership, fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance design and validation issue, not a technical defect. 1. FICO consultant validates asset valuation logic and depreciation area configuration. 2. Asset accounting lead confirms how book values are expected to behave post-migration. 3. Finance stakeholders align on which comparisons with ECC remain meaningful.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews depreciation area mapping and ledger assignment in S/4HANA. 2. Asset accounting configuration is validated against SAP S for simplification requirements. 3. Finance confirms whether ECC asset balances were reconstructed or posted historically. 4. Leadership approves the S/4HANA asset values as the new financial baseline.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting asset values to force ECC alignment. 2. Restarting depreciation runs repeatedly without analysis. 3. Assuming data migration corruption without understanding valuation logic. 4. Allowing parallel asset reporting without clear governance.
Follow-up 1. Why do asset values look correct individually but wrong in totals?
Answer: because individual asset masters may be correct, but depreciation areas and ledger integration change how totals are calculated in the Universal Journal.
Follow-up 2. Is this usually a data migration issue?
Answer: no. In most cases, the data is migrated correctly. The perceived issue comes from new real-time valuation logic rather than summarized ECC balances.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When is it dangerous to force ECC asset values into S/4HANA?
Answer: when it overrides S/4HANA valuation logic. Doing so creates long-term reconciliation problems that surface during audits or future upgrades.
Exclusive pro tip.
In S/4HANA, asset values are no longer historical artifacts. They are live accounting results. Trust the logic first, then validate configuration.
Scenario 24. Depreciation runs but results differ after migration.
After go live on S/4HANA, the depreciation run completes successfully without errors. However, Finance compares depreciation amounts with ECC and notices differences by asset class, company code, or depreciation area. Nothing failed technically, yet the numbers are no longer what the business expects.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is one of the most stressful asset issues because the system says everything is correct. 1. What the business sees, depreciation posts successfully, but amounts differ from ECC. 2. Why it's confusing, no errors, no dumps, and asset masters look unchanged. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC, ECC depreciation logic was partially decoupled from the general ledger. 4. Migration exclusive change in S/4HANA. Depreciation posts in real time to the Universal Journal. 5. Key insight. Small configuration differences now directly impact financial postings instead of being adjusted later.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a configuration and interpretation issue within finance. 1. FICO consultant reviews depreciation keys, useful life, and posting rules. 2. Asset accounting lead confirms business expectations for depreciation behavior. 3. Finance stakeholders approve differences that are explainable and compliant.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team compares depreciation logic, not amounts, between ECC and S/4HANA. 2. Depreciation areas and ledger assignments are validated against S/4HANA best practices. 3. Finance documents why differences exist instead of forcing ECC parity. 4. Leadership signs off on depreciation results as part of migration acceptance.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting depreciation postings to match ECC. 2. Changing useful life retroactively without business approval. 3. Rerunning depreciation repeatedly hoping results will change. 4. Assuming the depreciation program is broken.
Follow-up 1. Why does S/4HANA depreciation feel more sensitive than ECC?
Answer: because depreciation now posts directly into ACDOCA in real time. There is no buffer or reconciliation layer to absorb configuration differences.
Follow-up 2. Can we force S/4HANA to calculate depreciation exactly like ECC?
Answer: not reliably. S/4HANA uses a different integration model. Attempting to force identical results usually creates long-term inconsistencies.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When do depreciation differences become an audit risk?
Answer: when finance cannot explain why values changed. Auditors accept differences that are documented, not numbers that are silently adjusted.
Exclusive pro tip.
In S/4HANA migrations, depreciation differences are expected. What matters is explainability, not replication of ECC results.
Scenario 25. Asset history looks correct but totals are off.
After migration to S/4HANA, finance users drill into individual asset histories and find them seemingly correct. Acquisition values, depreciation postings, and retirements all appear intact. However, when they run total asset balance reports or compare with general ledger figures, the totals do not match what ECC showed.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario is dangerous because it creates false confidence during validation. 1. What the business sees, individual asset histories look correct, but aggregated totals differ. 2. Why it's confusing, line-by-line inspection suggests migration was successful. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC, ECC reconciled asset totals through periodic batch reconciliation between FIA and GL. 4. Migration exclusive change. In S/4HANA, asset values are derived directly from Universal Journal postings. 5. Key insight: totals differ because aggregation logic has changed, not because asset data is missing.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the issue, but resolution requires cross-team validation. 1. FICO consultant confirms expected asset totals and reconciliation rules. 2. ABAP or reporting team reviews report aggregation logic used for totals. 3. Data team verifies that migration did not duplicate or omit valuation records. 4. Project leadership enforces a single reconciliation approach across teams.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines which totals must reconcile between FIA and GL in S/4HANA. 2. Reporting team adapts total reports to align with ACDOCA-based aggregation. 3. Data team validates that no duplicate valuation layers exist post-migration. 4. Leadership blocks parallel use of ECC-era reconciliation reports.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming correct history guarantees correct totals. 2. Manually adjusting totals to force reconciliation. 3. Running multiple reports and choosing the most convenient number. 4. Treating this as a pure data migration defect.
Follow-up 1. How can totals be wrong if asset history is correct?
Answer: because totals are calculated using different aggregation logic in S/4HANA. Correct line items do not guarantee correct summaries if reporting logic is outdated.
Follow-up 2. Is this a reconciliation issue or a posting issue?
Answer: in most cases, it is a reconciliation and reporting issue. The postings are correct, but the way totals are derived has changed.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do auditors often catch this before finance?
Answer: because auditors validate totals across ledgers and reports. Finance teams often focus on transactional correctness and miss aggregation-level inconsistencies.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never validate asset migration using line items alone. Always validate totals using S/4HANA native reports, not ECC-era logic.
Scenario 26. Parallel valuation confuses financial reporting.
After migration to S/4HANA, finance teams run asset reports by different valuation views, local GAAP, group GAAP, IFRS, and notice that values differ depending on the report or ledger selected. Business users are unsure which numbers are correct and start questioning whether parallel valuation is working properly.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue creates confusion because nothing appears technically broken, yet reporting consistency is lost. 1. What the business sees: asset values differ across reports depending on valuation view. 2. Why it's confusing: all valuations look valid but they don't align with each other. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC: ECC often handled parallel valuation through separate depreciation areas with looser integration. 4. Migration exclusive change. In S/4HANA, parallel valuation is tightly integrated with ledgers and the Universal Journal. 5. Key insight: reporting confusion comes from misunderstanding ledger-specific valuation, not from incorrect asset postings.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance interpretation and configuration alignment issue. 1. FICO consultant defines which ledger and valuation view is authoritative for each report. 2. Asset accounting lead aligns depreciation areas with ledger strategy. 3. Finance stakeholders agree on how parallel valuation should be interpreted post-migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team maps each depreciation area to the correct ledger and accounting principle. 2. Reports are reviewed to ensure users are not mixing valuation views unintentionally. 3. Finance documents which reports are valid for statutory versus management reporting. 4. Leadership enforces consistent usage of valuation views across the organization.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Trying to force all valuation views to show identical values. 2. Manually adjusting asset values to align reports. 3. Letting users choose reports without understanding ledger context. 4. Treating parallel valuation as a technical error.
Follow-up 1. Why does S/4HANA make parallel valuation more visible?
Answer: because valuation differences now post in real time to separate ledgers. There is no longer a delayed reconciliation layer hiding these differences.
Follow-up 2. Can we simplify parallel valuation during migration?
Answer: yes, but only if business and statutory requirements allow it. Simplification must be a finance decision, not a technical shortcut.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When does parallel valuation become a compliance risk?
Answer: when users mix reports from different valuation views without realizing it. This leads to incorrect disclosures and audit findings.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always label asset reports by valuation view and ledger. If users can't tell which valuation they are looking at, the design has already failed.
Scenario 27. Asset postings fail unexpectedly after migration.
After go live on S/4HANA, finance users attempt routine asset transactions such as acquisitions, retirements, or transfers. Transactions that worked reliably in ECC now fail with error messages related to account determination, ledger assignment, or posting rules. The failures appear random and inconsistent.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is disruptive because it blocks day-to-day asset operations. 1. What the business sees, standard asset postings fail without clear explanation. 2. Why it's confusing, asset masters and GL accounts appear correct. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC. ECC allowed more flexible posting logic with looser real-time validation. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA enforces stricter, real-time integration between FIA, ledgers, and ACDOCA. 5. Key insight: posting failures are caused by missing or misaligned configuration required by the new accounting integration.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the blockage, but resolution requires coordination beyond configuration alone. 1. FICO consultant reviews asset account determination and posting rules. 2. ABAP or technical team assists in analyzing error messages and validation logic. 3. Data team confirms asset master and related configuration completeness. 4. Project leadership prioritizes fix due to business impact on operations.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates asset posting scenarios against S/4HANA required configuration. 2. Account determination and ledger assignments are corrected to meet real-time posting rules. 3. Technical team assists in interpreting error logs and validation checks. 4. Leadership ensures fixes are tested across all asset transaction types, not just one.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Granting broad authorizations to bypass posting errors. 2. Manually posting entries directly to the general ledger. 3. Changing configuration without understanding integration impact. 4. Delaying fixes and allowing asset postings to accumulate offline.
Follow-up 1. Why do asset postings fail only in certain scenarios?
Answer: because S/4HANA validates postings in real time across multiple dimensions such as ledger, depreciation area, and account determination. Gaps surface only when a specific combination is triggered.
Follow-up 2. Is this a configuration error or a migration error?
Answer: it is usually a configuration alignment issue exposed by migration. The data exists, but the new validation rules are stricter.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these issues often appear after go live?
Answer: because not all asset transaction types are exercised during testing. Real operational usage exposes gaps that test scripts miss.
Exclusive pro tip.
Test every asset transaction type before go live. Asset postings fail in production not because S/4HANA is unstable, but because real usage is broader than test coverage.
Category 5 wrap-up. Why asset issues escalate fast.
Asset accounting failures escalate faster than most finance issues because they directly impact balance sheet credibility. Even small valuation or posting differences quickly become audit and compliance concerns. In S/4HANA, asset logic is no longer forgiving, and mistakes surface immediately. Next, we move into one of the most misunderstood migration risk areas: tax and withholding.
Category 6. Tax and withholding failures.
Tax issues during S/4HANA migration are especially dangerous because they often appear subtle. Postings go through, documents look correct, but calculations, reports, or compliance outputs no longer match ECC. These problems are rarely technical bugs. They are semantic and regulatory shifts exposed by migration.
Scenarios covered in Category 6.
1. Tax calculations change without config changes, ownership fixed by the FICO team. 2. Withholding tax reports don't match ECC ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 3. Country-specific tax logic breaks ownership fixed by the FICO team. 4. FI tax tables behave differently, ownership fixed by the FICO team. 5. Tax posting logic appears inconsistent, ownership fixed by the FICO team.
Scenario 28. Tax calculations change without configuration changes.
After migration to S/4HANA, finance users post standard AP and AR invoices and immediately notice that tax amounts differ from ECC. The tax codes are the same, the configuration appears unchanged, and no customizing transports were moved post-go-live. Yet the calculated tax values do not match historical ECC behavior.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario causes panic because it looks like a silent compliance failure. 1. What the business sees, tax amounts differ even though tax codes and rates are unchanged. 2. Why it's confusing, configuration tables look identical between ECC and S/4HANA. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC tax calculation relied on older routines and delayed reconciliation. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA introduces revised tax calculation logic tightly integrated with the Universal Journal. 5. Key insight. The same configuration can produce different results because the calculation engine itself has changed.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved within finance by understanding the new tax calculation behavior. 1. FICO consultant reviews tax procedure behavior in S/4HANA versus ECC. 2. Tax specialist confirms whether new calculation logic complies with local regulations. 3. Finance lead aligns business expectations with S/4HANA calculation outcomes.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates tax calculation at condition level rather than comparing totals only. 2. Tax team confirms whether S/4HANA behavior reflects updated regulatory logic. 3. Configuration is adjusted only if business rules truly require a different outcome. 4. Leadership approves tax behavior changes as part of migration sign-off.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reverting to ECC tax rates without analysis. 2. Manually adjusting tax amounts to match ECC. 3. Assuming this is a technical or data migration defect. 4. Ignoring differences because postings technically succeed.
Follow-up 1. How can tax change if configuration did not?
Answer: because S/4HANA uses a different tax calculation engine. Even identical configuration can yield different results due to revised condition evaluation logic.
Follow-up 2. Is this a compliance risk?
Answer: only if differences are unexplained. Tax authorities care about correctness, not consistency with ECC. Documentation is critical.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When should finance escalate this immediately?
Answer: when differences impact statutory reporting or regulatory filings. Silent acceptance without validation is the real risk.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always validate tax at the condition level after migration. Comparing only invoice totals hides the real behavioral change.
Scenario 29. Withholding tax reports don't match ECC.
After migration to S/4HANA, finance runs withholding tax reports for statutory filing and internal reconciliation. Although vendor invoices and payments appear correct at document level, the aggregated withholding tax reports no longer match ECC totals. Finance is unsure whether the issue is reporting, calculation, or data-related.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is dangerous because it impacts statutory reporting without breaking transactions. 1. What the business sees, withholding tax reports differ from ECC for the same period. 2. Why it's confusing, individual invoices look correct but summaries do not reconcile. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC, ECC used separate reporting tables and batch-based reconciliation for withholding tax. 4. Migration exclusive change. In S/4HANA, withholding tax reporting is derived directly from Universal Journal postings. 5. Key insight: reporting logic has changed even though posting logic appears unchanged.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the mismatch, but resolution requires coordination across roles. 1. FICO consultant confirms which withholding amounts are business relevant for reporting. 2. ABAP or reporting team reviews report logic used to aggregate withholding data. 3. Data team verifies that withholding-related postings migrated completely. 4. Project leadership ensures one reporting definition is accepted post-migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines the correct source of withholding data in S/4HANA. 2. Reporting team adapts reports to read from ACDOCA-based structures. 3. Data team validates completeness rather than reloading historical data. 4. Leadership mandates retirement of ECC-era withholding reports.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting withholding totals to force ECC alignment. 2. Exporting ECC reports and using them as a reference forever. 3. Assuming posting errors when transactions are correct. 4. Ignoring differences because payments appear correct.
Follow-up 1. Why do withholding reports break more often than postings?
Answer: because reporting logic changes faster than posting logic in S/4HANA. Reports are rebuilt on top of ACDOCA, while postings remain familiar.
Follow-up 2. Is this a tax configuration problem?
Answer: usually no. Configuration is often correct. The mismatch comes from how data is selected and aggregated for reporting.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When does this become a legal risk?
Answer: when statutory filings rely on incorrect reports. Even small discrepancies can trigger penalties if not explained.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always validate withholding tax using both document-level checks and statutory report totals. One without the other is incomplete.
Scenario 30. Country-specific tax logic breaks after migration.
After migrating to S/4HANA, local finance teams in specific countries report tax calculation or reporting issues that were never seen in ECC. Global testing passed, but country-specific scenarios such as reverse charge, split tax, or local withholding behave differently or fail validations.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue often surfaces late because global test cases rarely cover local tax edge cases. 1. What the business sees, tax postings or reports fail only in certain countries. 2. Why it's confusing, global configuration appears correct and worked in ECC. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC, ECC allowed local deviations to operate with limited real-time validation. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA enforces stricter, standardized tax logic across the Universal Journal. 5. Key insight: country-specific tax logic is now validated more aggressively during posting and reporting.
Ownership, fixed by the FICO team.
This is a localization and compliance interpretation issue within finance. 1. FICO consultant reviews country-specific tax procedures and condition logic. 2. Local tax expert confirms statutory requirements and expected behavior. 3. Finance lead aligns global template with local compliance needs.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates tax behavior using country-specific scenarios, not global templates. 2. Local tax requirements are reviewed against SAP S/4HANA standard logic. 3. Configuration is adjusted only where compliance truly requires deviation. 4. Leadership approves localized differences as part of governance.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming global tax configuration works for all countries. 2. Copying ECC local logic without understanding S/4 validation. 3. Disabling checks to force postings through. 4. Treating localization issues as minor post-go-live defects.
Follow-up 1. Why do country-specific issues appear only after go-live?
Answer: because local edge cases are often excluded from migration testing. Real business usage exposes compliance scenarios that templates miss.
Follow-up 2. Can SAP notes fix these issues?
Answer: sometimes, but most fixes require configuration or business decisions. Notes alone rarely solve localization logic mismatches.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When should finance stop transactions immediately?
Answer: when local compliance is at risk. Incorrect tax handling can lead to penalties even if postings technically succeed.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always test tax using real country-specific scenarios. Global success means nothing if local compliance fails.
Scenario 31. FI tax tables behave differently after migration.
After migration to S/4HANA, finance teams notice that tax-related tables such as BSET, BSEG tax fields, or tax reporting extracts behave differently. Reports built on ECC tax tables show missing values, duplicated entries, or inconsistent totals even though postings appear successful.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is often mistaken for a data loss problem, but it is a structural change introduced by S/4HANA. 1. What the business sees: tax reports no longer match ECC-based extracts. 2. Why it's confusing: tax amounts are visible on documents but tables don't align. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC: ECC relied heavily on multiple redundant tax tables. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA derives tax information primarily from ACDOCA. 5. Key insight: legacy tax tables are no longer the single source of truth.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the mismatch, but technical remediation is required. 1. FICO consultant defines which tax values are business critical. 2. ABAP or reporting team adjusts reports to read S/4HANA compliant sources. 3. Data team validates historical tax consistency, not table-level equality. 4. Leadership approves retirement of ECC-style tax extracts.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team confirms which tax numbers must reconcile from a business perspective. 2. ABAP or analytics team rewrites reports to use ACDOCA-based logic. 3. Data team validates results using business totals instead of table comparisons. 4. Leadership enforces decommissioning of obsolete ECC tax reports.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing ECC tax tables to be populated for reporting. 2. Manually adjusting tax values to match legacy reports. 3. Assuming missing table values mean missing data. 4. Letting parallel tax reports coexist indefinitely.
Follow-up 1. Is this a data migration defect?
Answer: no. The data exists, but the data model has changed. S/4HANA derives tax data differently, which breaks table-based assumptions.
Follow-up 2. Should all tax reports be rebuilt?
Answer: yes, if they rely on ECC tables. Reports must align with S/4HANA's universal journal design.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do auditors often flag this?
Answer: because auditors compare reports across systems. If reporting logic changes without explanation, trust breaks, even if numbers are correct.
Exclusive pro tip.
In S/4HANA, stop asking which table holds tax data. Start asking which business meaning you need to report.
Scenario 32. Tax posting logic appears inconsistent after migration.
After moving to S/4HANA, finance users notice that tax postings behave inconsistently across different transaction types. The same tax code produces expected results in one posting, but unexpected tax lines or rounding differences in another. Business users start questioning whether tax configuration is broken.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
From the business perspective, tax logic feels unstable. In reality, this is a migration-specific enforcement change. 1. What the business sees: similar postings create different tax line items. 2. Why it's confusing: configuration was not changed during migration. 3. Why it didn't happen in ECC: ECC tolerated implicit tax derivation paths. 4. Migration exclusive change. S/4HANA enforces stricter tax determination and rounding logic. 5. Key insight: the system is applying consistent logic, but ECC behavior was lenient.
Ownership, fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved within finance by understanding new S/4HANA tax determination behavior. 1. FICO consultant reviews tax determination, account assignment, and rounding rules. 2. FICO consultant aligns business expectations with S/4HANA posting logic. 3. FICO consultant adjusts configuration only where business policy requires it.
How this is actually fixed. the right way by a role.
1. FICO team analyzes posting differences across transaction types. 2. FICO team validates tax determination sequence and rounding behavior. 3. FICO team confirms whether differences are acceptable under new S4 rules. 4. FICO team updates configuration only after business sign-off.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Trying to force ECC-style tax behavior. 2. Making random configuration changes to match old results. 3. Assuming inconsistencies indicate data corruption. 4. Escalating to basis or ABAP unnecessarily.
Follow-up 1. Is this a defect or expected behavior?
Answer: in most cases, this is expected behavior. S/4HANA applies stricter and more transparent tax logic than ECC.
Follow-up 2. Can this break statutory reporting?
Answer: only if expectations are not realigned. The logic is compliant, but reporting definitions must be updated.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this surface late?
Answer: because tax edge cases only appear when diverse transaction types hit production volumes.
Exclusive pro tip.
If tax results differ but remain consistent within S/4HANA, align the business, not the system.
Category 6 wrap-up. Why tax issues are migration traps.
Tax issues after S/4HANA migration rarely indicate broken configuration. They expose where ECC tolerated ambiguity and S/4HANA enforces precision. Teams that treat these as defects instead of semantic shifts waste weeks chasing the wrong fixes.
Transition from tax logic to financial hygiene.
Once tax logic is stabilized, the next wave of failures hits where finance feels most confident: open items, clearing, and reconciliation. These issues shake trust because balances exist, but cannot be finalized.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP MM consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP extended warehouse management EWM consultant jobs, SAP plant maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 7. Open items, clearing and reconciliation failures.
In S/4HANA migrations, reconciliation failures are rarely about missing data. They are about timing, logic, and enforcement changes that only appear when finance tries to close books under real pressure.
Scenarios covered in Category 7.
1. Open items exist but cannot be cleared: ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 2. Clearing differences appear without reason: ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 3. Subledger and GL balances don't match: ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 4. GR or IR reconciliation breaks: ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 5. Period close takes longer: ownership, fixed by the FICO team.
Scenario 33. Open items exist but cannot be cleared.
After migration to S/4HANA, finance users see open customer or vendor items exactly as expected. Amounts, dates, and document numbers all look correct. However, When they attempt to clear these items using standard transactions, the system refuses to clear them or throws unexpected clearing errors.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is confusing because open items visibly exist, yet behave as if they are incomplete or inconsistent. 1. Migration effect. Open items are technically present but were migrated with different line item characteristics than ECC. 2. Semantic change. S/4HANA validates clearing using additional attributes such as document splitting, ledger assignment, and BP roles. 3. Hidden dependency. Clearing logic now depends on universal journal consistency, not just subledger balance. 4. Key insight. This is not missing data. It is data that no longer meets clearing rules enforced by S/4HANA.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
This issue cannot be resolved by finance configuration alone. FICO leads the analysis, but resolution requires coordinated action. 1. FICO consultant identifies which clearing rule or posting characteristic blocks the clearing process. 2. Data migration team validates migrated open item completeness across ACDOCA dimensions. 3. ABAP team assists in analyzing clearing logic or reports used for reconciliation validation. 4. Project leadership ensures clearing fixes are tested with real open item volumes, not samples.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team analyzes which clearing attribute fails and confirms whether the rule is new or stricter in S/4HANA. 2. Data team validates migrated documents for missing ledger, profit center, or document splitting attributes. 3. ABAP team supports analysis of clearing logs or reconciliation reports without altering financial data. 4. Leadership ensures no mass reposting or manual clearing workarounds are approved.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually clearing documents using temporary override transactions. 2. Reposting historical documents to force clearing. 3. Disabling document splitting or ledger checks to bypass errors. 4. Assuming this is a user training issue.
Follow-up 1. Why did these open items clear fine in ECC?
Answer: ECC clearing logic relied primarily on subledger balances and basic matching rules. S/4HANA introduces universal journal consistency checks that ECC never enforced, exposing historical inconsistencies.
Follow-up 2. Is this always a data migration defect?
Answer: not always. In many cases, the data is migrated correctly but no longer meets stricter clearing semantics. Treating it purely as a migration defect often leads to unnecessary reloads.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these issues explode during month-end?
Answer: month-end introduces volume, parallel clearing attempts, and tighter reconciliation timelines. Issues that remain hidden during daily operations surface immediately under closing pressure.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always validate open item clearing in S/4HANA using a full-period close simulation. Spot checking a few documents will never expose clearing rule failures.
Scenario 34. Clearing differences appear without any obvious reason.
After migration, finance teams begin clearing customers or vendors and notice small residual differences. These differences did not exist in ECC and cannot be explained by exchange rates, tax, or rounding logic. Users insist the documents are identical, nothing changed.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario creates immediate distrust because balances look right, yet clearing produces unexplained differences. 1. Semantic change. S/4HANA applies stricter currency and valuation logic at line item level via ACDOCA. 2. Migration effect. Historical postings may lack consistent currency types or valuation views now enforced. 3. Hidden behavior. Rounding and currency translation logic occurs earlier in the posting lifecycle than in ECC. 4. Key insight. The difference is mathematically valid under S4 rules, even if ECC never exposed it.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved primarily within finance by understanding S/4HANA valuation and clearing logic. 1. FICO consultant analyzes currency types, valuation views, and clearing tolerances. 2. Finance team aligns business expectations with S/4HANA clearing behavior. 3. Project leadership approves revised tolerance and reconciliation rules where needed.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews clearing tolerances and valuation configuration instead of forcing manual adjustments. 2. Finance validates which currency view is authoritative for reconciliation going forward. 3. Leadership ensures reconciliation rules are formally updated, not handled informally by users.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Posting manual difference adjustments for every clearing. 2. Changing exchange rates retroactively to force matches. 3. Treating the issue as a data migration defect without analysis. 4. Allowing users to bypass clearing differences inconsistently.
Follow-up 1. Why didn't ECC show these clearing differences?
Answer: ECC often aggregated rounding and valuation differences at higher levels. S/4HANA exposes these differences earlier and more transparently at line item level.
Follow-up 2. Are these differences always wrong?
Answer: no. In many cases, the differences are correct under S/4 valuation rules. The challenge is aligning business expectations with new financial semantics.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do auditors often accept S4 numbers over ECC?
Answer: because S/4HANA provides more granular, transparent valuation logic. Auditors typically prefer consistency and traceability over historical convenience.
Exclusive pro tip.
Reconcile using a single agreed currency view in S/4HANA. Multiple views without clear ownership guarantee endless clearing disputes.
Scenario 35. Subledger and GL balances don't match.
After migration, finance teams reconcile accounts receivable or accounts payable against the general ledger and discover mismatches. Line items exist in both subledger and GL, but totals do not align. In ECC, these reconciliations matched automatically, so users assume something is fundamentally broken.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario is alarming because reconciliation failures directly undermine trust in financial correctness. 1. Semantic change. In S/4HANA, subledger and GL postings are stored in a single table ACDOCA with multiple dimensions. 2. Migration effect. Historical postings may not contain consistent ledger, profit center, or document splitting information. 3. Behavior shift. Reconciliation is no longer table-based but dimension consistency-based. 4. Key insight. The mismatch is not missing postings. It is inconsistent dimensional alignment enforced by S/4HANA.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance leads the diagnosis, but resolution requires coordinated technical and data validation support. 1. FICO consultant identifies which reconciliation dimension is causing the imbalance. 2. Data migration team validates historical postings for missing or inconsistent attributes. 3. ABAP team supports reconciliation analysis using S/4HANA compliant reporting logic. 4. Project leadership prevents manual adjustments that mask the real issue.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines which dimensions are mandatory for reconciliation going forward. 2. Data team corrects or enriches migrated data where dimension gaps exist. 3. ABAP team validates reconciliation reports use ACDOCA logic instead of ECC-style joins. 4. Leadership enforces reconciliation sign-off before allowing period close.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Posting manual journal entries to force balances to match. 2. Suppressing reconciliation differences in reports. 3. Reloading data without identifying the missing dimension. 4. Assuming this is purely a reporting issue.
Follow-up 1. Why did ECC always reconcile automatically?
Answer: ECC stored subledger and GL data in separate tables with implicit relationships. S/4HANA exposes inconsistencies that ECC silently tolerated.
Follow-up 2. Is this a one-time migration issue?
Answer: not necessarily. If posting logic or master data remains inconsistent, reconciliation issues will continue even after go live.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these mismatches increase over time?
Answer: as new postings accumulate with stricter S/4HANA checks, legacy inconsistencies become more visible relative to new clean data.
Exclusive pro tip.
Reconciliation in S/4HANA is about dimensional consistency, not balance matching. Teach finance teams to reconcile attributes, not just totals.
Scenario 36. GR or IR reconciliation breaks after migration.
After go live, logistics and finance teams attempt to reconcile the GR or IR clearing account. Open balances exist that cannot be cleared, even though goods receipts and invoice receipts appear complete. In ECC, this account was clean and predictable. In S/4HANA, the balance keeps growing and cannot be explained.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
GR or IR issues after migration are rarely caused by missing documents. They are caused by enforcement changes in posting logic. 1. Semantic change. GR or IR postings are now tightly integrated with logistics and universal journal dimensions. 2. Migration artifact. Historical GR or IR items may lack required reference or valuation attributes. 3. Behavior change. S/4HANA enforces stricter matching between goods movements and invoice postings. 4. Key insight. ECC tolerated partial or timing-based inconsistencies that S/4HANA now exposes.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is primarily resolved within finance, with coordination from logistics for validation. 1. FICO consultant analyzes GR or IR aging and identifies mismatch patterns. 2. Logistics team confirms goods receipt and invoice receipt posting behavior. 3. Data team supports analysis of migrated open GR or IR items. 4. Project leadership prevents forced clearings that hide root causes.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates GR or IR clearing logic using S/4HANA reconciliation reports instead of ECC-era transactions. 2. Logistics team ensures posting sequences and tolerances align with S/4HANA expectations. 3. Data team reviews legacy open GR or IR balances for structural issues rather than reposting. 4. Leadership enforces cleanup rules instead of manual journal clearing.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually clearing GR or IR balances using adjustment postings. 2. Ignoring aged GR or IR items as legacy noise. 3. Reopening historical purchase orders without analysis. 4. Blaming logistics without validating finance logic.
Follow-up 1. Why does GR or IR look worse in S/4HANA than ECC?
Answer: because S/4HANA exposes timing and reference inconsistencies that ECC allowed to remain hidden in aggregate balances.
Follow-up 2. Can we clean GR or IR before migration to avoid this?
Answer: yes, but only partially. Migration will still surface structural issues if posting logic is inconsistent.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does GR or IR get worse after the first few months?
Answer: because new postings follow strict S/4HANA logic, increasing contrast with legacy open items that do not.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat GR or IR as a process reconciliation, not an account cleanup exercise. If you only balance numbers, the problem will return.
Scenario 37. Period close takes significantly longer after migration.
After moving to S/4HANA, the finance team notices that month-end close activities take much longer than they did in ECC. Tasks that previously finished in hours now stretch into days. Nothing appears technically broken, but closing pressure increases and confidence drops.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This slowdown is not caused by system instability. It is caused by how S/4HANA changes execution and validation behavior. 1. Behavior change. S/4HANA performs more real-time validations during posting and closing. 2. Semantic shift. Reconciliation is now embedded into processes instead of being deferred. 3. Process gap. ECC-era close activities relied on batch timing assumptions that no longer hold. 4. Key insight. The close is slower because correctness is enforced earlier and more often.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is primarily a finance process and configuration adjustment, not a technical defect. 1. FICO consultant reviews closing steps and identifies redundant or obsolete ECC-era activities. 2. Business users adjust expectations around close sequencing and cutoff timing. 3. Basis team confirms system performance is stable under close workload. 4. Leadership realigns close calendar to reflect S/4HANA behavior.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team simplifies close procedures by removing steps that are no longer required in S/4HANA. 2. Business teams sequence close activities based on new real-time validations. 3. Basis team verifies there are no resource bottlenecks during close windows. 4. Leadership enforces a revised close playbook instead of forcing ECC timelines.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Blaming S/4HANA performance without process analysis. 2. Adding manual steps to compensate for timing changes. 3. Running unnecessary batch jobs during close. 4. Escalating to SAP without understanding new validation behavior.
Follow-up 1. Why does S/4HANA validate more during close?
Answer: because S/4HANA is designed to ensure data consistency continuously rather than allowing deferred reconciliation.
Follow-up 2. Can performance tuning alone fix longer close times?
Answer: no. Performance tuning helps only if there is a technical bottleneck. Most delays come from process and validation changes.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do close times improve after a few cycles?
Answer: because finance teams gradually remove redundant steps and adapt to S/4HANA's embedded controls.
Exclusive pro tip.
Measure close duration by activity, not by calendar days. S/4HANA exposes inefficiencies that ECC allowed teams to hide.
Category 7. Wrap-up. When balances exist but closure fails.
By this point, finance teams realize a painful truth. In S/4HANA, having balances is not enough. If clearing logic, reconciliation rules, or timing assumptions are wrong, the system will refuse to close cleanly. These are not bugs, they are enforced discipline.
Transition from financial logic to master data reality.
Once reconciliation stabilizes, the next wave of failures emerges around master data ownership. Business partner is not just a technical change, it fundamentally alters how finance interacts with customers and vendors.
Category 8. Business partner and finance integration failures.
Business partner migration is where many S/4HANA finance projects quietly derail. Data exists, roles appear assigned, and yet FI transactions fail. These scenarios expose where ownership boundaries between finance, data, and security were never clearly defined.
Scenarios covered in Category 8.
1. Customer or vendor data exists, but FI postings fail ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 2. BP roles look correct, but transactions fail ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 3. Reconciliation accounts behave differently, ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 4. Legacy FI logic breaks due to BP model ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 5. FI and BP teams blame each other, ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 38. Customer or vendor data exists but FI postings fail.
After migration, finance users attempt to post invoices, credit memos, or payments. The customer or vendor master data clearly exists in the system and is visible in reports. However, FI transactions fail with errors indicating missing roles, account assignments, or control data. Users are confused because, in ECC, the same master data worked without issue.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is confusing because it looks like a data problem, but the data is physically present. 1. Mandatory simplification. Customer and vendor are now unified under the business partner model. 2. Semantic change. FI postings validate BP roles and financial views, not just table entries. 3. Migration artifact. BP records may exist but lack required FI-specific roles or attributes. 4. Key insight. The system blocks posting because the business partner is incomplete for finance, not because it is missing.
Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the failure point, but multiple teams must collaborate to resolve it correctly. 1. FICO consultant identifies which FI transaction and BP role combination is failing. 2. Data migration team verifies completeness of migrated BP roles and financial views. 3. Security team confirms no authorization gaps are masking BP issues. 4. Project leadership coordinates resolution and prevents shortcut fixes.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team confirms which BP roles and company code views are required for the failing transaction. 2. Data team completes or corrects BP roles rather than recreating or reloading master data. 3. Security team validates that correct authorizations exist to execute the posting. 4. Leadership ensures fixes are validated using production-like roles and data.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Deleting and recreating customers or vendors. 2. Granting SAP_all to bypass errors. 3. Manually adjusting posting logic. 4. Assuming the issue is purely technical.
Follow-up 1. Why does the business partner look correct but still fail?
Answer: because BP data can exist without the specific FI roles or company code views required for posting. Visual presence does not guarantee functional completeness.
Follow-up 2. Why didn't ECC catch this?
Answer: ECC allowed separate customer and vendor tables with weaker enforcement. S/4HANA validates completeness centrally at runtime.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this often affect only certain company codes?
Answer: because BP roles and financial views are company code specific. Migration gaps often appear only where configuration or data mapping differed.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never validate BP migration using display transactions alone. Always test with real FI postings that exercise role and view enforcement.
Scenario 39. Business partner roles look correct, but transactions still fail.
After migration, finance teams verify that business partner roles appear correctly assigned. The BP shows customer and vendor roles, company code data exists, and nothing seems missing. Yet FI transactions such as invoicing or clearing still fail with validation errors. Teams are confused because everything looks right on screen.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This failure happens because visual correctness is not the same as functional readiness. 1. Semantic enforcement. S/4HANA validates BP role usage, not just assignment. 2. Migration artifact. BP roles may exist but are not active or complete for the transaction context. 3. Authorization interaction. Certain BP checks execute only during posting, not during display. 4. Key insight. The BP looks correct, but runtime validation, logic still blocks execution.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance detects the issue, but resolution requires coordination across multiple roles. 1. FICO consultant confirms which BP role and financial view is required by the transaction. 2. Security team validates authorization objects tied to BP processing. 3. Data team ensures BP role activation and completeness in the migration scope. 4. Project leadership prevents assumption-based fixes and enforces validation discipline.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team maps the failing transaction to required BP roles and company code views. 2. Security team confirms that BP-related authorization checks are satisfied during posting. 3. Data team corrects incomplete or inactive BP role assignments instead of recreating data. 4. Leadership ensures fixes are tested end-to-end with real posting scenarios.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming BP display equals BP readiness. 2. Granting broader authorizations as a workaround. 3. Bypassing BP checks through configuration changes. 4. Treating the issue as a user error.
Follow-up 1. Why does the BP check only fail during posting?
Answer: because S/4HANA executes deeper validation logic only when a transaction attempts to create or change financial data.
Follow-up 2. Why didn't testing catch this earlier?
Answer: testing often uses broad roles or limited scenarios. Real posting combinations expose gaps that simple tests do not.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this affect some users but not others?
Answer: because authorization context differs by role, even when BP data is the same.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always validate business partner readiness by executing the full business transaction, not by reviewing BP screens alone.
Scenario 40. Reconciliation accounts behave differently after migration.
After migration, finance teams notice that reconciliation accounts for customers and vendors behave differently. Postings complete successfully, but balances appear unexpected, clearing behaves differently, or reconciliation reports no longer align with ECC results. Users insist that configuration was not changed.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue emerges because S/4HANA fundamentally changes how subledger integration works. 1. Semantic change. Reconciliation accounts are now tightly integrated into universal journal postings. 2. Behavior shift. Postings validate reconciliation logic in real time instead of deferring inconsistencies. 3. Migration effect, legacy assumptions about reconciliation account behavior no longer hold. 4. Key insight, the account is not wrong. The posting logic around it has changed.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This scenario is resolved primarily within finance by adjusting understanding and configuration. 1. FICO consultant reviews reconciliation account configuration in S/4HANA context. 2. Finance users validate posting and clearing expectations under new logic. 3. ABAP team supports analysis of reconciliation reports if needed. 4. Leadership aligns expectations around new reconciliation behavior.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates reconciliation account setup against S/4HANA best practices. 2. Finance team adjusts reconciliation procedures to reflect real-time posting behavior. 3. ABAP team confirms reports read from ACDOCA correctly. 4. Leadership ensures ECC-era reconciliation shortcuts are retired.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting reconciliation account balances. 2. Reintroducing old ECC posting logic through custom code. 3. Assuming this is a data migration defect. 4. Running legacy reconciliation reports without validation.
Follow-up 1. Why do reconciliation accounts feel stricter in S/4HANA?
Answer: because S/4HANA enforces reconciliation consistency at posting time rather than allowing deferred cleanup.
Follow-up 2. Did SAP change reconciliation account configuration?
Answer: the configuration concept is similar, but enforcement and integration into ACDOCA changed significantly.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do some reconciliations still match?
Answer: because clean legacy data aligns naturally with S/4HANA rules, masking differences until edge cases appear.
Exclusive pro tip.
If reconciliation feels different, assume the process changed, not the account. Validate logic before touching data.
Scenario 41. Legacy FI logic breaks due to the business partner model.
After migration, finance teams notice that long-standing FI processes no longer behave as expected. Posting logic, validations, or downstream steps that relied on classic customer or vendor assumptions suddenly fail or behave inconsistently. Users say, "This logic worked for years in ECC. Why did it break now?"
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a defect in finance logic. It is a structural change introduced by S/4HANA. 1. Mandatory simplification. Separate customer and vendor objects no longer exist. All logic now runs through business partner. 2. Semantic shift. FI processes validate roles, relationships, and BP attributes instead of table-specific flags. 3. Migration effect. Legacy FI logic assumes direct access to customer or vendor fields that no longer drive behavior. 4. Key insight. The process broke because its foundational object model changed.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the functional impact, but resolving it requires coordinated changes across roles. 1. FICO consultant identifies which FI business process logic no longer aligns with BP-driven behavior. 2. ABAP team reviews any custom logic still referencing legacy customer or vendor assumptions. 3. Data team ensures BP relationships and roles are correctly migrated and aligned. 4. Project leadership prevents partial fixes that only mask the underlying model change.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team redefines the business process using business partner semantics instead of ECC logic. 2. ABAP team adapts custom validations and enhancements to work with BP roles and relationships. 3. Data team validates BP master data completeness across all impacted processes. 4. Leadership ensures obsolete ECC logic is retired rather than patched.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reintroducing ECC-style customer or vendor logic through custom code. 2. Bypassing BP validations to restore old behavior. 3. Treating this as a one-off configuration issue. 4. Blaming business partner without redesigning the process.
Follow-up 1. Why did SAP force the business partner model?
Answer: to create a single, consistent master data object across all applications, eliminating duplication and inconsistency.
Follow-up 2. Can we keep ECC-style logic in S/4HANA?
Answer: only at significant technical and maintenance cost. SAP does not support reverting core object models.
Follow-up 3, curveball. Why does this usually surface late in the project?
Answer: because many legacy assumptions are embedded deep in processes and are only triggered under real transactional scenarios.
Exclusive pro tip.
If a finance process references customer or vendor in its logic, assume it needs redesign, not repair, in S/4HANA.
Scenario 42. FI and business partner teams blame each other.
After go live, FI postings intermittently fail or behave inconsistently. Finance insists business partner data is wrong. Master data teams insist finance configuration is broken. Tickets bounce between teams for weeks, with no single owner able to explain or permanently resolve the issue.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario is not a technical defect. It is a governance and ownership failure exposed by migration. 1. Structural change: business partner spans finance, logistics, and master data domains. 2. Ownership gap: ECC allowed siloed ownership of customers and vendors. 3. Migration effect: S/4HANA enforces cross-domain consistency without enforcing ownership clarity. 4. Key insight: the system is correct, the organization model is not.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
This issue cannot be resolved by configuration or data correction alone. 1. FICO consultant identifies the finance process impacted by BP inconsistencies. 2. Data governance team defines ownership of BP roles and attributes. 3. Security team ensures authorizations align with ownership boundaries. 4. Project leadership establishes a single accountable owner for BP-related issues.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Leadership defines clear ownership for business partner data across domains. 2. FICO team documents which BP attributes are mandatory for finance processes. 3. Data governance enforces BP completeness rules before transactions are allowed. 4. Security team aligns role design with the new ownership model.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Letting tickets bounce between teams without accountability. 2. Applying one-off data fixes without governance changes. 3. Treating BP issues as purely technical defects. 4. Escalating to SAP without resolving ownership confusion.
Follow-up 1. Why didn't this happen in ECC?
Answer: because ECC allowed separate ownership of customers and vendors, masking cross-domain inconsistencies.
Follow-up 2. Why does S/4HANA expose ownership gaps?
Answer: because it enforces unified master data behavior across all business processes.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these issues escalate politically?
Answer: because they force organizations to confront unclear ownership that existed long before migration.
Exclusive pro tip.
If no single team owns business partner data, S/4HANA will make that gap painfully visible.
Category 8 wrap-up. When master data becomes a finance problem.
Business partner issues are rarely about missing records. They expose unclear ownership, incomplete roles, and broken assumptions carried over from ECC. Once BP-related failures are stabilized, finance teams expect reporting to finally make sense. That expectation is often wrong.
Transition from posting problems to trust problems.
After postings work and data exists, the real battle begins: reporting credibility. In S/4HANA, reports can be technically correct and still completely rejected by the business.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers. Required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving. Interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer. System design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section. These questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 9. Financial reporting and analytics failures.
Reporting failures are the most dangerous migration issues because they directly impact executive trust. Numbers appear, reports run, and yet finance leadership says, "We don't believe these results." These scenarios explain why.
Scenarios covered in Category 9.
1. Classic reports work but are wrong ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 2. S/4HANA reports show different totals ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 3. CDS reports don't match legacy ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 4. Drill-down behavior changes ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 5. Management rejects new reports ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 43. Classic financial reports run successfully but show wrong numbers.
After migration, finance users continue to run classic ECC reports such as line item displays and balance reports. The reports execute without errors and return data quickly. However, totals do not match expectations, and users start questioning whether the migration corrupted financial data.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario is dangerous because the system appears healthy while delivering misleading information. 1. Semantic change. S/4HANA stores financial data in ACDOCA, not in classic index and totals tables. 2. Behavior shift. Many classic reports still run but read compatibility views or obsolete logic. 3. Migration effect. Totals are technically correct per legacy logic but incomplete per universal journal. 4. Key insight. The report is outdated, not the data.
Ownership, fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved within finance by retiring legacy reporting assumptions. 1. FICO consultant identifies which reports are no longer valid in S/4HANA. 2. Finance users confirm which totals must be authoritative going forward. 3. ABAP team supports decommissioning of obsolete reports if needed. 4. Leadership enforces reporting standardization.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team replaces classic reports with S/4HANA compliant alternatives. 2. Finance users validate results using universal journal-based reporting. 3. ABAP team removes access to obsolete reports to prevent misuse. 4. Leadership mandates a single source of financial truth.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reposting documents to force totals to match. 2. Reconciling using legacy reports. 3. Assuming data corruption without analysis. 4. Allowing parallel reporting indefinitely.
Follow-up 1. Why do these reports still exist in S/4HANA?
Answer: they exist for compatibility, not correctness. SAP allows execution but does not guarantee business validity.
Follow-up 2. How do you convince business users to stop using them?
Answer: by demonstrating discrepancies using authoritative S/4HANA reports and formally retiring the old ones.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do some classic reports still look correct?
Answer: because they align coincidentally with simple scenarios, masking deeper inconsistencies.
Exclusive pro tip.
If a report worked in ECC, assume it is wrong until proven otherwise in S/4HANA.
Scenario 44. S/4HANA financial reports show different totals than ECC.
After migration, finance teams start using standard S/4HANA reports and Fiori analytical apps. The reports are fast, visually clean, and clearly labeled as recommended by SAP. However, the totals do not match legacy ECC reports, creating immediate mistrust in the new system.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is not a reporting bug. It is a consequence of how S/4HANA redefines financial truth. 1. Semantic shift, S/4HANA reports read directly from ACDOCA instead of aggregated totals tables. 2. Logic change, Universal Journal applies real-time derivations that ECC reports never executed. 3. Timing difference, some adjustments previously done during reporting are now done at posting time. 4. Key insight, S/4HANA is more accurate, but the comparison baseline has changed.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance-led correction of expectations, not a technical defect. 1. FICO consultant explains which numbers are authoritative in S/4HANA. 2. Finance users validate business logic instead of expecting identical ECC totals. 3. Reporting team aligns finance sign-off with S/4HANA outputs. 4. Leadership confirms S/4HANA as the single financial source.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines which S/4HANA reports replace ECC reports. 2. Finance validates totals using Universal Journal logic. 3. Reporting team updates documentation and training material. 4. Leadership formally retires ECC-based comparison logic.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing S/4HANA reports to match ECC outputs. 2. Adjusting data manually to satisfy legacy expectations. 3. Running dual reporting indefinitely. 4. Escalating as a data migration defect without analysis.
Follow-up 1. Why does SAP say S/4HANA numbers are correct?
Answer: because they are derived directly from line items in real time, without legacy aggregation shortcuts.
Follow-up 2. How do you handle executive distrust?
Answer: by explaining the accounting logic shift and formally approving S/4HANA reports as authoritative.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When is it acceptable to keep ECC-style totals?
Answer: only for historical comparison, never as an operational reporting baseline.
Exclusive pro tip.
If your migration goal is identical numbers, you are migrating for the wrong reason.
Scenario 45. CDS-based financial reports don't match legacy ECC reports.
After migration, finance teams start consuming new CDS-based analytical reports delivered with S/4HANA. These reports are fast and drill-down capable, but when compared to classic ECC reports, the numbers do not match. Finance users immediately conclude that CDS views are unreliable or incorrect.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This mismatch is not a CDS defect. It is caused by how CDS views redefine reporting logic. 1. Data model shift. CDS views read directly from ACDOCA and related master data instead of legacy totals tables. 2. Embedded semantics. CDS includes currency conversion, unit handling, and fiscal logic inside the view. 3. Implicit filters. Many CDS views apply company code, ledger, or posting status filters automatically. 4. Key insight. CDS reports answer a different accounting question than ECC reports.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance owns the interpretation, but technical alignment is required. 1. FICO consultant defines which financial questions the CDS view is designed to answer. 2. ABAP or CDS team explains applied filters and calculated measures in the CDS definition. 3. Data team confirms that underlying financial data is complete and consistent. 4. Leadership decides which reports are officially approved for business use.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates business meaning of each CDS report instead of comparing raw totals. 2. ABAP or CDS team documents filters, joins, and calculated fields used in the CDS view. 3. Finance aligns reporting expectations to S/4HANA semantics, not ECC behavior. 4. Leadership enforces usage of approved CDS reports and retires legacy comparisons.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Modifying CDS views to mimic ECC totals blindly. 2. Exporting CDS results to Excel and manually adjusting numbers. 3. Allowing every team to build their own CDS variants. 4. Declaring CDS unreliable without understanding its semantics.
Follow-up 1. Why does SAP recommend CDS over classic reports?
Answer: because CDS provides real-time, semantically rich reporting directly on transactional data without aggregation delays.
Follow-up 2. Can CDS reports be trusted for statutory reporting?
Answer: yes. If finance validates the business logic and confirms the applied filters and ledger usage.
Follow-up 3, curveball. When should you build a custom CDS view?
Answer: only when the standard CDS does not answer the required business question, not just to replicate ECC outputs.
Exclusive pro tip.
If you compare CDS reports to ECC reports without understanding the CDS filters, you are comparing different accounting realities.
Scenario 46. Drill down behavior changes in financial reports after migration.
After migration, finance users notice that drill-down behavior in financial reports feels different. Clicking on totals now leads to unexpected screens, different line items, or additional filters. Users complain that they can no longer trace numbers the way they used to in ECC, even though totals appear correct.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a reporting defect. It is a deliberate architectural change in S/4HANA reporting. 1. Data model change. Drill down now navigates directly into ACDOCA line items instead of summarized totals tables. 2. Context-aware navigation. S/4HANA applies ledger, currency, and document status filters automatically during drill down. 3. Semantic reporting. Drill down paths are driven by CDS annotations, not classic report variants. 4. Key insight. Drill down behavior is now semantically controlled, not transaction controlled.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved within finance by understanding the new reporting model. 1. FICO consultant explains new drill-down logic and validates whether navigation meets business needs. 2. Reporting lead aligns finance users on how drill-down should be interpreted in S/4HANA. 3. Business users adjust expectations from ECC-style navigation to S/4HANA semantics.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates that drill-down results are correct at the line item level. 2. Finance documents standard drill-down paths and explains applied filters. 3. Legacy navigation habits are retrained instead of forcing ECC-style behavior. 4. Approved reports and navigation paths are standardized for all users.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Requesting custom development to replicate ECC drill down exactly. 2. Assuming incorrect drill down means incorrect data. 3. Allowing each user to interpret drill down behavior differently. 4. Blaming CDS or Fiori without understanding navigation logic.
Follow-up 1. Why did SAP change drill-down behavior in S/4HANA?
Answer: to provide real-time, context-aware navigation directly on transactional data without relying on aggregates.
Follow-up 2. Can drill-down behavior be customized?
Answer: yes, but only via CDS annotations or report configuration, not classic transaction logic.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do users feel drill-down is slower in some cases?
Answer: because they are navigating live transactional data instead of pre-aggregated totals, which changes perceived performance.
Exclusive pro tip.
If drill down feels different but the numbers reconcile, the system is working as designed. The mindset must migrate, not the data.
Scenario 47. Management rejects new financial reports after migration.
After go live, finance teams present new S/4HANA financial reports to management. The reports are technically correct, reconcile with ACDOCA, and pass internal validation. Yet leadership rejects them outright, saying, "These don't look like our numbers or we can't run the business with this."
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This failure is not about incorrect accounting. It is about trust, familiarity, and decision-making confidence. 1. Presentation shift. S/4HANA reports emphasize real-time line item views instead of formatted summaries. 2. Behavioral change. Management is accustomed to ECC layouts, column order, and drill paths. 3. Semantic shift. KPIs may be calculated differently due to real-time aggregation and currency logic. 4. Key insight. Executives reject reports they do not recognize, even when numbers are correct.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
This issue cannot be solved by configuration or data validation alone. 1. FICO team confirms accounting correctness and explains semantic changes. 2. Reporting team aligns report layout and KPIs with executive expectations. 3. Leadership decides whether to adapt processes or demand legacy-style reporting. 4. Change management. Manages executive adoption and communication.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates that all reports reconcile to ACDOCA and statutory results. 2. Reporting team rebuilds key executive reports to match legacy layouts where necessary. 3. Leadership agrees on which KPIs are authoritative in S/4HANA. 4. Legacy ECC reports are formally retired to avoid parallel truths.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Arguing that management is wrong because the system is correct. 2. Maintaining ECC and S4 reports in parallel indefinitely. 3. Reposting data to make reports look familiar. 4. Ignoring executive feedback as resistance to change.
Follow-up 1. Why is this rejection so common in S/4HANA migrations?
Answer: because S/4HANA changes how information is presented, not just how it is calculated. Executives rely on pattern recognition built over years.
Follow-up 2. Should we force management to adopt new reports?
Answer: no. Adoption requires alignment, not enforcement. Critical reports must be reshaped to support decision-making.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When is it acceptable to keep legacy-style reports?
Answer: when they are decision-critical and validated against S/4HANA data models, not when they bypass them.
Exclusive pro tip.
A technically successful migration still fails if executives don't trust the numbers. Trust is a deliverable, not a side effect.
Category 9. Wrap-up. When numbers exist but confidence is gone.
Reporting failures mark the point where migration stops being a technical exercise and becomes a leadership crisis. When finance leaders cannot explain or trust reports, the system may be live, but the business is not.
Transition from reporting trust to closing reality.
Once reporting is questioned, the next stress point is unavoidable: period end and year-end close. This is where theoretical readiness meets calendar-driven business pressure.
Category 10. Period end and year-end close failures.
Closing failures are the most visible migration risks. They compress all unresolved issues into a fixed deadline. What was tolerable during daily postings becomes unacceptable when finance must close books on time.
Scenarios covered in Category 10.
1. Month-end close takes longer: ownership fixed by the FICO team. 2. Year-end activities reveal hidden issues: ownership fixed by the FICO team. 3. Closing cockpit fails differently: ownership fixed by the FICO team. 4. Adjustments cannot be posted: ownership FICO-led multi-team fix. 5. Finance refuses to close in S4: ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 48. Month-end close takes longer after migration.
After go-live, the finance team notices that the month-end close now takes significantly longer than it did in ECC. Activities that previously finished within hours now stretch into late nights, even though transaction volumes have not increased.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This slowdown feels mysterious because nothing appears broken on the surface. 1. Process change. S/4HANA enforces real-time validations that were deferred or skipped in ECC. 2. Semantic shift. More checks happen during posting and closing rather than in batch reconciliation. 3. Reporting impact. Line item-based reporting increases data volume processed during close. 4. Key insight. The close is slower because more work is being done correctly, not because the system is failing.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is primarily resolved within finance through process and configuration alignment. 1. FICO team reviews close activities to identify steps that are no longer required in S/4HANA. 2. FICO team optimizes closing sequence to leverage real-time reconciliation. 3. FICO team educates business users on new close timing expectations.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team removes redundant reconciliation steps carried over from ECC. 2. FICO team aligns closing activities with S/4HANA real-time capabilities. 3. FICO team adjusts close calendars based on realistic S4 processing behavior. 4. Management agrees on a revised close rhythm instead of forcing ECC timelines.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing ECC-era close steps without review. 2. Blaming system performance without process analysis. 3. Adding manual workarounds to speed up closing. 4. Escalating to basis before reviewing finance processes.
Follow-up 1. Why does S4HANA Close feel heavier than ECC initially?
Answer: because S4HANA shifts reconciliation and validation earlier in the process. What used to be hidden batch work is now visible during close.
Follow-up 2. Does this mean S4HANA is slower?
Answer: no. It means the system is doing more real-time checks. Once redundant steps are removed, close cycles usually become shorter than ECC.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When should basis be involved?
Answer: only after finance confirms that process simplification alone cannot reduce close duration. Most cases do not require technical tuning.
Exclusive pro tip.
If your month-end close in S4HANA looks identical to ECC, you are probably doing it wrong.
Scenario 49. Year-end activities reveal hidden issues after migration.
The system appears stable during regular monthly operations. However, when finance executes year-end activities such as balance carry-forward, audit adjustments, and statutory reporting, multiple unexpected issues surface. Processes that never failed in ECC now behave unpredictably.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
Year-end processing stresses areas of the system that are not exercised during normal months. 1. Latent gaps. Some configuration and data inconsistencies are dormant until year-end logic runs. 2. Semantic change. S4HANA enforces tighter consistency checks during balance carry-forward. 3. Process exposure. Audit-related postings activate scenarios not covered in testing. 4. Key insight. Year-end does not create problems. It exposes unresolved migration issues.
Ownership, fixed by the FICO team.
These issues are resolved within finance by completing migration-aligned configuration and validation. 1. FICO team reviews year-end specific configurations such as carry-forward and document splitting. 2. FICO team validates reconciliation logic for year-end postings. 3. FICO team aligns audit requirements with S4HANA processing rules.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team executes a full year-end simulation in a sandbox or quality system. 2. FICO team fixes configuration gaps uncovered only by year-end logic. 3. FICO team documents S4HANA specific year-end behavior for audit alignment. 4. Finance leadership approves revised year-end procedures where required.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming month-end success guarantees year-end readiness. 2. Applying emergency fixes directly in production. 3. Blaming auditors for exposing system behavior. 4. Deferring fixes to the next fiscal year.
Follow-up 1. Why don't these issues appear during monthly close?
Answer: because year-end triggers carry-forward, audit, and reconciliation logic that is not executed in regular monthly cycles.
Follow-up 2. Can these issues be prevented?
Answer: yes, by running full year-end simulations before go-live and validating results against ECC behavior.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. What if the fiscal year already started?
Answer: fixes must be applied carefully with audit involvement. Some corrections may require controlled adjustment postings rather than configuration changes.
Exclusive pro tip.
If you did not test year-end before go-live, your first year-end is actually your second migration.
Scenario 50. Closing cockpit fails or behaves differently after migration.
Finance teams attempt to use the financial closing cockpit or advanced closing apps in S4HANA expecting a smoother close. Instead, tasks fail, dependencies behave differently, or activities that worked in ECC no longer trigger as expected.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
The issue is not a cockpit defect. It is a migration alignment gap. 1. Tool shift. S4HANA closing cockpit introduces new task types and dependencies compared to ECC. 2. Process assumption. ECC closing steps were often informal or manually coordinated. 3. Execution change. S4 enforces task sequencing and completion checks. 4. Key insight. The cockpit exposes weak or undocumented close processes.
Ownership, fixed by the FICO team.
This is a finance process and configuration alignment issue. 1. FICO team redesigns close tasks to match S4HANA cockpit structure. 2. FICO team aligns dependencies and validation rules. 3. FICO team updates close documentation and task ownership.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team maps ECC close activities to S4HANA cockpit tasks. 2. FICO team validates task sequencing through DRY run closes. 3. FICO team removes obsolete manual steps no longer required in S4. 4. Finance leadership signs off on the new close model.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Disabling cockpit validations to force task completion. 2. Running close activities outside the cockpit. 3. Treating cockpit errors as system bugs. 4. Reverting to spreadsheets for close control.
Follow-up 1. Did ECC have a closing cockpit?
Answer: ECC had limited or optional closing tools, often underused. S/4HANA elevates closing governance to a core capability.
Follow-up 2. Is the S4 cockpit mandatory?
Answer: not strictly mandatory, but avoiding it removes visibility, control, and audit readiness.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does management push cockpit adoption?
Answer: because it provides real-time close status, accountability, and audit transparency that ECC never enforced.
Exclusive pro tip.
If your close process cannot run inside the S/4HANA cockpit, your close process is not migration ready.
Scenario 51. Adjustments cannot be posted during close in S4HANA.
During period end or year-end close, finance teams attempt to post manual adjustments for accruals, reclassifications, or audit entries. Transactions that were routinely used in ECC now fail with errors related to posting periods, document splitting, or ledger restrictions.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This failure is caused by stricter financial controls introduced with S/4HANA. 1. Ledger enforcement. S/4HANA enforces ledger-specific posting rules that ECC allowed to bypass. 2. Document splitting. Adjustments must now satisfy full document balance requirements. 3. Period control. Posting periods are validated more aggressively across ledgers. 4. Key insight. S/4HANA prevents technically possible but financially incorrect postings.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance leads the resolution, but configuration and control alignment require support. 1. FICO team identifies which adjustment type is blocked and why. 2. Security team confirms posting authorizations align with new S4 checks. 3. Data team verifies ledger and document splitting consistency. 4. Leadership approves controlled changes during close window.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews adjustment scenarios against S/4HANA posting logic. 2. FICO team updates configuration for document splitting and ledger assignment. 3. Security team ensures proper authorization objects support adjustment postings. 4. Finance leadership defines which adjustments are allowed post-migration.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing postings by opening all periods across ledgers. 2. Disabling document splitting to allow adjustments. 3. Posting adjustments in the wrong ledger. 4. Ignoring audit impact of workaround postings.
Follow-up 1. Why did these adjustments work in ECC?
Answer: ECC allowed looser posting controls and did not enforce full ledger and document balance consistency.
Follow-up 2. Are these restrictions configurable?
Answer: some controls are configurable, but many are intentional S4 safeguards that should not be bypassed.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can auditors block these fixes?
Answer: yes. Any change affecting close adjustments must be auditable and formally approved.
Exclusive pro tip.
If adjustments fail in S/4HANA, assume the system is protecting financial integrity, not malfunctioning.
Scenario 52. Finance refuses to close in S4HANA despite technical readiness.
As the first close cycle approaches, the system is technically stable and transactions are posting. However, finance leadership refuses to officially close the period in S4HANA. The reason is not a system error, but a lack of confidence in numbers, controls, and explainability.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a technical failure. It is a trust failure created by migration gaps. 1. Confidence gap. Finance cannot reconcile key balances with historical ECC reports. 2. Control fear. Audit and compliance implications are unclear under the new S4 logic. 3. Process shock. Closing steps behave differently than what teams are trained on. 4. Key insight. If finance cannot explain the numbers, they will not sign off on the close.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
This scenario cannot be resolved by configuration or technical fixes alone. 1. FICO team explains S/4HANA accounting behavior and reconciliation differences. 2. Audit and compliance team validates control effectiveness in the new system. 3. Data team supports reconciliation of historical and current balances. 4. Leadership makes the decision to proceed based on risk acceptance.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team prepares reconciliation narratives, not just numbers. 2. Audit team signs off on revised control procedures for S/4HANA. 3. Leadership facilitates workshops to rebuild trust in financial outputs. 4. The organization formally accepts the S/4 close model.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing finance to close without confidence. 2. Running parallel ECC closes indefinitely. 3. Overloading teams with raw reconciliation data. 4. Treating trust issues as user resistance.
Follow-up 1. Why is this considered a migration failure?
Answer: because migration success includes business acceptance, not just system uptime.
Follow-up 2. Can this delay go live?
Answer: yes. Many programs delay or run shadow closes until finance confidence is restored.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Who ultimately decides to close?
Answer: finance leadership, not IT. Technical readiness does not override fiduciary responsibility.
Exclusive pro tip.
A migration is not complete when the system goes live. It is complete when finance signs the close.
Category 10. Wrap-up. When closing pressure exposes the truth.
Period end and year-end failures reveal the ultimate reality of a migration. If finance cannot close confidently, technical success is meaningless. At this point, unresolved issues stop being theoretical and start impacting credibility.
Transition. What happens after go live when everyone stops watching?
The most dangerous migration failures do not appear on day one. They surface quietly, weeks or months later, when attention fades and the system is assumed to be stable.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem-solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 11. Latent finance failures post-go live.
These failures are the hardest to diagnose because they are inconsistent, delayed, and often dismissed as user error. By the time they are escalated, trust in the new system is already eroding.
Scenarios covered in Category 11.
1. Issues appear weeks after go-live ownership, not a finance-only fix. 2. Reconciliation breaks randomly ownership, not a finance-only fix. 3. Performance degrades over time ownership, not a finance-only fix. 4. Finance trusts ECC more than S4 ownership, not a finance-only fix. 5. Support tickets without root cause ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 53. Issues appear weeks after go live with no clear trigger.
After a seemingly successful go-live, The system runs smoothly for a few weeks. Then, without any transports or configuration changes, finance users begin reporting inconsistencies, posting errors, or missing balances. The most frustrating part is that the same issue cannot always be reproduced.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
These failures are delayed because they depend on runtime conditions, not configuration changes. 1. Deferred impact. Certain migration gaps only surface after sufficient transactional volume accumulates. 2. Timing dependency. Period-end activities or background jobs activate logic not used immediately after go-live. 3. Hidden assumptions. ECC-era assumptions about sequencing and timing no longer hold in S/4HANA. 4. Key insight. The absence of change does not mean the absence of cause.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance identifies the symptoms, but resolution requires cross-functional investigation. 1. FICO team documents business impact and timing patterns. 2. Basis team analyzes system load, background jobs, and runtime behavior. 3. ABAP team reviews code paths triggered under higher data volume. 4. Leadership coordinates prioritization across teams.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team correlates issues with business events such as close or mass postings. 2. Basis team reviews workload distribution and job scheduling changes post-migration. 3. ABAP team analyzes performance traces under realistic data volumes. 4. Leadership ensures fixes are validated over time, not just once.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Dismissing issues as user imagination. 2. Restarting the system as a permanent solution. 3. Applying emergency fixes without root cause. 4. Closing tickets based on temporary stability.
Follow-up 1. Why don't these issues appear immediately after go-live?
Answer: because they depend on data volume, timing, or background processing that only occurs after normal operations resume.
Follow-up 2. How do you prove this is migration-related?
Answer: by showing that the same processes worked in ECC and that no functional changes occurred post-go-live.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do restarts sometimes fix the issue?
Answer: because restarts reset queues, buffers, or memory states, temporarily masking the underlying problem.
Exclusive pro tip.
Any issue that appears without a change is a timing or volume problem waiting to be understood.
Scenario 54. Reconciliation breaks randomly without pattern.
Finance teams observe that reconciliations between subledgers and the general ledger sometimes match and sometimes do not. The same reconciliation process run on different days produces different results, leading to confusion, repeated checks, and growing distrust in the system.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
These inconsistencies are caused by timing and dependency issues introduced during migration. 1. Asynchronous processing. S/4HANA processes updates and reconciliations in parallel, unlike ECC's sequential behavior. 2. Dependency gaps. Some reconciliation logic depends on background jobs completing successfully. 3. Data timing. Reports may be run before all relevant postings are fully updated. 4. Key insight. The data is correct, but not synchronized at the moment of reporting.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance identifies the mismatch, but the fix lies in execution coordination. 1. FICO team defines expected reconciliation timing and dependencies. 2. Basis team reviews job scheduling queues and update task behavior. 3. ABAP team validates report execution logic and timing assumptions. 4. Leadership ensures operational discipline around reconciliation timing.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents when reconciliations are valid to run. 2. Basis team ensures dependent jobs complete before reconciliation windows. 3. ABAP team aligns report logic with S/4HANA execution timing. 4. Leadership enforces standardized reconciliation schedules.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Rerunning reconciliations until numbers match. 2. Manual adjustments to force balances. 3. Assuming user error without investigation. 4. Ignoring timing dependencies.
Follow-up 1. Why did reconciliations always match in ECC?
Answer: ECC processed updates sequentially, so reconciliation timing was implicitly correct.
Follow-up 2. Can this be solved by better reporting?
Answer: only partially. The real fix is ensuring that all dependent processes have completed before reporting.
Follow-up 3 Curveball. Why does it sometimes work perfectly?
Answer: because when timing coincidentally aligns, the system appears correct, masking the underlying issue.
Exclusive pro tip.
In S/4HANA, reconciliation accuracy is as much about timing as it is about data.
Scenario 55. System performance degrades gradually after migration.
In the weeks following go live, finance users report that transactions and reports become slower over time. What initially felt like a fast S/4HANA system now shows noticeable delays, even though no new functionality has been added.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This gradual degradation is a classic post-migration pattern. 1. Data growth, transaction volumes increase and stress execution paths not tested during migration. 2. Runtime shifts, S/4HANA parallel processing exposes inefficient logic under sustained load. 3. Operational drift, background jobs and monitoring are not tuned for S/4 workloads. 4. Key insight, performance issues often emerge from scale, not from defects.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance experiences the slowdown, but remediation spans multiple teams. 1. FICO team identifies business-critical transactions affected by slowness. 2. Basis team analyzes system load, memory usage, and job scheduling. 3. ABAP team optimizes custom logic exposed under higher volume. 4. Leadership prioritizes performance stabilization over new enhancements.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines acceptable performance thresholds for finance operations. 2. Basis team tunes system parameters and background processing schedules. 3. ABAP team refactors inefficient custom code revealed post-migration. 4. Leadership enforces a stabilization period before further changes.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming hardware upgrades alone will solve performance issues. 2. Ignoring gradual slowdown until users escalate. 3. Blaming S/4HANA architecture without analysis. 4. Continuing to add new scope during stabilization.
Follow-up 1. Why was performance good immediately after go live?
Answer: because data volumes and user concurrency were initially low, hiding inefficiencies.
Follow-up 2. Is this a sign of a failed migration?
Answer: not necessarily, but it indicates that performance stabilization was underestimated.
Follow-up 3 Curveball. Can monitoring tools prevent this?
Answer: only if they are actively used to identify trends, not just alerts.
Exclusive pro tip.
The real performance test of S/4HANA starts after go live, not before.
Scenario 56. Finance trusts ECC more than S/4HANA after go live.
Even after successful posting and closing cycles in S/4HANA, finance teams continue to validate results against ECC extracts or legacy reports. Decisions are delayed because users believe ECC is still the source of truth, while S/4HANA is treated as unproven.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is a trust erosion scenario caused by migration side effects. 1. Comparative bias. Users compare S/4 outputs to ECC logic that no longer applies. 2. Explainability gap. Finance cannot easily explain why numbers differ. 3. Change fatigue. Multiple small discrepancies compound into doubt. 4. Key insight. Trust is lost when differences are unexplained, not when numbers change.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Restoring trust requires coordinated effort beyond configuration changes. 1. FICO team explains accounting logic changes and reconciliation narratives. 2. Data team validates historical and current data alignment. 3. Leadership sets clear direction on system of record. 4. Audit team confirms acceptability of S/4 outputs.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team provides structured explanations for differences between ECC and S/4. 2. Data team supports side-by-side reconciliations with clear cutoff rules. 3. Leadership formally declares S/4HANA as the system of record. 4. Audit team endorses the revised reporting logic.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Allowing indefinite parallel reporting with ECC. 2. Chasing perfect numeric equality with obsolete logic. 3. Labeling user skepticism as resistance. 4. Ignoring communication and training gaps.
Follow-up 1. Why does finance cling to ECC?
Answer: because ECC represents years of validated outcomes, while S4 is new and unexplained.
Follow-up 2. How long does this trust gap last?
Answer: until leadership enforces adoption and explanation, replace assumptions.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can trust be rebuilt without perfect reconciliation?
Answer: yes. Trust comes from explainability and control, not identical numbers.
Exclusive pro tip.
If ECC remains the benchmark after go-live, migration is not complete.
Scenario 57. Support tickets increase but no clear root cause is identified.
After go-live, the volume of finance-related support tickets steadily increases. Each ticket appears small and isolated, but together they signal deeper systemic issues. Teams fix individual symptoms, yet the same problems keep reappearing under different forms.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This scenario reflects a failure to stabilize the migrated system holistically. 1. Symptom fixing. Teams resolve tickets without addressing underlying migration gaps. 2. Ownership confusion. No single team owns end-to-end financial stability. 3. Fragmented knowledge. Each team sees only its part of the problem. 4. Key insight. Many small tickets often point to one unresolved migration issue.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance feels the pain first, but resolution requires coordinated ownership. 1. FICO team identifies recurring business impact patterns. 2. Basis team reviews system behavior and job execution trends. 3. ABAP team analyzes custom logic repeatedly involved in tickets. 4. Leadership establishes a unified stabilization command structure.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team categorizes tickets by business process impact. 2. Basis and ABAP teams correlate issues across incidents. 3. Leadership prioritizes systemic fixes over ticket closure metrics. 4. The organization conducts a formal post-migration stabilization review.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Closing tickets without root cause analysis. 2. Measuring success by ticket count alone. 3. Letting teams operate in silos. 4. Assuming time will naturally stabilize the system.
Follow-up 1. Why do these tickets keep resurfacing?
Answer: because the underlying migration issues were never fully resolved.
Follow-up 2. Who should own stabilization?
Answer: a cross-functional leadership-led stabilization team, not individual support queues.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When does this phase end?
Answer: when root causes are eliminated and finance stops raising the same concerns.
Exclusive pro tip.
If ticket volume is rising after go-live, stabilization has not truly begun.
Category 11 wrap-up. When go-live is over but stability never arrives.
Latent failures are the most dangerous because they erode confidence quietly. By the time leadership notices, trust is already damaged and the system is labeled unstable, even if the original causes were migration-related and preventable.
Transition from operational friction to executive scrutiny.
When unresolved issues reach executives and auditors, the discussion shifts. It is no longer about fixing problems. It becomes about defending credibility, controls, and governance.
Category 12. Executive and audit reality check.
This category represents the point where migration outcomes are judged by leadership and auditors. Even technically correct systems fail if finance leadership cannot confidently explain numbers, controls, and decisions.
Scenarios covered in Category 12.
1. Numbers are correct, but we don't trust them. Ownership, not a finance-only fix. 2. ECC never had these discussions. Ownership, not a finance-only fix. 3. Business demands parallel reporting. Ownership, not a finance-only fix. 4. Auditors raise new questions. Ownership, not a finance-only fix. 5. Migration is technically successful. Finance is not confident. Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 58. Numbers are correct, but we don't trust them.
After migration, finance confirms that trial balance sheet, and P&L technically balance. However, senior management repeatedly challenges the numbers. Every review meeting ends with the same statement: the numbers might be correct, but we don't trust them.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a calculation error. It is a confidence failure created by migration-driven changes. 1. Semantic change. Universal Journal changes how totals are derived and explained compared to ECC. 2. Reporting shift. Classic ECC reports are replaced or reinterpreted, breaking familiar validation paths. 3. Control visibility gap. Finance can no longer trace numbers the same way auditors and executives expect. 4. Key insight. Trust is lost when explainability disappears, not when numbers are wrong.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance cannot resolve this alone. This issue spans governance, reporting design, and executive communication. 1. FICO team explains accounting logic changes and validates which comparisons are still meaningful. 2. ABAP or analytics team aligns reports, drill-down paths, and reconciliation logic with S/4HANA data models. 3. Audit and compliance team reevaluates control evidence and validation procedures under S/4HANA. 4. Project leadership drives alignment between technical truth and executive expectations.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents how key finance numbers are derived differently in S/4HANA compared to ECC. 2. Reporting teams redesign reconciliation and drill down reports instead of forcing ECC-style validation. 3. Audit teams redefine acceptance criteria based on S/4HANA data lineage rather than legacy expectations. 4. Leadership sponsors transparency sessions instead of demanding number rework without root cause.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Rebuilding ECC reports purely to recreate old-looking numbers. 2. Manually adjusting data to match historical expectations. 3. Running parallel systems indefinitely without governance. 4. Treating trust issues as a user resistance problem.
Follow-up 1. Why is this more dangerous than a simple reconciliation error?
Answer: because reconciliation errors can be fixed. Trust erosion spreads. Once leadership doubts the system, every future report is questioned, slowing decision-making and increasing audit scrutiny.
Follow-up 2. How do you prove numbers are trustworthy in S/4HANA?
Answer: by demonstrating data lineage from posting to reporting, using ACDOCA-based logic, not by recreating ECC-style summaries. Transparency replaces familiarity.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do consultants often underestimate this issue?
Answer: because go-live success is measured technically, not emotionally. Trust failures appear only when executives start using the system, which is usually weeks after consultants leave.
Exclusive pro tip.
A migration is not complete when numbers balance. It is complete only when leadership can explain and defend those numbers with confidence.
Scenario 59. ECC never had these discussions.
After migration, routine finance discussions suddenly become complex. Topics like reconciliation logic, reporting sources, currency handling, and ledger behavior were never debated in ECC. Business leaders repeatedly say, "We never had to discuss this earlier." Why is finance suddenly so complicated?
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This confusion is created by migration-driven transparency, not system failure. 1. Semantic exposure. S/4HANA exposes accounting logic that ECC previously hid behind aggregates. 2. Structural change. Universal Journal merges FI and CO, forcing alignment discussions that never existed before. 3. Reporting evolution. Line item level analytics replaces summarized totals, increasing visibility. 4. Key insight. ECC avoided these discussions by hiding complexity, not by solving it.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
This is an organizational maturity issue triggered by migration, not a configuration defect. 1. FICO team explains accounting model changes and why new discussions are unavoidable. 2. Reporting and analytics team aligns reports to support transparency rather than hiding complexity. 3. Audit and compliance team updates governance language to reflect S/4HANA realities. 4. Project leadership reframes expectations and owns the narrative with executives.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team educates stakeholders on why S/4HANA surfaces accounting logic more explicitly. 2. Analytics teams redesign reports to guide interpretation instead of overwhelming users. 3. Audit teams redefine review checkpoints to focus on controls, not legacy comfort. 4. Leadership positions these discussions as progress, not regression.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing ECC-style summaries to avoid conversations. 2. Labeling transparency issues as system complexity, 3. Delaying adoption while waiting for comfort to return. 4. Blaming finance for raising questions migration exposed.
Follow-up 1. Why do these discussions feel new, even though accounting rules didn't change?
Answer: because ECC masked the logic through aggregates and tables. S/4HANA exposes the same rules directly at line item level, making assumptions visible.
Follow-up 2. How should leadership respond to this shift?
Answer: by accepting transparency as a benefit. These discussions enable better governance, auditability, and long-term trust.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these conversations often turn political?
Answer: because transparency removes ambiguity. Ownership becomes clearer, and that can feel threatening to stakeholders used to opaque systems.
Exclusive pro tip.
S/4HANA does not create complexity. It reveals it. Projects fail when teams try to hide what ECC never showed.
Scenario 60. Business demands parallel reporting.
After go live, senior management asks finance to produce reports from both ECC and S/4HANA in parallel. The request sounds harmless. Just show both numbers until everyone is comfortable. What begins as reassurance quickly turns into a permanent demand.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a reporting defect. It is a trust and governance failure triggered by migration. 1. Semantic shift: S/4HANA reporting is line item based, while ECC relied on aggregates. 2. Timing mismatch: posting and settlement timing differences make perfect parity impossible. 3. Expectation gap: business assumes two fundamentally different systems should behave identically. 4. Key insight: parallel reporting is requested when trust is missing, not when numbers are wrong.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance cannot solve this by reconciling forever. This is a leadership and governance decision. 1. FICO team defines which reports are legally and operationally authoritative. 2. Reporting team explains structural differences between ECC and S4 outputs. 3. Audit team confirms which system is the system of record post-migration. 4. Project leadership makes and enforces the cut-over decision.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents accepted reconciliation tolerances and cutoff rules. 2. Reporting team retires ECC reports instead of continuously comparing them. 3. Audit team signs off on S/4HANA as the single source of truth. 4. Leadership formally ends parallel reporting to prevent operational paralysis.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Building permanent ECC versus S4 comparison dashboards. 2. Adjusting S4 data to look like ECC outputs. 3. Allowing parallel reporting to continue indefinitely. 4. Letting confidence decisions drift without ownership.
Follow-up 1. Is parallel reporting ever justified?
Answer: yes, briefly during stabilization. It should be time-bound with a clear exit date and defined acceptance criteria.
Follow-up 2. Why does parallel reporting often become permanent?
Answer: because leadership avoids making a trust decision. Without a clear owner, comparison becomes the default.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. What is the real cost of parallel reporting?
Answer: it freezes adoption. Teams spend energy explaining differences instead of improving processes, delaying real business value.
Exclusive pro tip.
Parallel reporting is not a safety net. It is a symptom of unresolved ownership. End it deliberately, or it will never end.
Scenario 61. Auditors raise new questions after migration.
After migration to S/4HANA, external and internal auditors raise questions that never existed in ECC. They ask for explanations on document lineage, posting logic, and reporting differences. Finance is confident the numbers are correct, but cannot easily explain how they were derived.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not an audit issue caused by bad postings. It is caused by structural transparency introduced by S/4HANA. 1. Universal journal exposure. Auditors now see line item level detail across FI and CO in one table. 2. Changed audit trail. Aggregates and summary tables used in ECC no longer exist. 3. Process visibility. S/4HANA exposes timing and derivation logic that ECC masked. 4. Key insight. Migration does not create audit issues. It reveals them.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance cannot answer these questions alone because the audit model itself has changed. 1. FICO team explains accounting logic and posting flows in S/4HANA terms. 2. Audit team updates audit approach to align with universal journal concepts. 3. Reporting team provides traceability from reports back to ACDOCA. 4. Project leadership aligns auditors and business on the new transparency model.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents end-to-end posting logic using S/4HANA terminology. 2. Reporting team maps key reports directly to ACDOCA fields and logic. 3. Audit team revises audit procedures to leverage line item visibility. 4. Leadership sponsors joint walkthroughs instead of defensive explanations.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Recreating ECC-style aggregate reports for auditors. 2. Hiding universal journal details to avoid questions. 3. Treating audit findings as configuration defects. 4. Assuming auditors will adapt without guidance.
Follow-up 1. Why do auditors ask more questions in S/4HANA?
Answer: because S/4HANA exposes financial logic more transparently. Auditors now see what was previously hidden by aggregates.
Follow-up 2. Does this mean S/4HANA is riskier from an audit perspective?
Answer: no. It is actually safer, but only if organizations update their audit narratives and documentation.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. What happens if this is ignored?
Answer: audits take longer. Confidence erodes, and finance teams spend cycles defending instead of operating.
Exclusive pro tip.
Invite auditors into S/4HANA walkthroughs early. Surprises disappear when transparency is explained before it is questioned.
Scenario 62. Migration is technically successful. Finance is not confident.
The S/4HANA system goes live on schedule. No major dumps, no critical outages, and month-end technically closes. Yet finance leadership openly states they do not trust the numbers. Parallel Excel reports start circulating, and key decisions are delayed because nobody is willing to rely fully on S/4HANA.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a technical failure. It is a confidence failure created by migration side effects. 1. Change semantics. Financial results are correct but no longer align with historical ECC explanations. 2. Reporting transitions. Legacy reports were replaced without equivalent business storytelling. 3. Incomplete reconciliation narrative. Teams validated balances but not interpretability. 4. Key insight. Trust is lost when numbers are right, but explanations are missing.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Restoring confidence requires coordinated effort beyond configuration correctness. 1. FICO team explains how S/4HANA derives results differently from ECC. 2. Reporting team aligns new reports with decision-making expectations. 3. Data team confirms historical continuity and reconciliation points. 4. Project leadership owns the confidence gap, not just system stability.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines which comparisons with ECC are valid and which are obsolete. 2. Reporting team builds explanation-driven reports, not just number replicas. 3. Data team documents reconciliation checkpoints across periods. 4. Leadership formally retires shadow reporting and enforces a single source of truth.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Allowing indefinite parallel reporting without governance. 2. Trying to force S/4HANA to exactly mimic ECC outputs. 3. Dismissing confidence concerns as resistance to change. 4. Overloading users with raw technical explanations.
Follow-up 1. Why is confidence harder to restore than fixing errors?
Answer: because trust is psychological. Once lost, it requires consistent explanation and repeatable proof over time.
Follow-up 2. How long does this confidence gap usually last?
Answer: if unmanaged, it can persist for years. With structured reconciliation and communication, it can close within 1 or 2 close cycles.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. What is the biggest long-term risk if this is ignored?
Answer: the organization keeps S/4HANA technically live, but operationally irrelevant, undermining the entire transformation.
Exclusive pro tip.
Confidence is not restored by saying numbers are correct. It is restored by showing how decisions become easier, faster, and defensible in S/4HANA.
Category 12 wrap-up. When confidence matters more than correctness.
At this stage of the migration, the problem is no longer whether the system is technically correct. The problem is whether finance leadership, auditors, and executives trust the numbers well enough to run the business on S/4HANA.
Transition from executive trust to historical truth.
Once leadership scrutiny stabilizes, the next wave of failures emerges from historical data itself. These issues are subtle, deeply embedded, and often impossible to explain without understanding how data meaning changed during migration.
Please check description or comments section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 13. Data migration and historical semantics failures.
This category covers one of the most dangerous migration realities: data that is technically present but no longer carries the same financial meaning. These failures rarely cause system errors, but they destroy explainability, auditability, and long-term trust.
Scenarios covered in Category 13.
1. Historical line items exist but can't be explained. Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 2. Document splitting produces different results. Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 3. Legacy postings can't be reconstructed. Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 4. Custom migration objects miss edge cases. Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 5. Data is correct but financially meaningless. Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 6. Historical currency conversion gaps in new currency types. Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
Scenario 63. Historical line items exist but can't be explained.
After migration, finance teams can see all historical FI documents and line items in reports and tables like ACDOCA. However, when auditors or management ask how specific historical balances were derived, finance cannot explain the logic anymore. The numbers exist, but their business meaning is unclear.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is confusing because nothing appears missing or technically broken. The problem is semantic, not structural. 1. Historical documents were migrated correctly into ACDOCA from a technical perspective. 2. During migration, multiple source tables and accounting views were merged into the Universal Journal. 3. Some historical postings relied on ECC-era logic, derivations, or summarization that no longer exists in S/4HANA. 4. Key insight: the data is correct, but the original business logic that created it is no longer visible or reproducible.
Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
This issue cannot be solved by finance alone, but finance must lead the explanation and decision-making. 1. FICO consultant identifies which historical figures must remain explainable versus which can be accepted as legacy only. 2. Data migration team confirms how historical documents were transformed during migration. 3. ABAP or reporting team analyzes differences between ECC and S4 reporting logic. 4. Project leadership. Aligns business expectations on historical explainability versus operational usability.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines which historical reports are still business critical and which are reference only. 2. Data team documents transformation rules used during migration instead of attempting data reloading. 3. Reporting team adjusts explanations, footnotes, or reporting structures to reflect S4 semantics. 4. Leadership approves a formal stance on historical data explainability to satisfy audit and governance needs.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Attempting to repost or adjust historical documents. 2. Reloading migration data without understanding semantic changes. 3. Creating parallel shadow reports to force ECC-style explanations. 4. Treating the issue as a system defect instead of a migration outcome.
Follow-up 1. Why didn't this issue exist in ECC?
Answer: in ECC, historical data logic was spread across multiple tables and reports that implicitly carried business meaning. S/4HANA consolidates this logic, making legacy derivations invisible unless explicitly documented during migration.
Follow-up 2. Is this considered a data migration failure?
Answer: no. From a technical standpoint, the migration is successful. This is a semantic gap where business interpretation did not migrate along with the data.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. How do auditors typically react to this?
Answer: auditors usually accept this if finance can clearly explain the migration logic and formally document which historical values are no longer reproducible under S/4HANA semantics.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before go live, formally classify historical reports into explainable and reference only. This single decision prevents months of post-go-live audit friction.
Scenario 64. Document splitting produces different results.
After migration, finance notices that the same postings produce different document splitting results compared to ECC. Balances by segment or profit center no longer align with historical expectations, even though postings complete successfully and no configuration errors are reported.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is confusing because document splitting was already active in ECC. However, S/4HANA changes how and where splitting logic is applied. 1. In ECC, document splitting logic was applied late in the posting process and relied on summary tables and implicit derivations. 2. In S/4HANA, document splitting is deeply integrated into the Universal Journal and evaluated at line item level in ACDOCA. 3. Some legacy postings depended on default account assignments or substitution logic that no longer triggers the same way. 4. Key insight: the splitting rules are working correctly, but the accounting engine now evaluates them with stricter and earlier logic.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance must lead the analysis, but technical and data teams are required to confirm how legacy behavior changed. 1. FICO consultant reviews document splitting rules and identifies differences in expected versus actual results. 2. Data migration team confirms whether historical split information was derived or reconstructed during migration. 3. ABAP or reporting team analyzes how reports read split characteristics from ACDOCA versus ECC tables. 4. Project leadership decides whether differences require correction or formal acceptance.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates whether current splitting logic reflects the intended business structure in S/4HANA. 2. Data team documents how historical splits were derived instead of attempting to realign them retroactively. 3. Reporting team adjusts validation reports to align with ACDOCA-based line item logic. 4. Leadership approves acceptance of differences where S/4HANA provides higher accounting accuracy.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting document splitting results in production. 2. Reposting historical documents to force ECC-like outcomes. 3. Disabling document splitting to suppress differences. 4. Treating the issue as a data corruption problem.
Follow-up 1. Why do splitting differences usually show up only after go live?
Answer: during testing, volumes are lower and edge case postings are rare. Real production data exposes complex combinations of accounts, profit centers, and segments that reveal the new splitting behavior.
Follow-up 2. Is this a configuration error?
Answer: usually no. In most cases, configuration is correct. The difference comes from S/4HANA applying the rules more strictly and transparently at line item level.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can auditors accept different splitting results?
Answer: yes. If finance can demonstrate that the new logic is consistent, documented, and aligned with accounting principles. Auditors prefer explainable accuracy over legacy consistency.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always validate document splitting using real production-like postings, not simple test cases. Splitting issues hide in complex postings, not in clean demos.
Scenario 65. Legacy postings can't be reconstructed.
After migration, finance attempts to re-explain or re-simulate old ECC postings for audit reviews, management queries, or dispute resolution. Although the original documents exist in S/4HANA, the exact posting logic cannot be reconstructed anymore, leading to frustration and loss of confidence.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is confusing because finance expects historical logic to remain reproducible. However, migration fundamentally changes how postings are derived. 1. ECC postings relied on runtime logic, user exits, substitutions, and table-based derivations that are no longer executed in S/4HANA. 2. During migration, only the final accounting result is transferred, not the procedural steps that created it. 3. S/4HANA accounting logic is redesigned around universal journal principles, eliminating many legacy derivation layers. 4. Key insight: S/4HANA preserves accounting results, not the original ECC decision path.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance leads the explanation, but technical and governance teams must support documentation and acceptance. 1. FICO consultant determines which historical posting logic must remain explainable for audit and compliance. 2. Data migration team confirms which elements were migrated as results versus reconstructed logic. 3. ABAP or reporting team explains technical gaps between ECC runtime logic and S/4 static results. 4. Project leadership aligns stakeholders on acceptable limits of historical reconstruction.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents posting principles instead of attempting to replay legacy logic. 2. Data team preserves migration documentation and transformation rules for audit reference. 3. Reporting team adapts explanations to focus on accounting outcomes, not process replay. 4. Leadership formally approves which historical logic is no longer reproducible post-migration.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Trying to recreate ECC exits or substitutions in S/4HANA. 2. Reposting historical documents to force legacy behavior. 3. Treating reconstruction gaps as system defects. 4. Promising auditors full ECC logic replay capability.
Follow-up 1. Why didn't this problem exist in ECC?
Answer: in ECC, postings could be reprocessed using the same runtime logic. S/4HANA no longer executes that logic for historical documents, so replay is not possible.
Follow-up 2. Is this a failed migration?
Answer: no. This is an expected outcome of moving from a procedural accounting engine to a result-based accounting model.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. How do auditors typically react to this?
Answer: auditors generally accept this if finance can clearly document migration assumptions and demonstrate that results are correct, even if the original logic cannot be replayed.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before migration, identify postings that are frequently audited and document their accounting principles. Do not rely on system replay to explain history in S/4HANA.
Scenario 66. Custom migration objects miss edge cases.
During migration, custom migration programs or mapping rules are used to move finance data into S/4HANA. After go-live, finance discovers that certain rare but critical cases, such as reversals, partial clearings, or country-specific postings, are missing or behave incorrectly, even though the majority of data looks correct.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is difficult to detect because standard test cases usually pass. The failures hide in exceptions. 1. Custom migration objects are typically built to handle the most common posting patterns. 2. Edge cases such as reversals, cross-period postings, or local statutory exceptions are often excluded. 3. During testing, these cases are rarely exercised due to low volume or lack of awareness. 4. Key insight. The migration logic worked for the majority, but failed for scenarios that were not explicitly designed or tested.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance must identify what is missing, but technical and data teams are required to correct the migration logic. 1. FICO consultant identifies missing business scenarios and defines expected accounting outcomes. 2. Data migration team reviews and enhances migration objects to cover edge cases. 3. ABAP team adjusts custom migration programs and mapping logic. 4. Project leadership controls scope and approves remediation effort versus business risk.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents all non-standard posting scenarios that must be supported. 2. Data team identifies which edge cases were excluded and why. 3. ABAP team enhances migration logic and revalidates impacted datasets. 4. Leadership decides whether selective remediation or acceptance is appropriate.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming low-volume cases are safe to ignore. 2. Manually correcting data without fixing migration logic. 3. Rerunning migration blindly without scenario validation. 4. Blaming business users for not testing edge cases.
Follow-up 1. Why weren't these edge cases detected earlier?
Answer: because migration testing usually focuses on volume and mainstream processes. Rare scenarios often lack clear owners and are deprioritized under timeline pressure.
Follow-up 2. Is this a failure of tools or people?
Answer: it is a governance issue. Tools execute what they are designed to do. Missing edge cases usually indicate gaps in business scenario identification.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. How can this be prevented in future migrations?
Answer: by explicitly identifying low-frequency but high-impact scenarios early and validating them separately during migration testing.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always include one dedicated test cycle for rare finance scenarios. These cases are few, but they generate the most post-go-live escalations.
Scenario 67. Data is correct but financially meaningless.
After migration, finance confirms that balances reconcile at a high level and technical checks pass. However, when controllers and auditors try to interpret trends, ratios, or historical comparisons, the numbers no longer tell a meaningful financial story. The data is technically correct, but business insight is lost.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This failure is subtle because it does not break posting or reconciliation. It breaks interpretation. 1. Migration consolidates multiple ECC tables and logic paths into ACDOCA without preserving historical context. 2. Key reporting dimensions that were implicit in ECC reports are no longer derived the same way. 3. Some historical comparisons depend on legacy valuation, currency logic, or summarization that no longer exists. 4. Key insight: S/4HANA preserves accounting accuracy, but it does not preserve legacy storytelling by default.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance must redefine meaning, but technical teams are required to support how that meaning is expressed. 1. FICO consultant defines which financial narratives must remain valid after migration. 2. Reporting team aligns report structures with new S/4HANA dimensions. 3. Data team confirms which historical attributes are no longer derivable. 4. Project leadership approves changes to KPIs and management reporting definitions.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team redefines KPIs based on S/4HANA accounting principles instead of ECC assumptions. 2. Reporting team updates dashboards and analytics to reflect new dimensions and structures. 3. Data team documents which legacy comparisons are no longer meaningful. 4. Leadership formally communicates changes in financial interpretation to stakeholders.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing ECC-style KPIs onto S/4HANA data. 2. Manually adjusting reports to recreate legacy trends. 3. Treating interpretation gaps as data errors. 4. Allowing multiple competing versions of financial truth.
Follow-up 1. Why does finance only notice this after go live?
Answer: because testing focuses on correctness and reconciliation, not long-term trend analysis. Meaningful interpretation only emerges with real operational data.
Follow-up 2. Is this a reporting problem or a finance problem?
Answer: it is both. Reporting expresses financial meaning, but finance must define what that meaning should be under the new accounting model.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can this be avoided completely?
Answer: no. Some legacy interpretations are tied to ECC-specific structures. The goal is controlled transition, not perfect preservation.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat migration as a financial rebaselining exercise. If you try to preserve every historical interpretation, you will lose clarity instead of gaining insight.
Scenario 68. Historical currency conversion gaps in new currency types.
After migration, finance introduces additional currency types in S/4HANA to support group or management reporting. While current postings work, historical reports suddenly show gaps, inconsistencies, or unexpected values because historical exchange rates for the new currency types do not exist.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is confusing because S/4HANA technically supports multiple currencies per ledger. The failure is historical, not functional. 1. ECC typically operated with a limited number of currency types, often 2 or 3. 2. S/4HANA allows freely defined currency types, tempting projects to add new ones during migration. 3. Historical documents do not have exchange rates stored for newly introduced currency types. 4. Key insight: S/4HANA can calculate future currencies, but it cannot retroactively invent historical exchange rates.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance drives the decision, but data and leadership must align on historical feasibility. 1. FICO consultant decides which currencies are truly required for historical reporting. 2. Data migration team confirms availability and completeness of historical exchange rates. 3. Reporting team identifies which reports rely on new currency types. 4. Project leadership approves trade-offs between historical accuracy and reporting scope.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team limits new currency types to forward-looking reporting where possible. 2. Data team validates whether historical exchange rates can be sourced externally if required. 3. Reporting team separates historical and current period currency views. 4. Leadership formally accepts limitations in historical currency reporting.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Backfilling exchange rates without business approval. 2. Assuming S/4HANA will auto-calculate historical currencies. 3. Forcing historical reports to include unsupported currency types. 4. Blaming data migration for a design time decision.
Follow-up 1. Why didn't this problem exist in ECC?
Answer: ECC did not support freely defined currencies at the same scale. Reporting expectations were aligned with what the system could store historically.
Follow-up 2. Can historical exchange rates be recreated?
Answer: sometimes, but only if authoritative rate sources exist and finance approves the methodology. Otherwise, recreated rates introduce audit risk.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. What is the safest design choice during migration?
Answer: do not introduce new currency types during migration unless there is a regulatory or statutory requirement. Defer expansion to a post-stabilization phase.
Exclusive pro tip.
Adding new currency types during migration is a design decision, not a technical upgrade. Treat it like a finance transformation, not a system switch.
Category 13 wrap-up. When history survives but meaning does not.
Data migration failures are rarely about missing records. They are about lost context, broken explainability, and historical assumptions that no longer hold. If these issues are not addressed explicitly, finance will carry silent risk long after go live.
Transition from internal finance to the connected landscape.
Once internal numbers appear stable, the next wave of failures emerges outside the system. Interfaces, consolidations, and downstream consumers expose inconsistencies that finance alone cannot control.
Category 14. Interface and downstream finance failures.
This category covers failures that surface beyond S/4HANA itself. Even when finance postings look correct, Mismatches in downstream systems quickly escalate into credibility and consolidation crises.
Scenarios covered in Category 14.
1. BW or BI totals don't match S4 ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 2. Group reporting or BPC feeds break ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 3. Treasury and cash interfaces drift ownership, not a finance-only fix. 4. External tax engines misalign ownership, not a finance-only fix. 5. Intercompany eliminations fail ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
Scenario 69. BW or BI totals don't match S4HANA.
After migration, finance validates balances inside S4HANA and confirms they are correct. However, when BW or BI reports are refreshed, totals no longer match S4. Executives immediately question which system is right, and confidence in reporting collapses.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is confusing because both systems appear to be working correctly in isolation. 1. S4HANA introduces the Universal Journal, merging multiple ECC tables into ACDOCA. 2. Existing BW extractors and transformations were designed for ECC tables and logic. 3. During migration, BW often continues using legacy extractors or reconciliation assumptions. 4. Key insight. BW is extracting correctly based on old logic, but the source accounting model has fundamentally changed.
Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
Finance leads reconciliation, but the fix requires coordination across systems. 1. FICO consultant defines which S4HANA figures are the financial source of truth. 2. BW or BI team reviews extractors, transformations, and data models for S4 compatibility. 3. Data team validates data completeness and timing between source and target. 4. Project leadership enforces a single reporting authority during stabilization.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team establishes S4HANA Finance as the authoritative accounting source. 2. BW team replaces ECC extractors with S4HANA compatible data sources or CDS-based extraction. 3. Data team reconciles timing differences between postings and extraction jobs. 4. Leadership mandates reconciliation sign-off before executive reporting resumes.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Adjusting BW numbers manually to force a match. 2. Continuing to use ECC extractors after migration. 3. Allowing multiple versions of financial truth to coexist. 4. Blaming data migration without validating extraction logic.
Follow-up 1. Why do BW totals often match during testing, but fail after go-live?
Answer: during testing, data volumes are smaller and extraction timing is tightly controlled. After go-live, real posting volumes, delta handling, and timing gaps expose differences that were not visible earlier. This makes the issue appear suddenly, even though the root cause existed from the start.
Follow-up 2. Is this a BW problem or an S4 problem?
Answer: it is neither exclusively. S4HANA changes the accounting data model, and BW must adapt to consume it correctly. Treating this as a BW-only defect ignores the fundamental source model shift introduced by migration.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. What is the fastest way to restore executive confidence?
Answer: temporarily freeze executive BW reporting and validate figures directly in S4HANA Finance. Once S4 is accepted as the source of truth, BW can be realigned without undermining leadership trust.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never treat BW reconciliation as a technical exercise alone. It is a governance decision about which system defines financial truth after migration.
Scenario 70. Group reporting or BPC feeds break after migration.
After moving to S4HANA, consolidation teams report that group reporting or BPC no longer receives correct financial data. Some entities fail to load completely, while others load with mismatched balances. Month-end consolidation is delayed, and finance leadership escalates immediately.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is confusing because postings look correct in S4HANA, yet downstream consolidation fails. 1. S4HANA introduces Universal Journal and new ledger structures that differ from ECC. 2. Existing BPC or group reporting feeds often rely on legacy tables or mapping logic. 3. Ledger, currency, or profit center dimensions may not align with new S4 structures. 4. Key insight. Consolidation logic was not redesigned for the S4HANA financial model.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance defines consolidation logic, but the fix spans multiple teams. 1. FICO consultant validates legal entity, ledger, and currency logic used for consolidation. 2. Group reporting or BPC team adjusts data models, mappings, and transformation rules. 3. Data team confirms completeness and consistency of transferred financial data. 4. Project leadership coordinates cutover timing and consolidation validation cycles.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team confirms which ledgers and currencies are legally relevant for consolidation. 2. Consolidation team updates feed logic to consume ACDOCA-based structures correctly. 3. Data team reconciles entity-level balances between S4HANA and consolidation system. 4. Leadership enforces parallel close validation before declaring consolidation stable.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Hard-coding adjustments directly in BPC or group reporting. 2. Ignoring ledger and currency alignment issues. 3. Blaming S4HANA data without validating consolidation mappings. 4. Allowing manual Excel uploads as a long-term solution.
Follow-up 1. Why do consolidation issues surface only at month-end?
Answer: consolidation logic is only fully exercised during close activities. Daily postings may look fine, but aggregation across entities, ledgers, and currencies exposes structural gaps that remain invisible during normal operations.
Follow-up 2. Can this be solved by adjusting mappings only?
Answer: mappings alone are often insufficient. If the underlying ledger or currency design is wrong, no amount of mapping can produce consistent results. Structural alignment must be validated first.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. What is the biggest risk if this is rushed?
Answer: rushing consolidation fixes can produce legally incorrect financial statements. This creates audit exposure and long-term trust damage that far outweighs short-term close delays.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always perform at least one full parallel consolidation cycle after migration. If consolidation only works on paper, it will fail in production.
Scenario 71. Treasury and cash interfaces drift after migration.
After migration to S4HANA, Treasury teams notice that cash positions, bank balances, or liquidity forecasts no longer match external bank statements or Treasury systems. Interfaces technically run without errors, but numbers slowly drift, causing loss of confidence in cash visibility.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is dangerous because nothing appears broken from a technical perspective. 1. S4HANA introduces bank account management and new cash management data models. 2. Legacy Treasury interfaces were designed around ECC tables and timing assumptions. 3. Posting timestamps, value dates, or liquidity item derivation change in S4HANA. 4. Key insight: the interface still runs, but the financial meaning of the data has shifted.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance identifies the drift, but the fix spans configuration, interfaces, and governance. 1. FICO consultant validates cash flow relevance and liquidity item logic in S4HANA. 2. Treasury team confirms expected cash positioning rules and reporting requirements. 3. Interface team redesigns interface logic to align with new S4 data structures. 4. Project leadership enforces end-to-end cash reconciliation ownership.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews cash management configuration rather than assuming ECC logic still applies. 2. Treasury team redefines cash positioning rules based on S4 liquidity items. 3. Interface team updates mappings to consume S4HANA cash-relevant data correctly. 4. Leadership mandates reconciliation between bank statements, S4, and Treasury systems.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing manual cash adjustments to mask differences. 2. Assuming interface success equals financial correctness. 3. Blaming Treasury users for misreading reports. 4. Ignoring value date and liquidity item configuration.
Follow-up 1. Why does cash drift increase over time instead of immediately?
Answer: because small timing and valuation differences accumulate daily. Each posting appears correct individually, but over weeks, the compounded effect creates material mismatches.
Follow-up 2. Why didn't this appear during testing?
Answer: testing usually focuses on transaction success, not long-running cash reconciliation. Short test cycles do not expose cumulative liquidity discrepancies.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. What is the biggest business risk here?
Answer: incorrect cash visibility can lead to wrong funding decisions, missed investments, or liquidity shortfalls. This becomes a CFO-level risk very quickly.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always reconcile cash daily for at least one full month after migration. Cash issues rarely explode immediately, they creep.
Scenario 72. External tax engines misalign after migration.
After moving to S/4HANA, Finance notices that tax amounts calculated in S4 do not match values returned by external tax engines such as Vertex or Avalara. Interfaces run successfully, invoices post, but tax amounts differ subtly from what the business expects.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This failure is subtle because both systems appear to work independently. 1. S/4HANA introduces changes in tax determination logic and document structure. 2. External tax engines rely on input payloads designed for ECC document models. 3. Field sequencing, condition types, or tax-relevant indicators change during migration. 4. Key insight: tax calculation logic is correct in isolation, but integration semantics are broken.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance identifies the mismatch, but correction requires cross-functional coordination. 1. FICO consultant confirms correct S4 tax configuration and expected calculation results. 2. Interface team adjusts payload mapping sent to the external tax engine. 3. Tax team validates legal compliance of recalculated tax values. 4. Project leadership aligns ownership across finance, tax, and integration teams.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews tax determination in S/4HANA instead of forcing ECC behavior. 2. Tax team confirms that new calculated values are legally acceptable. 3. Interface team updates mapping logic to align with S4 document structures. 4. Leadership enforces parallel tax reconciliation before declaring stability.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Hardcoding tax values to force reconciliation. 2. Blindly trusting the external engine without validation. 3. Reverting to ECC logic assumptions. 4. Treating mismatches as rounding issues without analysis.
Follow-up 1. Why do tax differences appear small but cause major concern?
Answer: tax differences may be minor per document, but across thousands of transactions, they accumulate into material compliance risks. Auditors focus on consistency, not just totals.
Follow-up 2. Why wasn't this caught during migration testing?
Answer: testing often validates posting success, not legal accuracy. Without detailed tax reconciliation, semantic mismatches remain hidden.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Who is accountable if tax authorities question the data?
Answer: ultimately the company is accountable. That is why tax alignment must be validated end-to-end, not delegated to a single system or vendor.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always perform parallel tax calculations for at least one full reporting period after migration. Passing technical tests is not the same as passing an audit.
Scenario 73. Intercompany eliminations fail after migration.
After migration to S/4HANA, intercompany balances post successfully in local ledgers, but eliminations in consolidation or group reporting do not match expectations. Finance observes unexplained differences between sending and receiving entities, even though postings look correct at the source.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue surfaces during consolidation cycles, not day-to-day postings. 1. S/4HANA changes how intercompany postings are represented at line item level in ACDOCA. 2. Elimination logic depends on partner fields, trading partner assignments, and document splitting results. 3. Legacy ECC assumptions about header-level consistency no longer hold in S/4HANA. 4. Key insight: the data is posted, but the semantic markers required for elimination are inconsistent.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the imbalance, but resolution spans configuration, data, and integration. 1. FICO consultant validates intercompany configuration, partner assignments, and elimination rules. 2. Data team confirms partner fields and document splitting attributes migrated correctly. 3. Integration team aligns feeds to consolidation or group reporting systems. 4. Project leadership coordinates fixes across legal entities and reporting timelines.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews intercompany posting logic and validates partner field population at line item level. 2. Data team corrects historical documents where partner attributes are missing or inconsistent. 3. Integration team adjusts elimination mappings to align with S/4HANA semantics. 4. Leadership enforces reconciliation cycles before closing periods.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Posting manual elimination adjustments without fixing root causes. 2. Ignoring partner field inconsistencies in historical data. 3. Assuming consolidation tools will auto-correct S4 inconsistencies. 4. Delaying fixes until year-end when exposure is highest.
Follow-up 1. Why do intercompany issues often appear only during close?
Answer: because eliminations are validated only when balances are aggregated across entities. Daily postings can look correct, while consolidation logic exposes semantic gaps later.
Follow-up 2. Why didn't ECC have this problem as visibly?
Answer: ECC relied more on header-level consistency and less granular validation. S/4HANA enforces line-item accuracy, which exposes legacy weaknesses.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can this be safely fixed only prospectively?
Answer: not always. If historical periods require restatement or audit comparison, missing partner data must be corrected retroactively to ensure trust.
Exclusive pro tip.
Run intercompany reconciliation reports at line item level immediately after migration. If eliminations fail, the problem is already in the posting logic, not in consolidation.
Category 14 complete. Why interfaces expose the truth.
Interface and downstream failures are often the first external signal that an S/4HANA migration did not preserve financial semantics. These issues prove that even when S4 appears stable internally, the ecosystem around finance may already be breaking.
From integration failures to control failures.
Once data leaves S/4HANA and discrepancies appear, the next escalation is inevitable. Auditors, compliance teams, and governance functions start asking questions that ECC never forced finance to answer.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 15. Authorization, controls, and audit failures.
S/4HANA fundamentally tightens financial controls. What used to be implicit or tolerated in ECC now becomes explicit, enforced, and auditable. These scenarios represent failures where finance realizes too late that access, controls, and auditability have materially changed.
Scenarios covered in Category 15.
1. Postings allowed in ECC blocked in S4 ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 2. SOD conflicts due to BP plus ACDOCA ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 3. Audit trails differ from ECC ownership, not a finance-only fix. 4. Financial controls can't be proven ownership, not a finance-only fix. 5. GRC rules no longer align ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 74. Postings allowed in ECC are blocked in S4HANA.
After migrating to S4HANA, finance users attempt routine postings such as vendor invoices, journal entries, or asset postings. Transactions that were allowed for years in ECC are now blocked with authorization or control errors, even though the same users and roles were carried forward during migration.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
From a business perspective, nothing changed. From a system perspective, everything did. 1. S4HANA introduces stricter authorization checks tied directly to business partner roles and ACDOCA semantics. 2. ECC allowed many postings based on table-level permissions that no longer exist. 3. Authorizations are now evaluated at line item and process level, not just transaction level. 4. Key insight. S4HANA blocks postings to enforce control correctness, not because configuration is missing.
Ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix.
Finance identifies the failure, but resolution requires coordinated action. 1. FICO consultant confirms which business process is failing and why the new control exists. 2. Security team adjusts authorization roles to align with S4HANA control objects. 3. Data team verifies business partner roles and attributes are complete. 4. Project leadership prevents bypass fixes and enforces governance.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team analyzes the exact posting step where the error occurs and documents the new S4HANA validation logic. 2. Security team redesigns roles to explicitly allow required S4 authorization checks instead of relying on legacy access. 3. Data team validates business partner completeness rather than recreating or reloading master data. 4. Leadership ensures fixes are tested with production-like roles, not temporary elevated access.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Granting SAP_all to bypass posting errors. 2. Manually reposting failed documents without understanding the block. 3. Disabling validation checks to force postings through. 4. Treating the issue as a user training problem.
Follow-up 1. Why does SAP_all not always resolve posting blocks in S4HANA?
Answer: because many S4HANA checks depend on master data completeness and process context, not just authorizations. Even with SAP_all, missing business partner roles or attributes can still block postings. This enforces data integrity rather than access privilege.
Follow-up 2. How can you prove this is not a configuration defect?
Answer: by demonstrating that the configuration matches ECC, but the execution context has changed. If configuration were missing, errors would occur consistently. Migration-only failures point to new enforcement logic.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these issues often appear only after go live?
Answer: because test environments frequently use broad or shared roles to speed testing. Production roles are restrictive, exposing authorization gaps that were masked earlier.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never validate finance posting in S4HANA using SAP_all. You are not testing controls. You are hiding the failures that will surface on day 1.
Scenario 75. Segregation of duties conflicts due to business partner and ACDOCA.
After migration, audit or GRC teams flag new segregation of duties conflicts in finance roles. Users who perform the same activities in ECC without issue are now reported as high risk, even though finance insists no new responsibilities were added.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
The conflict is real, but it was invisible in ECC. 1. S4HANA consolidates FICO and subledger data into ACDOCA, increasing transparency of posting capabilities. 2. Business partner unifies customer and vendor roles, collapsing previously separate responsibilities. 3. GRC rule sets designed for ECC no longer map cleanly to S4HANA processes. 4. Key insight. S4HANA exposes TruSOD risks that ECC structurally masked.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance understands the process, but compliance drives the resolution. 1. FICO consultant explains actual business responsibilities and required access. 2. Security and GRC team redesigns SOD rules and role definitions for S4HANA. 3. Data team confirms business partner role assignments do not overextend access. 4. Project leadership balances compliance requirements with operational continuity.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents which combined activities are genuinely required by the business. 2. Security and GRC teams update rule sets to reflect S4HANA's unified data model. 3. Data team ensures BP roles are minimal and purpose-driven, not inherited blindly. 4. Leadership approves residual risks formally instead of forcing unsafe role splits.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Blindly copying ECC SOD rules into S4HANA. 2. Over-segregating roles until business operations stall. 3. Ignoring audit findings because ECC allowed the same access. 4. Assigning emergency access as a permanent workaround.
Follow-up 1. Why do SOD conflicts increase after migration?
Answer: because S4HANA removes structural separation that existed in ECC. Unified data models and BP roles reveal combined capabilities that auditors could not previously see.
Follow-up 2. Is this a system defect or a governance issue?
Answer: it is primarily a governance issue. The system is correctly exposing risks. The challenge is redesigning controls to match the new transparency.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can you safely accept some SOD conflicts in S4HANA?
Answer: yes, but only through formal risk acceptance. Leadership and audit must document and approve residual risks to avoid future compliance failures.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat increased SOD findings after S4HANA migration as a success signal. The system is finally showing risks that always existed.
Scenario 76. Audit trails differ from ECC after migration.
After go live, internal or external auditors notice that document change logs, reversal traces, or approval histories do not look the same as they did in ECC. Finance insists the postings are correct, but auditors question whether transactions are fully traceable.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
Nothing is missing, but the audit story has changed. 1. S4HANA stores financial data differently, with ACDOCA replacing multiple classic tables. 2. Some change documents and logs are generated at different layers than in ECC. 3. Fiori-based approvals and background processes create audit traces outside classic GUI paths. 4. Key insight: audit evidence still exists, but it is no longer located where ECC auditors expect it.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Finance cannot resolve audit transparency issues alone. 1. FICO consultant explains new posting and approval flows introduced by S4HANA. 2. Security and GRC team maps audit-relevant logs and control evidence. 3. Basis team ensures logging, change documents, and system traces are correctly activated. 4. Project leadership aligns auditors on the new audit model before findings escalate.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team documents how transactions flow and where evidence is now generated. 2. Security and GRC teams redefine audit procedures for S4HANA and Fiori processes. 3. Basis team validates that required logging and change document settings are enabled. 4. Leadership proactively re-educates auditors instead of reacting to audit findings.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Attempting to recreate ECC-style logs manually. 2. Blaming S4HANA for missing audit transparency. 3. Ignoring audit questions until year-end. 4. Making undocumented system changes to satisfy auditors.
Follow-up 1. Are audit logs actually missing in S4HANA?
Answer: no. In most cases, the logs exist but are generated in different objects or layers. The issue is discoverability, not absence.
Follow-up 2. Why do auditors struggle more after migration?
Answer: auditors rely on historical ECC patterns. S/4HANA changes where and how evidence is stored, requiring updated audit procedures.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can this delay statutory reporting?
Answer: yes. If auditors do not accept the new audit trail model, sign-offs can be delayed even when numbers are correct.
Exclusive pro tip.
Align auditors on S/4HANA audit evidence before go live. Waiting until year-end guarantees escalation.
Scenario 77. Financial controls can't be proven after migration.
During internal control testing or external audit, finance is asked to demonstrate key controls such as posting approvals, change controls, and preventive validations. Even though postings are correct, the organization cannot convincingly prove that controls operated effectively in S/4HANA.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
Controls exist, but evidence is fragmented. 1. S/4HANA changes how approvals, checks, and validations are executed across GUI and Fiori. 2. Some controls move from configuration-based to workflow or app-based enforcement. 3. Existing control documentation is ECC-centric and no longer maps cleanly to S/4 processes. 4. Key insight: controls are present, but the proof framework was never migrated.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Control failure is a governance issue, not a posting issue. 1. FICO consultant identifies which controls still apply and where they now execute. 2. Security and GRC team redesigns control testing and evidence collection for S/4HANA. 3. Basis team confirms technical enforcement points such as workflows and logs are active. 4. Project leadership updates control narratives and ownership formally.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team maps each key financial control to its new execution point in S/4HANA. 2. Security and GRC teams redesign testing procedures to align with Fiori and workflow-based controls. 3. Basis team validates that required logs, workflows, and approvals are consistently captured. 4. Leadership ensures control documentation is updated and approved before audit cycles.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming old ECC control narratives still apply. 2. Creating manual evidence to compensate for missing documentation. 3. Disabling controls temporarily to pass posting deadlines. 4. Waiting for auditors to define the new control model.
Follow-up 1. Why do controls fail audits even when postings are correct?
Answer: audits test control effectiveness, not just financial accuracy. If the organization cannot show how controls operated in S/4HANA, the audit fails regardless of correct numbers.
Follow-up 2. Is this a system gap or a documentation gap?
Answer: most often it is a documentation and governance gap. The system enforces controls, but the organization never updated how those controls are described and tested.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can this trigger a qualified audit opinion?
Answer: yes. If key controls cannot be demonstrated over a reporting period, auditors may qualify or delay opinions even when financial statements are accurate.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat control documentation as a migration deliverable, not a post-go-live task. Controls that can't be proven are treated as if they don't exist.
Scenario 78. GRC rules no longer align after S/4HANA migration.
After migration, governance, risk, and compliance reports suddenly show hundreds of new violations. Roles that were approved and stable in ECC are now flagged as non-compliant. Finance argues that users are doing the same jobs as before, but GRC insists the risk exposure has increased.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
The rules change, not the people. 1. S/4HANA introduces new authorization objects and consolidates activities across FI, CO, and logistics. 2. Business partner replaces separate customer and vendor concepts, collapsing previously distinct duties. 3. Existing GRC rule sets were designed around ECC transaction codes and table-level access. 4. Key insight: GRC logic built for ECC no longer reflects how risk manifests in S/4HANA.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Compliance architecture must evolve with the system. 1. FICO consultant explains actual end-to-end business responsibilities. 2. Security and GRC team redesigns risk rules to align with S/4HANA authorization concepts. 3. Data team reviews business partner role assignments for unintended overlaps. 4. Project leadership approves revised risk definitions and residual risk acceptance.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates which activities truly represent conflicting duties in the new process flow. 2. Security and GRC teams rebuild rule sets using S4 authorization objects instead of ECCT codes. 3. Data team ensures BP roles are assigned minimally and purposefully. 4. Leadership formally approves revised SOD frameworks rather than forcing ECC-era controls.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Suppressing GRC violations to reduce noise. 2. Copying ECC risk rules directly into S4HANA. 3. Overstricting roles until business operations stall. 4. Treating GRC findings as purely technical issues.
Follow-up 1. Why do GRC violations explode after migration?
Answer: because S4HANA exposes combined capabilities that were structurally separated in ECC. GRC tools are now seeing the full picture of user access.
Follow-up 2. Is it acceptable to relax GRC rules in S4HANA?
Answer: only through formal risk acceptance. Blind relaxation creates audit exposure and undermines compliance governance.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can this delay go-live or audits?
Answer: yes. Unresolved GRC misalignment can block go-live approvals or result in audit findings that delay financial sign-off.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat GRC redesign as part of migration scope. ECC-era compliance models do not survive S4HANA unchanged.
Category 15 complete. Controls are the real go-live gate.
Authorization, control, and audit failures are not technical defects. They represent moments where S4HANA enforces governance that ECC quietly tolerated. These scenarios explain why many migrations are technically complete but not auditable.
From financial controls to inventory truth.
Once finance controls are stabilized, the next unavoidable shock appears in inventory valuation. In S4HANA, material ledger is no longer optional. It fundamentally changes how inventory values are calculated, stored, and reported.
Category 16. Material ledger, mandatory in S4HANA.
Material ledger was optional in ECC. In S4HANA, it is mandatory. These scenarios represent some of the most expensive and misunderstood failures in finance migration, because inventory valuation now follows rules that ECC never enforced.
Scenarios covered in Category 16.
1. Inventory valuation fails without ECC material ledger ownership fixed by the FICO team. 2. Standard price versus moving average price behavior changes, ownership fixed by the FICO team. 3. Material ledger currencies do not match financial accounting ownership fixed by the FICO team. 4. Historical inventory values do not reconcile after migration ownership FICO-led multi-team fix. 5. Actual costing misused causes severe performance issues ownership fixed by the FICO team.
Scenario 79. Inventory valuation fails because material ledger was not active in ECC.
After migration, finance notices that inventory values do not reconcile with the general ledger. Stock balances exist. Goods movements post successfully, but inventory valuation reports show unexpected differences. Business users are confused because inventory reporting worked acceptably in ECC without material ledger.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is a mandatory S4HANA simplification, not a configuration mistake. 1. In ECC, material ledger was optional, and many systems ran inventory valuation without it. 2. S4HANA requires material ledger for inventory valuation to support real-time and multi-currency accounting. 3. When ECC history is migrated into a mandatory ML environment, valuation logic changes immediately. 4. Key insight: inventory values are recalculated under new rules, not migrated one-to-one from ECC.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved within finance by understanding new valuation logic. 1. FICO consultant reviews material ledger activation and valuation methods. 2. FICO consultant aligns inventory valuation settings with business expectations. 3. FICO consultant explains valuation differences to business stakeholders. 4. Project leadership approves valuation changes as part of S/4HANA design.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews material valuation areas and ledger assignments in S/4HANA. 2. FICO team confirms that inventory valuation differences are expected under material ledger. 3. FICO team adjusts reporting logic to reflect S/4HANA valuation behavior. 4. Leadership signs off on inventory valuation differences as a design decision, not a defect.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Attempting to force ECC inventory values into S/4HANA. 2. Reloading inventory data multiple times hoping values will match. 3. Disabling material ledger features to mimic ECC behavior. 4. Treating valuation differences as data migration errors.
Follow-up 1. Why didn't this issue appear during ECC operations?
Answer: ECC allowed inventory valuation without material ledger, using simpler logic. S/4HANA enforces more accurate, real-time valuation rules that expose differences ECC never calculated.
Follow-up 2. Can we deactivate material ledger in S4HANA?
Answer: no. Material ledger is mandatory in S/4HANA. The correct approach is to understand and align business expectations, not to bypass the functionality.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does finance often discover this only after go-live?
Answer: because historical inventory data looks acceptable at a high level, but detailed valuation behavior only becomes visible once real transactions start flowing in S/4HANA.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat material ledger activation as a design change, not a technical switch. Inventory valuation differences must be approved, not fixed.
Scenario 80. Standard price versus moving average price behaves differently after migration.
After migration, finance and costing teams notice that inventory values fluctuate in ways they never saw in ECC. Materials that previously showed stable values now show variances, and month-end inventory adjustments are higher than expected. Business users insist that pricing control has been lost.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
The pricing method did not change, but how S/4HANA calculates value did. 1. In ECC, standard price and moving average price behavior was influenced by batch updates and periodic processing. 2. S/4HANA with material ledger recalculates inventory values in real time, exposing price differences immediately. 3. Actual postings, price differences, and variances are now captured more granularly. 4. Key insight. S/4HANA shows true cost behavior that ECC masked through delayed updates.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is a valuation understanding issue, not a system defect. 1. FICO consultant reviews material price control indicators and valuation logic. 2. FICO consultant explains real-time price differences to business stakeholders. 3. FICO consultant aligns inventory reporting expectations with S/4HANA behavior. 4. Project leadership approves valuation transparency as a benefit, not a risk.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews price control settings and confirms they match business intent. 2. FICO team educates business on real-time variance visibility in S/4HANA. 3. FICO team updates inventory and margin reports to reflect actual cost behavior. 4. Leadership reinforces that transparency is expected in the new system.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Switching price control methods without business analysis. 2. Manually adjusting inventory to suppress visible variances. 3. Blaming data migration for valuation behavior. 4. Attempting to recreate ECC's delayed valuation logic.
Follow-up 1. Why do variances appear more frequently in S4HANA?
Answer: because S/4HANA calculates and posts variances in real time. ECC often deferred or aggregated these differences, hiding them until period end.
Follow-up 2. Does this mean standard price is no longer stable?
Answer: no. Standard price still applies, but variances are now visible immediately instead of being absorbed silently.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do controllers notice this before finance?
Answer: because controllers monitor margins and variances daily. Finance often focuses on balances, while controllers see cost behavior shifts first.
Exclusive pro tip.
If inventory suddenly looks more volatile in S/4HANA, It usually means the system is finally telling the truth.
Scenario 81. Material ledger currencies do not match financial accounting.
After migration, finance notices that inventory values appear correct in material ledger reports, but do not align with general ledger balances in certain currencies. Local currency may match, but group or additional currencies show unexplained differences.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is caused by expanded currency handling in S/4HANA. 1. S/4HANA allows multiple currencies in material ledger, often more than were used in ECC. 2. Exchange rate types and valuation methods may differ between FI and ML. 3. Historical inventory postings may not contain values for all newly activated currencies. 4. Key insight: currency differences are a design and configuration alignment issue, not a posting error.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This is resolved through finance configuration alignment. 1. FICO consultant reviews currency settings in material ledger and financial accounting. 2. FICO consultant aligns valuation approaches and exchange rate types. 3. FICO consultant explains multi-currency valuation logic to business users. 4. Project leadership confirms which currencies are mandatory for reporting.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews ledger and valuation area currency settings for consistency. 2. FICO team validates exchange rate types used by FI and material ledger. 3. FICO team adjusts reporting logic to use the correct valuation view. 4. Leadership approves currency scope to avoid unnecessary complexity.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting inventory balances to force currency alignment. 2. Disabling additional currencies without impact analysis. 3. Blaming data migration without reviewing currency design. 4. Comparing ECC single currency logic directly to S/4HANA multi-currency output.
Follow-up 1. Why does this issue affect only some currencies?
Answer: because newly activated currencies in S/4HANA may not have historical exchange rates or valuation data, while local currency remains consistent.
Follow-up 2. Can this impact group reporting?
Answer: yes. Group reporting relies heavily on consistent currency valuation. Misalignment can cause consolidation differences and reporting delays.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this often missed during testing?
Answer: because test scenarios often focus on local currency. Group and parallel currencies are typically reviewed only during consolidation or audit cycles.
Exclusive pro tip.
Only activate currencies you truly need. Every additional currency multiplies reconciliation effort in material ledger.
Scenario 82. Historical inventory values do not reconcile after migration.
After migration, finance compares historical inventory balances between ECC and S/4HANA and finds unexplained differences. Current postings look fine, but older periods show mismatches that cannot be tied back to any recent transactions.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
Historical inventory was reinterpreted under new valuation rules. 1. During migration, historical inventory balances are brought into S/4HANA under material ledger logic. 2. ECC did not calculate inventory values with the same level of detail or currency coverage. 3. Some historical price differences are recalculated or redistributed during conversion. 4. Key insight: the past was not changed, but it is now being measured differently.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance leads reconciliation, but migration design plays a role. 1. FICO consultant defines acceptable historical reconciliation tolerances. 2. Data migration team explains how historical inventory balances were transformed. 3. Basis team confirms conversion steps related to material ledger execution. 4. Project leadership approves reconciliation approach for historical data.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team reconciles historical inventory using S/4HANA valuation views, not ECC reports. 2. Data migration team explains value transformation and rounding effects. 3. Basis team verifies that conversion steps ran completely and correctly. 4. Leadership approves historical differences as migration artifacts when justified.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Reposting historical inventory documents. 2. Forcing adjustments to match ECC reports exactly. 3. Assuming every historical difference is a defect. 4. Delaying go-live waiting for perfect historical alignment.
Follow-up 1. Why are historical differences more visible in S/4HANA?
Answer: S/4HANA calculates inventory values with greater precision and transparency. Differences that were previously aggregated or hidden in ECC are now exposed.
Follow-up 2. Can these differences be eliminated completely?
Answer: not always. The goal is explainability and acceptance, not perfect numerical identity with ECC.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. When do auditors accept historical differences?
Answer: auditors accept differences when they are explained, documented, and approved as part of the migration design.
Exclusive pro tip.
Historical reconciliation is about trust, not perfection. Document why numbers differ instead of trying to erase the differences.
Scenario 83. Actual costing is misused, causing severe performance and closing issues.
After migration, the business experiences severe slowdowns during period-end closing. Inventory settlement jobs run for hours or fail completely. Finance assumes this is a technical performance problem, but the root cause lies in how actual costing was activated and used.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
Actual costing is optional but often misunderstood. 1. In S/4HANA, material ledger is mandatory but actual costing is not. 2. Many teams activate actual costing assuming it is required for compliance or best practice. 3. Actual costing introduces complex settlement logic that significantly increases runtime. 4. Key insight: performance issues are caused by unnecessary business design, not system limits.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved by correcting business design decisions. 1. FICO consultant reviews whether actual costing is genuinely required. 2. FICO consultant evaluates business benefit versus operational cost. 3. FICO consultant recommends deactivation if not required. 4. Project leadership approves change in costing strategy.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team confirms regulatory or business necessity for actual costing. 2. FICO team simplifies costing strategy where possible. 3. FICO team adjusts period-end processes to align with chosen design. 4. Leadership approves performance-driven design corrections.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming actual costing is mandatory in S/4HANA. 2. Throwing hardware at design problem. 3. Ignoring performance warnings during testing. 4. Blaming basis or HANA tuning prematurely.
Follow-up 1. Why does actual costing impact performance so heavily?
Answer: actual costing calculates variances across multiple dimensions and materials. This dramatically increases processing volume during period-end settlement.
Follow-up 2. Can actual costing be added later if needed?
Answer: yes. It can be introduced later once the business fully understands its impact and value.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do teams activate it during migration?
Answer: because migration feels like a once-in-a-lifetime change. Teams try to adopt everything at once without fully understanding the consequences.
Exclusive pro tip.
Migration is not modernization. Only activate actual costing if the business can absorb its operational impact.
Category 16 wrap-up. Why inventory and costing break trust fast?
Material ledger and costing failures are especially dangerous because they affect both finance and supply chain. When inventory values or closing performance degrade, confidence in the entire system collapses quickly. These issues are rarely technical defects. They are almost always design decisions made under migration pressure.
Transition from inventory to cash.
Once inventory is valued, the next question every CFO asks is simple: where is our cash? This is where S/4HANA introduces one of the most disruptive changes compared to ECC.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers. Required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 17, Bank Account Management and Cash Failures.
In ECC, bank accounts were mostly technical configuration. In S/4HANA, bank account management becomes a governance, security, and process topic. Many migration projects underestimate this shift, leading to broken processes and frustrated treasury teams.
Scenarios covered in Category 17.
1. FI 12 locked house banks can't be created ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 2. Bank account attributes lost in migration ownership, FICO-led multi-team fix. 3. Cash management reports don't match ECC ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 4. EBS post-processing behaves differently ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 5. Treasury rejects S4 cash position ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 84, FI 12 locked, house banks can't be created.
After migration to S4HANA, the finance team attempts to create or maintain house banks using transaction FI 12, as they always did in ECC. The transaction is either read-only or completely blocked. Treasury users report that they cannot maintain bank master data and assume something is broken in the system.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This looks like a system restriction, but it is a deliberate S4HANA design change. 1. Mandatory simplification. Classic house bank maintenance via FI 12 is deprecated in S4HANA. 2. Semantic change. Bank accounts are now managed via Bank Account Management BAM using Fiori apps. 3. Governance shift. SAP moved bank master maintenance under stronger control for audit and compliance. 4. Key insight. Nothing is broken. The maintenance entry point has moved, not the data.
Ownership, fixed by the FICO team.
This issue is resolved entirely within finance configuration and process understanding. 1. FICO consultant confirms that FI 12 is intentionally restricted in S4HANA. 2. FICO consultant identifies the correct bank account management apps for maintenance. 3. FICO consultant aligns treasury users to the new process and access model.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team activates and configures bank account management in S4HANA. 2. FICO team guides users to maintain house banks via Fiori apps instead of FI 12. 3. FICO team validates that bank account data is complete and correctly migrated. 4. FICO team coordinates with Treasury to confirm new approval and governance flows.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Trying to unlock or modify FI 12 through technical settings. 2. Raising basis tickets assuming authorization issues. 3. Bypassing bank account management governance. 4. Treating this as a system defect instead of a process change.
Follow-up 1. Why did SAP remove FI 12 maintenance in S4HANA?
Answer: SAP redesigned bank master data handling to strengthen audit controls, approvals, and traceability. In ECC, bank accounts were often maintained without sufficient governance. S4HANA enforces cleaner ownership and reduces financial risk by design.
Follow-up 2. Is this a technical limitation or a functional decision?
Answer: this is a functional and governance-driven decision. The technical restriction exists to enforce a new financial process. Treating it as a technical problem leads teams down the wrong escalation path.
Follow-up 3, curveball. Why does this usually surface late in the project?
Answer: because house bank maintenance is rarely tested during migration testing. It typically appears only when Treasury starts real operational work close to go live or after go live, making it feel like a sudden system failure.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always include bank account creation and maintenance in migration testing. If Treasury is not involved early, this issue will surface at the worst possible time, during cash-critical operations.
Scenario 85. Bank account attributes are lost during migration.
After migration to S/4HANA, finance and treasury teams notice that bank accounts exist, but critical attributes such as overdraft limits, signatories, account validity dates, or approval settings are missing. Payments technically run, but Treasury refuses to accept the setup because governance data is incomplete.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
At first glance, this looks like a data migration failure, but the root cause is more specific. 1. Mandatory simplification. S/4HANA Bank Account Management introduces new attributes that did not exist in ECC. 2. Migration gap. Standard migration objects move basic bank data, but not all governance attributes. 3. Process change. Some fields are no longer technical data but require manual or workflow-based maintenance. 4. Key insight. The data is not lost. It was never part of ECC and therefore could not be migrated automatically.
Ownership, FICO-led, multi-team fix.
Finance owns the correctness of bank data but cannot resolve this alone. 1. FICO consultant identifies which bank attributes are mandatory in S/4HANA. 2. Data migration team confirms which attributes were migrated and which were not. 3. Security team ensures correct access for maintaining sensitive bank attributes. 4. Project leadership aligns treasury, finance, and security on governance responsibilities.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews bank account management requirements and identifies missing attributes. 2. Data team confirms migration scope and documents which fields require manual enrichment. 3. Security team provides controlled access for sensitive bank attribute maintenance. 4. Leadership enforces post-migration validation instead of assuming data completeness.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Reloading bank master data repeatedly hoping attributes will appear. 2. Assuming migration tools failed without checking scope. 3. Letting business users maintain bank data without governance. 4. Treating this as a basis or technical defect.
Follow-up 1. Why were these attributes not part of ECC migration?
Answer: many governance-related bank attributes simply did not exist in ECC. S/4HANA introduces stronger controls for cash and risk management, which means new data responsibilities appear during migration rather than technical defects.
Follow-up 2. Can this be fully automated during migration?
Answer: no. Some attributes are intentionally excluded from automation because they require business validation and approval. Automating them would undermine governance and audit requirements.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does Treasury often block go live over this?
Answer: because missing governance attributes expose financial and compliance risk. Treasury is accountable for cash integrity, and incomplete bank data is considered a control failure, not a minor migration issue.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always run a post-migration bank account governance checklist with Treasury. If this is skipped, payment readiness may look green while financial risk is actually red.
Scenario 86. Cash management reports don't match ECC after migration.
After go live on S/4HANA, finance compares cash position reports with ECC and immediately escalates discrepancies. Opening balances look similar, but liquidity forecasts, cash flows, and daily positions differ enough that Treasury loses confidence in the new system.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is one of the most misunderstood migration issues because it looks like a reporting defect. 1. Mandatory simplification. S/4HANA introduces cash management powered by Universal Journal and one exposure. 2. Process change. Classic cash management logic from ECC is no longer the primary calculation engine. 3. Semantic shift. Line items now drive liquidity, not summarization tables. 4. Key insight. Cache logic changed by design. ECC and S4 reports are not meant to match line by line.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This issue sits squarely within finance and treasury decision-making. 1. FICO consultant explains new cash calculation logic and validates reporting scope. 2. Treasury team confirms which liquidity views are business relevant. 3. Project leadership approves retirement of ECC-style comparisons. 4. Reporting team aligns downstream reports to new cash semantics.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team explains differences between classic cash management and S4HANA cash management. 2. Treasury validates new liquidity structures instead of forcing ECC comparisons. 3. Reporting logic is adjusted to reflect real-time line item-driven cash. 4. Leadership signs off on new cash KPIs instead of legacy benchmarks.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Trying to recreate ECC cash reports inside S4HANA. 2. Manually adjusting cash balances to force reconciliation. 3. Blaming data migration without understanding semantic change. 4. Running parallel cash systems indefinitely.
Follow-up 1. Why do opening balances often match but flows don't?
Answer: opening balances are static and migrate cleanly. Cash flows depend on real-time document interpretation, which fundamentally changed in S4HANA. This exposes differences that never existed in summarized ECC logic.
Follow-up 2. Can we switch back to classic cash management?
Answer: technically possible in limited cases, but strategically discouraged. SAP invests in S4 cash management, and reverting locks the business into legacy logic with reduced innovation support.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this become an executive issue quickly?
Answer: cash visibility impacts liquidity, risk, and forecasting. When executives see different numbers, trust erodes immediately, regardless of technical correctness.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never promise ECC to S4 cash report parity. Promise better liquidity insight. That reframes the conversation from defect to upgrade.
Scenario 87. Electronic bank statement, EBS. Post-processing behaves differently in S4HANA.
After migration, bank statements are successfully imported into S4HANA, but post-processing behaves differently. Clearing rules that worked reliably in ECC now leave items uncleared, generate unexpected posting documents, or require additional manual intervention. Finance users insist the configuration was not changed.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is often misdiagnosed as a broken interface or incorrect migration. 1. Mandatory simplification. S4HANA integrates EBS processing tightly with bank account management and universal journal. 2. Semantic change. Posting logic now evaluates bank account master data and liquidity items differently. 3. Process shift. Some ECC post-processing rules rely on assumptions no longer valid in S4HANA. 4. Key insight. The system is applying stricter and more explicit clearing logic, not failing randomly.
Ownership fixed by the FICO team.
This scenario is resolved primarily within finance with close involvement from Treasury. 1. FICO consultant reviews EBS configuration and clearing rules under S4HANA semantics. 2. Treasury team confirms acceptable clearing behavior and posting outcomes. 3. Basis team ensures bank statement formats and interface jobs run consistently. 4. Project leadership aligns expectations between ECC behavior and S4HANA reality.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reevaluates clearing rules using S4HANA EBS processing logic. 2. Treasury confirms which differences are acceptable versus business critical. 3. Test cycles are executed with real bank statement volumes, not sample files. 4. Leadership approves controlled changes rather than forcing ECC-style behavior.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Blindly copying ECC clearing rules into S4HANA. 2. Forcing manual clearing to hide rule deficiencies. 3. Treating EBS issues as interface failures without analysis. 4. Bypassing bank account management validations.
Follow-up 1. Why do EBS files load successfully, but still cause posting issues?
Answer: file import and post-processing are separate steps. In S4HANA, Post-processing evaluates additional account, liquidity, and document attributes that ECC never checked.
Follow-up 2. Is this a data migration issue?
Answer: usually no. Bank data exists correctly, but processing rules must align with new S/4HANA logic. Reloading data rarely fixes the root cause.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these issues escalate during month-end?
Answer: higher statement volume exposes edge cases in clearing rules. Month-end also increases scrutiny because cash positions directly affect reporting and decision-making.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always retest EBS using real production bank statements after migration. Sample files almost never expose S/4HANA clearing differences.
Scenario 88. Treasury rejects the S/4HANA cash position.
After go-live, Finance produces cash position reports from S/4HANA, but the Treasury team immediately rejects them. They claim the numbers do not reflect reality and continue to rely on ECC extracts or external spreadsheets. Trust in S/4HANA cash visibility collapses within days.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This failure is rarely caused by incorrect balances. It is caused by a change in how cash is interpreted. 1. Mandatory simplification. S/4HANA cash management is liquidity-based, not account-based like ECC. 2. Semantic change. Cash position now depends on liquidity items derived from multiple posting attributes. 3. Process shift. Treasury expectations are often anchored to ECC-era reports that no longer exist. 4. Key insight. The cash data is usually correct, but the meaning and structure of the report has changed.
Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
This issue cannot be resolved by configuration tweaks alone. It requires cross-functional alignment. 1. FICO consultant explains S/4HANA cash logic and validates posting relevance. 2. Treasury team defines what they consider usable and actionable cash information. 3. Data team confirms liquidity item derivation and mapping completeness. 4. Project leadership decides whether to adapt processes or redesign reporting.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team validates which postings impact liquidity and why. 2. Treasury aligns business definitions with S/4HANA liquidity concepts. 3. Data team reviews liquidity item derivation rules end-to-end. 4. Leadership approves standardized cash reporting and retires ECC-era views.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Rebuilding ECC-style cash reports in S/4HANA. 2. Manually adjusting cash figures outside the system. 3. Allowing parallel shadow cash reports indefinitely. 4. Treating Treasury rejection as a user training issue.
Follow-up 1. Why does finance trust the numbers but Treasury does not?
Answer: finance focuses on accounting correctness, while Treasury focuses on decision usability. S/4HANA optimizes for liquidity visibility, which feels unfamiliar to Treasury teams anchored in ECC logic.
Follow-up 2. Is this solved by configuration alone?
Answer: no. Configuration enables the framework, but agreement on interpretation and usage is required. Without Treasury alignment, even perfectly configured reports will be rejected.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this issue escalate to executive level quickly?
Answer: cash visibility directly affects risk, funding, and compliance. Any perceived inconsistency triggers immediate escalation because it undermines financial confidence.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before go live, conduct a joint finance Treasury cash position walkthrough using real scenarios. Agreement before migration prevents rejection after go live.
Category 17 wrap-up. When cash is right but still rejected.
Bank and cash-related failures are rarely about incorrect balances. They are about trust, interpretation, and governance. When Treasury rejects S/4HANA outputs, it signals a deeper gap between system design and business expectations, not a simple configuration error.
Transition from cash visibility to credit control.
Once cash visibility stabilizes, the next critical pressure point appears immediately in order-to-cash credit management. This is one of the most disruptive mandatory changes introduced by S/4HANA.
Category 18 Credit Management FSCM shocks.
In ECC, credit management lived quietly inside accounts receivable. In S/4HANA, classic credit management is obsolete and replaced by FSCM credit management. This shift is mandatory, structural, and frequently underestimated, often discovered only when sales orders start blocking.
Scenarios covered in Category 18.
1. FD32 obsolete. Credit limits can't be maintained. Ownership fixed by the FICO team. 2. Credit limits not migrated automatically. Ownership FICO-led multi-team fix. 3. Credit exposure formula changes. Ownership fixed by the FICO team. 4. Sales orders block unexpectedly. Ownership FICO-led multi-team fix. 5. Credit issues discovered post-go-live. Ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 89. FD32 is obsolete. Credit limits can't be maintained.
After migration to S/4HANA, credit managers attempt to maintain customer credit limits using transaction FD32. Instead of the familiar screen, they encounter an error stating the transaction is obsolete or redirected. Business users are confused because credit limits clearly existed in ECC and were actively used.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is not caused by missing data or authorization errors. It is a mandatory architectural change introduced by S/4HANA. 1. Mandatory simplification. Classic FIAR credit management is removed in S/4HANA. 2. Structural change. Credit management is now part of FSCM, financial supply chain management. 3. Behavior change. Credit limits are no longer maintained at customer master level. 4. Key insight. This failure exists even if all ECC credit data was migrated correctly.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This issue is primarily fixed by the FICO team. Other teams may support access or testing, but the solution is functional in nature. 1. FICO consultant activates FSCM credit management and configures credit segments. 2. FICO consultant migrates credit limits using the dedicated FSCM migration tools. 3. Security team grants access to FSCM credit management apps or transactions. 4. Project leadership confirms business approval for the new credit process.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team enables FSCM credit management and assigns business partners to credit segments. 2. FICO team migrates existing credit limits into FSCM using SAP-provided migration objects. 3. Security team provides controlled access to FSCM credit maintenance functions instead of FD32. 4. Leadership ensures sales and finance are trained on the new credit maintenance process.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Attempting to reactivate or modify FD32 to work in S/4HANA. 2. Manually changing credit values in tables or business partner records. 3. Granting broad authorizations to bypass FSCM credit checks. 4. Treating this as a technical defect instead of a functional redesign.
Follow-up 1. Why did SAP completely remove classic credit management?
Answer: Classic credit management was tightly coupled to customer master data and did not support real-time credit exposure calculations. FSCM enables more granular control, real-time exposure checks, and integration with sales documents. SAP removed the old model to eliminate parallel logic and inconsistent credit behavior.
Follow-up 2. Can we keep using classic credit management if business insists?
Answer: no. Classic credit management is technically obsolete in S/4HANA. Even if remnants appear during conversion, SAP does not support it post-go-live. Any attempt to retain it creates unsupported configurations and future upgrade risks.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do sales orders block immediately after migration?
Answer: because FSCM credit checks are active by default once enabled. If credit segments or limits are not fully migrated, the system interprets this as zero credit. Sales orders then block correctly, even though business believes credit exists.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always migrate credit limits and credit segments before allowing any sales order processing in production. Missing FSCM credit data does not cause warnings. It causes immediate and business-critical blocks.
Scenario 90. Credit limits are not migrated automatically.
After go-live, sales teams report that customers who clearly had approved credit limits in ECC are now blocked in S/4HANA. Finance checks the business partner and sees no obvious error. The assumption is that credit limits should have come across automatically during conversion.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is not caused by missing customer data. It is a migration tooling and ownership gap. 1. Mandatory change, credit management moved from FIAR to FSCM in S/4HANA. 2. Migration reality, credit limits are not migrated by default with standard customer data. 3. Tool dependency, credit limits require specific FSCM migration objects and sequencing. 4. Key insight, data exists in ECC, but the target model requires explicit migration steps.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This issue is FICO-led but requires coordination with other teams to resolve correctly. 1. FICO consultant confirms which credit segments and limits are required in FSCM. 2. Data migration team executes the FSCM-specific migration objects for credit limits. 3. Security team ensures access to FSCM credit maintenance for validation. 4. Project leadership aligns cutover sequencing, so limits exist before order entry.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team defines credit segments and validates required limit structures in FSCM. 2. Data team migrates credit limits using SAP-provided FSCM migration objects, not custom loads. 3. Security team enables controlled access for validation of migrated credit data. 4. Leadership enforces a freeze on sales processing until credit migration is confirmed.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually recreating credit limits customer by customer after go live. 2. Loading credit data into business partner fields assuming FSCM will read it. 3. Allowing sales orders to bypass credit checks as a temporary workaround. 4. Blaming authorization roles when the credit data itself is missing.
Follow-up 1. Why doesn't SAP migrate credit limits automatically?
Answer: because the data model and ownership of credit limits changed fundamentally in S/4HANA. SAP cannot assume how customers want to structure credit segments in FSCM. Automatic migration could create incorrect exposure calculations, so SAP requires explicit migration decisions.
Follow-up 2. How do you detect this issue before go live?
Answer: by running credit checks in quality with realistic sales scenarios and verifying FSCM credit master data. If every customer shows zero credit exposure or blocks unexpectedly, it is a strong indicator that credit limits were not migrated.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this often surface only on day 1?
Answer: because credit limits are often validated only when real sales orders are created. In testing, teams focus on finance postings and overlook order-to-cash flows. Production volumes immediately trigger FSCM checks, exposing the missing data.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always include FSCM credit migration validation as a go-live checkpoint. If credit limits are not visible in FSCM before day 1, sales disruption is guaranteed.
Scenario 91. Credit exposure formula changes after migration.
After migration, finance and sales notice that customers are blocked even though open receivables appear unchanged. Credit managers compare ECC and S/4HANA values and realize that the calculated credit exposure is higher in S/4HANA for the same customer, causing unexpected credit blocks.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is not caused by incorrect data. It is a logic and calculation change introduced by FSCM. 1. Logic change: FSCM calculates credit exposure in real time, not periodically. 2. Scope expansion: open sales orders, deliveries, and billing documents are included differently. 3. Formula shift: ECC and FSCM use different exposure aggregation rules. 4. Key insight: same data. Different logic leads to different exposure results.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This issue is primarily fixed by the FICO team with business alignment required. 1. FICO consultant reviews FSCM credit exposure calculation rules and scope. 2. FICO consultant aligns exposure components with business expectations. 3. Business stakeholders approve what should count toward credit exposure. 4. Project leadership manages expectation reset with sales and finance.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews FSCM credit exposure configuration and identifies contributing components. 2. FICO team adjusts exposure formulas to match agreed business policy, not ECC behavior. 3. Business confirms acceptable risk levels under the new real-time model. 4. Leadership documents and signs off on exposure logic changes.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually increasing credit limits to hide exposure calculation differences. 2. Disabling FSCM credit checks to avoid sales blocks. 3. Trying to recreate ECC credit exposure logic exactly. 4. Treating this as a system bug instead of a policy change.
Follow-up 1. Why does FSCM show higher exposure than ECC?
Answer: because FSCM includes commitments earlier and calculates exposure in real time. ECC often relied on batch updates and excluded certain document types until later stages. S/4HANA is more conservative by design, prioritizing risk visibility over familiarity.
Follow-up 2. Can we make FSCM behave exactly like ECC?
Answer: not completely. While configuration allows tuning, FSCM is designed around real-time exposure and integrated processes. Trying to force ECC-style behavior usually creates compliance gaps and defeats the purpose of the new model.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this become a sales escalation, not an IT issue?
Answer: because sales teams experience immediate order blocks without understanding exposure logic. What looks like an IT defect is actually a business policy enforcement change. Without proactive communication, sales perceives S/4HANA as more restrictive.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always run parallel credit exposure simulations in ECC and S/4HANA during testing. Differences should be explained and approved before go live, not discovered during live order entry.
Scenario 92. Sales orders block unexpectedly after migration.
Immediately after go live, sales users report that a large number of sales orders are being blocked during creation or release. These are customers who have historically been reliable and were never blocked in ECC. Finance confirms that customer master data and credit limits exist, yet the blocks persist.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a random system defect. It is the combined effect of mandatory credit management changes. 1. Mandatory shift credit checks are now enforced by FSCM, not classic FIAR. 2. Data dependency FSCM relies on fully migrated credit segments and exposure rules. 3. Timing change credit exposure is evaluated earlier in the order lifecycle. 4. Key insight: the system is blocking correctly based on new real-time risk logic.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This issue is FICO-led but cannot be resolved by finance acting alone. 1. FICO consultant reviews FSCM credit configuration and block reasons. 2. Sales team confirms acceptable credit risk behavior under the new model. 3. Security team ensures sales users have access to credit-related information. 4. Project leadership arbitrates between sales urgency and risk compliance.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team analyzes block reasons using FSCM logs and identifies the exact trigger. 2. FICO team fine-tunes credit check rules to balance risk control and business flow. 3. Sales leadership agrees on revised block thresholds and escalation paths. 4. Leadership ensures temporary overrides are controlled and auditable.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Disabling credit checks globally to unblock sales orders. 2. Increasing all customer credit limits without risk analysis. 3. Treating sales blocks as user errors or training issues. 4. Allowing uncontrolled manual releases without audit trails.
Follow-up 1. Why are sales orders blocked earlier than before?
Answer: in S/4HANA, credit checks occur earlier in the order lifecycle to prevent downstream risk. ECC often allowed orders to proceed further before checks were applied. This earlier enforcement improves risk visibility, but surprises business users accustomed to delayed checks.
Follow-up 2. How do you prove this is not a system error?
Answer: by reviewing FSCM block reasons and exposure calculations. These logs clearly show which rule triggered the block and what data contributed to it. If logic is consistent, the issue is policy alignment, not technical failure.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this escalate to executive level so quickly?
Answer: because blocked sales orders directly impact revenue recognition and customer satisfaction. What appears to be a finance configuration issue becomes a business continuity concern, forcing leadership to intervene rapidly.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before go live, simulate peak sales scenarios with FSCM enabled. Credit blocks discovered during testing can be negotiated calmly. Those discovered in production trigger panic.
Scenario 93. Credit issues are discovered only after go live.
The migration is declared technically successful. Core finance postings work, and initial smoke tests pass. However, days or weeks after go live, finance and sales begin discovering recurring credit-related issues, unexpected blocks, inconsistent releases, and disputes over credit exposure that were never seen during testing.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This failure is not random. It is caused by a mismatch between test coverage and real business behavior. 1. Testing gap: credit scenarios were lightly tested or excluded during UAT. 2. Volume effect: real transaction volumes activate exposure logic that test data never reached. 3. Process reality: emergency overrides during testing masked real credit enforcement. 4. Key insight: FSCM behaved correctly. The testing strategy was incomplete.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This issue is not a finance-only defect. It reflects a governance and testing failure across teams. 1. FICO consultant revalidates FSCM configuration against real production scenarios. 2. Sales team confirms actual order patterns and escalation paths. 3. Testing team revises test strategy to include realistic credit stress cases. 4. Project leadership owns the gap between test sign-off and production reality.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. FICO team reviews production credit logs to identify recurring failure patterns. 2. Business and sales jointly redefine acceptable credit thresholds and overrides. 3. Testing team updates regression scenarios to include credit stress conditions. 4. Leadership resets acceptance criteria for what tested actually means.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Treating post-go-live credit issues as isolated defects. 2. Applying emergency overrides without root cause analysis. 3. Blaming FSCM for enforcing agreed credit policy. 4. Rushing configuration changes without business sign-off.
Follow-up 1. Why didn't these issues appear during testing?
Answer: because test environments rarely reflect real transaction volumes and business urgency. Credit behavior changes significantly under load, especially when exposure thresholds are reached. Testing often validates happy paths but ignores stress conditions that dominate production.
Follow-up 2. How do you prevent this in future migrations?
Answer: by explicitly designing UAT scenarios that mimic real credit risk behavior, including peak volumes and borderline customers. Credit checks must be tested as business-critical controls, not optional validations.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do executives lose confidence fastest in credit issues?
Answer: because credit problems directly affect revenue flow and customer relationships. When sales are blocked unpredictably, leadership perceives the system as unreliable, even if the logic is correct. Trust erodes faster than in purely accounting issues.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat credit management testing as revenue protection testing. If credit scenarios are not stress-tested before go live, the system will stress-test the business instead.
Category 18 wrap-up. When credit logic is right but business pushes back.
Credit management failures are rarely technical defects. They expose the tension between risk control and revenue pressure. When FSCM behaves correctly but business expectations are not aligned, the system becomes the messenger and often the scapegoat.
Transition from process control to user acceptance.
Once finance logic is stabilized, the final battlefield appears: how users actually work every day. This is where technically correct systems fail politically and culturally.
Category 19. Fiori versus GUI, the user revolt.
S/4HANA is not just a financial transformation. It is a user experience shift. While finance leadership may approve S/4HANA conceptually, day-to-day users judge the system by speed, clicks, and familiarity. When Fiori disrupts established working habits, resistance is inevitable.
Scenarios covered in Category 19.
1. Classic transactions deprecated or slower ownership, not a finance-only fix. 2. Fiori apps missing critical fields ownership, fixed by the FICO team. 3. Users reject Fiori due to click fatigue ownership, not a finance-only fix. 4. GUI transactions break in Launchpad ownership, not a finance-only fix. 5. Finance builds Excel shadow systems again ownership, not a finance-only fix.
Scenario 94. Classic transactions are deprecated or slower in S4HANA.
After migration, finance users continue to rely on familiar GUI transactions such as FBL1N, FBL5N, and FGLL03. They notice these transactions are either marked as deprecated, redirect users to Fiori apps, or perform significantly slower than an ECC. Users immediately complain that S4 is slower than ECC.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This behavior is not a performance defect. It is an intentional product direction change. 1. Strategic shift. SAP is deprecating classic GUI reports in favor of CDS-based analytics. 2. Technical reality. GUI transactions now run on compatibility views or redirected logic. 3. Execution cost. Compatibility views add abstraction layers, impacting runtime. 4. Key insight. Slower GUI transactions signal intentional obsolescence, not system failure.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This is not fixed by finance alone. It requires architectural and adoption decisions. 1. FICO consultant confirms which reports are business critical and still required. 2. ABAP or CDS team evaluates Fiori or CDS alternatives for deprecated reports. 3. Basis team ensures Fiori and front-end performance is stable. 4. Project leadership decides which legacy transactions must be retired.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team maps business reporting needs to S4HANA delivered Fiori apps. 2. ABAP or CDS team builds custom CDS views where standard apps are insufficient. 3. Basis team validates front-end and back-end performance for Fiori usage. 4. Leadership formally retires legacy GUI transactions to avoid mixed usage.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Trying to tune performance of deprecated GUI transactions. 2. Forcing users to continue using compatibility views indefinitely. 3. Blaming hardware or database for intentional product behavior. 4. Allowing parallel use of old and new reporting tools.
Follow-up 1. Why does SAP still allow these transactions if they are deprecated?
Answer: SAP keeps them available to ease transition and reduce immediate disruption. However, they are not optimized for S4HANA and are not future-proof. Their presence is a temporary bridge, not a long-term solution.
Follow-up 2. How do you convince users this is not a performance regression?
Answer: by demonstrating the same reporting logic executed through CDS-based Fiori apps with faster response times. When users see comparable data delivered faster through new tools, the narrative shifts from blame to adoption.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this issue cause shadow systems to emerge?
Answer: when users perceive official tools as slow or unfamiliar, they revert to Excel exports or manual tracking. This creates uncontrolled reporting outside the system, which undermines data governance and auditability.
Exclusive pro tip.
If a GUI transaction is marked as deprecated in S4HANA, treat it as already gone. Invest time in CDS and Fiori adoption early, or users will build their own alternatives.
Scenario 95. Fiori apps are missing critical finance fields.
After migration, finance users open standard Fiori apps recommended by SAP to replace classic GUI transactions. While the apps load quickly, users complain that important fields used for daily reconciliation, filtering, or validation are missing. As a result, users conclude that Fiori is not usable for real finance work.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is not a bug in Fiori. It is a design and expectation mismatch. 1. Design philosophy. Standard Fiori apps are role-based and simplified by default. 2. Data model shift. Apps consume CDS views with predefined field exposure. 3. Usage gap. ECC users relied on highly flexible GUI selection screens. 4. Key insight. Fiori optimizes for common use cases, not legacy power user behavior.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This issue is primarily fixed by the FICO team with technical support for extensions. 1. FICO consultant confirms which missing fields are business critical versus convenience. 2. ABAP or CDS team extends CDS views to expose additional required fields. 3. Security team ensures extended fields are properly authorized. 4. Project leadership controls scope to prevent uncontrolled app customization.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team prioritizes field gaps based on real reconciliation needs. 2. ABAP or CDS team extends standard CDS views using released extension points. 3. Security team updates roles to include access to newly exposed fields. 4. Leadership enforces governance so every extension has a business justification.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Rejecting Fiori entirely because one app is missing fields. 2. Building custom Z reports to replace every standard Fiori app. 3. Exposing every possible field without governance. 4. Blaming Fiori performance for functional design decisions.
Follow-up 1. Why doesn't SAP deliver all fields by default in Fiori apps?
Answer: SAP designs Fiori apps to be simple, fast, and role-focused. Exposing every field would reintroduce the complexity of classic GUI screens. SAP expects customers to extend apps selectively based on real business needs.
Follow-up 2. How do you decide which fields should be added?
Answer: by mapping daily finance activities such as reconciliation, exception handling, and audit checks. Fields used only occasionally or historically should not automatically justify extensions. This prevents unnecessary complexity.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do users perceive missing fields as a system failure?
Answer: because users equate familiarity with correctness. When expected fields are missing, users assume data is incomplete or hidden. Without explanation, this perception quickly turns into resistance against the entire platform.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before extending any Fiori app, observe how finance users actually work for a full close cycle. This prevents unnecessary extensions and focuses effort on truly critical fields.
Scenario 96. Users reject Fiori due to click fatigue.
After migration, finance users are encouraged to move from classic GUI transactions to Fiori apps. Although the system is stable and data is correct, users complain that simple tasks now require too many clicks, navigation steps, or app switches. Productivity drops, and users openly resist adoption.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a technical failure. It is a usability and change management gap exposed by migration. 1. UX shift. Fiori is task-based and role-driven, unlike transaction-centric GUI screens. 2. Expectation gap. Users expect one-screen execution like ECC transactions. 3. Design reality. Fiori distributes steps across apps to support analytics and approvals. 4. Key insight. What feels like an efficiency is often unfamiliar workflow design.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This is not a finance-only issue. Adoption fails when governance and UX ownership are missing. 1. FICO consultant identifies critical finance processes affected by excessive navigation. 2. UX or Fiori team optimizes tile grouping, intent-based navigation, and app variants. 3. Security team ensures roles are streamlined to avoid unnecessary app switching. 4. Project leadership drives adoption strategy and enforces standardized usage.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team maps end-to-end finance tasks instead of individual transactions. 2. Fiori team configures spaces and pages to reduce navigation steps. 3. Security team aligns roles so users see only relevant apps. 4. Leadership enforces process discipline instead of allowing GUI fallback.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Allowing unrestricted fallback to classic GUI. 2. Building custom Z apps to mimic old transactions. 3. Ignoring user feedback as resistance to change. 4. Assuming performance tuning will solve UX complaints.
Follow-up 1. Why does click fatigue become a major issue only after migration?
Answer: in ECC, users optimized muscle memory around single transactions. Migration introduces a new interaction model overnight. Without guided transition, even efficient designs feel slower due to unfamiliar navigation patterns.
Follow-up 2. How do you measure whether Fiori navigation is actually inefficient?
Answer: by comparing task completion time across a full business process, not per screen. Many teams discover that once learned, Fiori reduces rework and context switching, even if initial clicks increase.
Follow-up 3, curveball. Why does leadership often underestimate this problem?
Answer: because leadership views adoption as training related, not productivity related. Finance users, however, experience daily friction that accumulates into lost trust if not addressed early.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never compare Fiori efficiency screen by screen with GUI. Always compare end-to-end task completion time across a real close cycle.
Scenario 97. GUI transactions break in the Fiori launchpad.
After migration, finance users try to launch classic GUI transactions such as FBL1N, FBL5N, or custom Z transactions from the Fiori launchpad. Some transactions fail to open, others behave inconsistently, and a few dump or freeze. Users insist the same transactions work fine in SAP GUI, creating confusion and frustration.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This issue is not caused by broken transactions. It is caused by a mismatch between legacy GUI assumptions and the Fiori execution model. 1. Execution context change. GUI transactions launch from Fiori run via HTML GUI or SAP GUI for HTML. 2. Authorization difference. Launchpad roles and catalogs control access before backend authorization checks. 3. Technical constraint. Some classic or custom transactions rely on GUI-specific behavior not supported in browser-based execution. 4. Key insight. The transaction is not broken. The launch method is incompatible.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This is not a finance-only issue. It sits at the intersection of UX, security, and legacy design. 1. FICO consultant confirms whether the transaction is still business relevant or should be retired. 2. Fiori or UX team validates correct launch configuration and GUI support settings. 3. Security team aligns launchpad catalogs and backend roles. 4. Project leadership decides which GUI transactions are officially supported post-migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team identifies which classic transactions are mandatory versus optional. 2. Fiori team configures correct target mappings or switches execution to SAP GUI where required. 3. Security team ensures users have both launchpad and backend authorizations aligned. 4. Leadership formally deprecates unsupported transactions to avoid shadow usage.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Blindly forcing all users back to SAP GUI. 2. Granting broad launchpad catalogs without backend alignment. 3. Modifying standard transactions to support browser execution. 4. Treating this as a user error or browser issue.
Follow-up 1. Why do some GUI transactions work in Launchpad while others fail?
Answer: because only transactions that are compatible with HTML GUI or properly mapped in Fiori can run reliably. Older transactions or custom code often rely on front-end controls or synchronous behavior that browsers do not support.
Follow-up 2. Is this a reason to avoid Fiori completely?
Answer: no. This is a reason to rationalize transaction usage. Fiori is designed for supported scenarios, while a limited set of GUI transactions may still require direct SAP GUI access.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this issue often appear randomly across users?
Answer: because different users have different launchpad catalogs, roles, and browser settings. What works for one user may silently fail for another due to authorization or execution differences.
Exclusive pro tip.
Create an official list of supported GUI transactions post-migration. Anything not on that list should be considered legacy and phased out deliberately.
Scenario 98. Finance rebuilds Excel shadow systems after migration.
Within weeks of go-live, finance users quietly stop relying on S/4HANA reports and begin rebuilding their own Excel-based trackers. These shadow systems are used for reconciliations, management reporting, and even month-end close decisions, despite S4 being technically live.
Scenario analysis and root cause.
This is not a reporting failure alone. It is a trust failure created during migration. 1. Perception gap, users see number differences without understanding new S/4HANA logic. 2. Behavioral drift, finance falls back to tools they can personally control and validate. 3. Process change shock, new reports explain totals differently than ECC-era logic. 4. Key insight, users do not reject S/4HANA because it is wrong. They reject it because it feels unfamiliar and unsafe.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This is not a technical defect. It is an adoption and governance failure. 1. FICO consultant explains new reporting logic and validates which comparisons remain meaningful. 2. Reporting or analytics team aligns S4 reports to real business questions, not ECC replicas. 3. Project leadership enforces a single source of truth and blocks shadow reporting. 4. Business stakeholders commit to using S4 outputs during close and decision-making.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FICO team conducts side-by-side walkthroughs explaining why S4 numbers differ and why they are still correct. 2. Reporting team retires legacy ECC reports instead of running them in parallel indefinitely. 3. Leadership mandates S4 reports as the only accepted source during month-end and audits. 4. Business teams are trained on interpretation, not navigation.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Allowing Excel trackers to coexist indefinitely. 2. Chasing one-to-one ECC report replication at any cost. 3. Treating resistance as a training issue only. 4. Ignoring shadow systems because they are outside SAP.
Follow-up 1. Why is this one of the most dangerous post-migration failures?
Answer: because decisions are being made outside governed systems. Once finance relies on Excel, auditability, controls, and traceability are lost, even if S/4HANA itself is technically correct.
Follow-up 2. How do you detect shadow systems early?
Answer: by observing reconciliation meetings, closed discussions, and management reviews. If screenshots and spreadsheets dominate conversations instead of S4 reports, shadow systems already exist.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do technically perfect migrations still fail here?
Answer: because trust is not migrated. Trust must be rebuilt through explanation, governance, and leadership decisions, not configuration.
Exclusive pro tip.
If Excel is still used for official close numbers 6 weeks after go live, the migration has failed, regardless of system stability.
Category 19 outro. This is where migrations are truly won or lost.
Fiori is not just a new UI. It represents a shift in how finance users interact with data, processes, and accountability. When users reject Fiori, it is rarely because of technology alone. It is because expectations were never reset, workflows were never redesigned, and trust was never rebuilt. Most S/4HANA programs that struggle long-term fail right here, not in configuration, but in adoption.
What you've seen so far.
Across 19 categories, you did not just see what breaks during an S/4HANA finance migration. You saw why it breaks, who actually owns the fix, and why treating every issue as a finance problem is the fastest way to fail.
Bonus scenario 99. The numbers are correct, but the decisions are wrong.
After migration, all reconciliations pass. FI, CO, and reporting totals match perfectly. Auditors sign off. Yet senior leadership notices that decisions made using S/4HANA reports consistently contradict business reality. Margins look fine, but cash feels tight. Profitability reports look healthy, but operational pain increases.
What makes this failure invisible?
This is not a reconciliation issue. It is a decision semantic failure introduced by migration. 1. S/4HANA reports reflect new accounting truth, not old management assumptions. 2. Legacy KPIs depended on timing artifacts, not real profitability. 3. Universal Journal removes buffering delays that ECC reports relied on. 4. Key insight: S/4HANA exposes reality faster, and leadership misreads it.
Ownership identification and parts to fix.
This is not a technical or functional defect. 1. FICO consultant explains which KPIs are no longer valid after migration. 2. Controlling team redefines profitability interpretation rules. 3. Executive leadership accepts that faster truth feels worse before it feels better. 4. Project governance prevents forced reversion to ECC-style lagging indicators.
The most dangerous wrong fix.
1. Reintroducing artificial delays to match ECC behavior. 2. Building Excel buffers to soften S4 outputs. 3. Changing posting timing to restore comfort. 4. Blaming the system for revealing uncomfortable truth.
Exclusive pro tip.
If leadership says S4 is technically correct but feels wrong, the system is probably right, and the business model needs recalibration.
Bonus scenario 100. The migration that quietly killed accountability.
Months after go live, finance notices a disturbing pattern. Issues are detected faster than ever, but no one knows who caused them. Errors span FI, CO, logistics, and billing simultaneously. Every team insists it's not ours. Escalations increase, but root causes become harder to assign.
Why this happens only after migration.
S/4HANA removes artificial system boundaries that ECC relied on. 1. Real-time postings collapse functional silos. 2. Errors propagate instantly across modules. 3. Old handoff points no longer exist. 4. Key insight, faster integration exposes unclear ownership.
The ownership paradox.
1. Before migration, slow systems, clear blame. 2. After migration, fast systems, blurred responsibility. 3. Result, escalations increase despite better technology.
How this is actually fixed the right way.
1. Leadership redefines ownership by business outcome, not module. 2. Finance and logistics jointly own margin-impacting errors. 3. Escalation paths are redesigned for real-time environments. 4. Project governance shifts from module-based to process-based accountability.
Exclusive pro tip.
If S/4HANA is faster but escalations are louder, the problem is not technology. It is unresolved ownership design.
The truth about S/4HANA finance migrations.
Most migrations do not fail because SAP is complex. They fail because teams carry ECC thinking into an S/4HANA world. S/4 finance is not just faster accounting. It is stricter, more transparent, and far less forgiving of weak ownership, unclear governance, and outdated assumptions.
Why this video is different.
This was not a configuration tutorial. This was not a feature overview. This was a diagnostic framework. You learned how to identify whether a problem is functional, technical, data-related, security-driven, or leadership-owned, before wasting months fixing the wrong thing.
If you're in or approaching an S/4HANA finance migration,
Bookmark this video. Rewatch it during testing. Share it during escalations. Use it in interviews. Because once you understand these 98 scenarios, you stop reacting to migration issues and start controlling them.
this channel's promise.
No surface-level SAP content. No recycled slides. Only real migration failures, real ownership clarity, and real consulting thinking. If that's the level you want to operate at, you're in the right place.
Please check description or comments section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers. Required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP MM consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP extended warehouse management EWM consultant jobs, SAP plant maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
For more exciting tips, tricks, and more importantly, for valuable insights of interviews, please share, like, and subscribe to my channel. It has a lot of valuable information about various insights of interviews. It has a wide range of real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for interviews, and it has wide range of most asked interview questions and answers of various technologies like data science, SAP, AWS, DevOps, and full-stack web development, and more. That will be useful during interviews. It has a wide range of most asked interview questions and answers and real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for freshers, for 2 to 3 years, experienced candidates, and for 5 or above years, experienced candidates to test their skills by knowing most asked interview questions and make themselves ready for interviews.